Alhamdulillah. Telat dikit nggak ngaruh lah ya. Salah. Lagu. Selamat sore semuanya, selamat datang kembali di restream dengan streamer kesayangan kalian ini, streamer buah. Mas Ji udah rajin nih, masih pagi udah rajin. Rambut gue lihat lucu banget anjing, masih basah baru mandi gue. Nggak bisa pakai pengering soalnya lagi pakai vitamin. Udah mandi, baru selesai mandi. Lagunya salah bang. Sayang banget kita mah. Iya bang. Oke, udah mulai nih. Langsung aja kali bang. Saya baru istirahat ini mas. Nanti balik gawe lagi jam 7. Jam 7 kayak udah selesai gamenya ya mas ya. Oke, kita langsung aja bro. Bang. Tromba kita mati nih, tromba dulu.
From PCR, one was surrounding those three teams in particular, and they've all been good. They just
mana?
Lihat
aja bang, snapgramnya follow kan? Follow kan? Sosmednya coba dah langsung dah. Jangan tanya orang yang nggak satu rumah, nggak tahu bang. Halo yang baru gabung, jangan lupa di like semuanya ya. Gue sambil makan boleh ya? Boleh.
Becomes this combination of those three teams in particular.
Gue baru bangun guys.
Telat
cowok gue bangun.
Start to cool off a little bit.
AAP is one of those guys that I think unfortunately they've changed what they were doing from round of 32 coming into this lobby. Unfortunately, in round of 32, they were playing with this aura of confidence. They were playing with this desire to just go center and claim the positions for themselves, spread out from that, use the high ground advantage that they have, and win games from that with the fragging power that they do have, right? That time, this time round, it's not the case. We got a little bit of a milli hot drop, which is interesting. Pindados, they were hot dropping a couple times yesterday, I believe. Or maybe they just died early.
Apakah hari ini top 1? Bismillah. Semoga Indo hari ini top 1 ya. Saya doakan.
I think given that given that the playing path changes up every time, we're going to see some hot drops here and there.
Mbak moderator. Kok kayak gelap nggak sih game gua?
Now, unfortunately, Titan Foxy, the one that's missing a player. You see the 63 up on the top right. It always seems to happen.
Telat-telatnya lu lebih telat channel PUBG Indo, live-nya jam 5. Emang iya? Wah, Bang Admin nggak tahu jadwal kayaknya. Dikira sama kayak hari kemarin mungkin. Soalnya Jumat jam 5 kan.
No real contest from Pindados. They're not making their way over. They don't really need to. I think they're going to want to loot up first. It's going to be a case of both teams looting, taking their time, and then can someone find angles? I think the big one will be probably Crazy 9. He's going to have a bit more of a high ground advantage as a relevant start.
Perang bang, langsung
and he get some shots in, and he's perfectly primed for it. 4x with an arc 12.
Ini orang mati si PR ya, nggak bisa di revive.
For this kind of scenario,
can't get knocked though. He gets knocked, he's probably dead.
Yeah, and you're not really going to want to push up there either for either of these two teams. So it's either can Irrelevant land a couple of shots on him, otherwise you probably just make your way out and scoot and boot, because that circle over towards Milta, it's going to force a lot of teams to kind of rotate early, try and get some of the god positions. There's not really going to be too many of them. You look at those teams that are already kind of
jangan lupa di like dulu teman-teman semuanya. Tahu nggak bang, kemarin si One Call Trick saking bagusnya main ada yang sas cheat anjir tapi nggak ada. Itu bocah emang lagi lagi mode serem banget itu orang bang emang. Wah, Bang Micun, manajernya nih. Anakmu di sas bang. Wah, tukang begal. Ada tukang begal.
Finding themselves somewhere in the center in a zone like this is incredibly important. You can fight towards the northern side, up towards that lumberyard hill. On the western side a little bit.
Kayaknya dikira dia Bang Hen. Soalnya trik ini kayak baru muncul gitu loh Bang Hen. Baru muncul. Terus dia begitu mainnya. Ya begitulah.
They've often come top 3. But this is a very different lobby. They often split as well. That flat top actually is where they like to split, but you can see Punier has been scared away from
Zona tadi mana ya?
Oh.
Tengah-tengah nih bandit.
Split now with the mansion, double white, and the flat top as well. Bandits will know it to split, but there's no point doing anything on it right now. I don't think they're going to really have their cars set up to leave that easily to go and take a crash onto
Rul, kok lu mana Rul? Gua mau jadi kayak viewer. Bang, kopet mana bang? Bang, kopet bang mana? Kopet, Okto bang, Okto mana Okto bang?
Capitalize off him potentially standing up and getting a knock. Now they're kind of in better positions, but unfortunately they're going to have to take so much time to go over and get this res.
Bang, Okto mana bang? Okto.
It's just a question of whether it is ultimately worth it or not.
Yeah, I think you probably have to go for it this early in the game. 5 minutes in, such a big condition to keep 4 players alive. And as soon as Irrelevant were able to kind of just work their way at the back and see Block get away from the closer line of sight that Crazy 9 would have had, they probably should have started to call him down and not go for the sort of high risk, high reward start to the round. Here is our trio team of Titan Foxy. That's just making their way south of Pachinki. Close by to 4 piggies on the rotate. They'll allow them to go past.
Udahlah, iya. Katanya admin Indo jam 5 sore tuh. Keburu mau game terakhir tuh. Udah game 4. Salah jadwal Bang admin Indo. Kayak mana guys Bang Gilang guys? Ada di dapur sebelah tomat. Kopet. Apaan cok?
Or just chuck him in the car for now and then eventually go to where they want. To be fair, they're on an awful position. Not sure exactly how much further they can actually go.
Trompet.
Outside of that, anything south of it.
Seru Indo, enggak, beda. Indo doang, itu di Okto ya.
To the north right now, though, it seems like they're a little bit preoccupied with each other, just barely skating away with his life. Was that 4 piggies player? The rest of them coming in now, just behind One Call, sitting up on the hill.
Oh, ence bro.
Scouting what they can.
Sama 4 piggies Indo juga.
Settle themselves on this side of the zone unless you have a position like Roman Kill, because shelter's obviously fantastic to defend on your edge.
Temennya lo nih.
Coming in on the edge. Well, they're an edge team. as Crazy 9 gets knocked again. Not gone well for him. It's always very worrying when you play someone up on top of that scaffolding. You really, this is exposed.
Meninggal, Cok.
Maybe
Kayak mana repairnya kayak mana?
But they're gonna have to be super careful. You just can't take risks like this. It's so easy in military, but all the paths are telegraphed.
Wih, half guy.
One knock and the team's
Akhirnya
gonna
dia
know how to
main.
approach you. The team's gonna know how to just run at you. So
Bang, main
that's
bang.
what we're seeing Pindados do, and Crazy Knight gets rezzed again. This is unreal.
There's just no need to fight this though if you're irrelevant. I mean,
Les could have left years ago.
Yeah, a lot of them could have left probably years ago. I think when Savvy got originally knocked, that probably changed things a little bit, but they honestly picked him up really quickly. So they've elected to stay and fight this. They'll get the punishment.
Bisa juga dia nyebrang tuh. Weh, Birit dapat. Nice one. Trik mengenokin diinsan oleh Cibirit Hub.
Obviously, they also got that knock on a Savvy, but sometimes you just got to kind of know when to sort of fall away. Relevant at the moment, 8th place, Pindados into 2nd last, so a big difference in terms of the leaderboard positions of those two teams respectively. And at the moment, it's Pindados who have probably come up
besok terakhir,
better.
cuma 3 hari.
Crazy 9 gets knocked earlier.
Mana anak 5E yang mati landing, kasihan diceng-cengin di grup Discord.
That one going the way of Trick. So obviously another team to kind of really keep our eyes on. Just the 13 points behind Panic.
Itu di mana ya bang ya? Yang minus ya? Yang di minus lah?
It doesn't matter who's in the 2 or the 1 between them.
Cok,
if one caller in first,
sedih banget orang. Yang di minus kan bang ya?
Vice versa, of course. Panic are in first and one caller in second. The Panic go to PGC.
Kalau itu sih beneran yang di minus sih. Sumpah, nggak main deh.
You know, the likes of Fury, EXO, AAP can slip up into second. Could be enough to maybe send them off. Pindados, though, Carbs continues to creep up, and Savvy's been knocked from a distance, Hatchy, all the way from that North Sea block position.
Kanan.
Savvy's knocked, and his spot's blessed. Lesty's not going to be able to
ya, reload, Kalf. Mati, Kalf, mati. Ini kenapa? Hoki banget. Tim LA dari Australia. First blood.
Which is quite amazing considering the circumstances that fight over towards the mill base. They get the kills, they'll get the loot, they'll push out. Obviously, they'll be coming quite late into this circle. Not ideal for positioning, but to get 4 kills for alive, I mean, that's a big result for Pindados.
Very drawn out fight there. I was so surprised Carbs decided to sit on top of that peak and switch weapons, and I guess he assumed he had enough damage down to dissuade him from actually peeking behind that tree, but he gets away with it. And yeah, fantastic fight from Pindados. That is savage. For a lot of teams, Bandit's actually in a fantastic spot to decide what they want to do. They want to stay. Lots of teams like Panic are probably going to have to they want to send it center, take the yellows, or just hold edge.
Rotasi rame. Lewat nih, arah ONJ nih, depan. Arah Milta Power, pokoknya ini rame banget, sumpah. Nggak bohong gua.
I think it's just all going to result in a bunch of chaos. Well, the reason why that happens as well, Ross, is
ONJ 1, FTS 1. 2 tim. Lewat sini ya.
Western side, you kind of just want to sneak in, see what happens phase 2. So you're not really, you just never see teams anymore send it P1, and obviously
1, 2, ini EXO harusnya juga, 4 Piggies juga nih, Fury juga. Berapa? 5 ya? 5 tim lewat saya.
Suddenly those teams that also had good power positions for phase 1, they also don't have to move. So, you know, the
Bandits, makan lu guys, lapar.
Milter, you don't move at all. You've got God Compound now, really. You do have to defend for any crashes, any sends, and a lot of those buildings as well around the main road leading out of Milter. You do have to be careful of teams maybe just sort of going for a send with this kind of circle. You still got the yellows that are available outside outside of Milter Power, but those are never too safe.
Gok.
And here it's like these are the kind of sends you got to now defend.
Mampus, mati satu, matiin. Vaulting, matiin. Lu atas ke rooftop, oke? Bang!
I can't imagine Panic are going to be able to do much more in this fight. Mr. Flank just now can go back in. They've got top floor of this building. Dean outside as well for
gue kena jurus peran bang. Jurus streamer. Dan udah masuk ke rumah semua Dan. Ya. Nice ONC dapat rumah. Let's go Trik, dapat rumah. Ya, temannya kena begal, Bang. Nandonya, Bang. Nando, Cimoy. Moy, ada orang, Moy. Astagfirullah.
Red Sea's having to defend against two breaches right now. One call's coming in, one by
Gak
one
dapat info ya.
here, and then
Lagi
obviously
chaos,
on the backside. Way too much work for Red Sea to deal with. Their split just gets ripped apart from both sides. Definitely not expecting that, but you're right. Panic had to make a send like that.
80 buffer terus Indie Home.
Ente
Ente Bang. Ditabrak teman sendiri kan udah kena dah. Nggak sengaja juga sih itu. Kenceng banget, bro. Dia udah kena, terlindas habis itu di end. Emang kadang temen tuh begitu. Udah biasa emang teman-teman main PUBG itu ngebunuh temen udah biasa. Hal yang wajar. Mayat Bang. Bang, mayat. Bang Onyx Sans nih. Bang Onyx Sans.
Considering the mad dash that pretty much every team had to make, and a lot of teams are quite wounded. When you look at that leaderboard, there's a lot of players missing. Parachute emergency utilized by Pindados. They've of course come all the way from military base, and in the end, this has actually worked out really well for them by coming in quite late with the emergency parachute.
Guys, sempat turun kita guys. Ya nggak ada yang turun situ, cok, gagal semua buah. Udah no, muter-muter semua. Wah, zonanya. Oh, Jayo berhasil. Jayo berhasil turun tempat kita di atas bulatan. Oh iya, turnamen kayak seru dah tuh.
And again, though, this just means for a lot of those teams trying to play Lumberyard, trying to play off a prison, they're pretty much forced now.
Oh, mereka ada emergency ya.
There's only so much space that is inside main military power.
Aduh. Cibirit kap. Oh, tapi nggak apa, TD yang dapat. Indo yang penting Indo dapat kill. Ini rame banget sih. Minta power.
So risky to be up there, but you may as well take advantage of it while you also have the parachute in your backpack. He can jump down at any time and be totally
lanjut
safe
makan dulu.
with his team. You can see Fury in the distance there. They decided that they had to send it all the way up onto those rocks from the north. That's where they came from. They've encountered Roman kill and are being assisted really by From the Future, who are already inside main Milta. Fury's actually kind of just been allowed.
Kok si Jayo malah nggak dapat apa-apa ya? Belum ngenokin orang dia. Gede. Oh Norido. Yo, ini dia. Turun tempat kita guys. Keseringan nonton anak susah squad, cok.
And of course, these are the kind of things as well that, you know, you go back a couple of years, a lot of years ago now, it was not possible to be up there, and at least not at this point in the game, and certainly not in competitive play, but you can kind of just hold on top of that tower. Of course, the other two players for Pindados on the floor. So a minute until we head into phase number 4. Again, I don't think it'll change too much. It will just bring things back. And this is, though, of course, where Jay is also going to get a lot of information. It's not so much about him getting kills, getting knocks. It's also just information that he can kind of feed the rest of his team. Okay, these guys are playing this cliff position. These guys are playing that cliff position. And yeah, but I think you do kind of want to get as much intel as possible. The problem with that, if you do go for finding that information,
si rata. Emang harus rata, cok. Onyx juara 1. Onyx kan, ONC.
Position. A lot of teams, anyone looking up will spot you very easily. One knock and you're dead.
Just show up late game.
Yeah,
just announce yourself late game.
Bang Han, kenapa abis tiket nggak muncul facecam bang? Itu kenapa?
You do need to get some sort of information, but maybe only when your team requests it. They are good actually. Headshot on the drive.
Ya, bedak gua tumpah.
Tanex, they were here very early, by the way. Super early. Very proactive play.
Bedak bukan air minum.
To take this spot. They were ready for a shift like this. Crazy enough. And they've been blessed for it. Being able to defend their edge as well. Fury in a very similar spot, although they came a lot later.
Bandit masih bisa ngisi bawah kiri minta power. Si banyak sih space tempat ini.
And maybe not this circle, but certainly next circle, we're going to start seeing these guys try fit in anywhere they can.
I'd be a little bit tilted though if I was Bandits. You know, you get mini Milter, you get a really good phase 2 shift, and then it just overcommits and goes to main Milter.
Yeah.
And now they're not even in for phase 4, which, you know, typically would never be the case for a kind of normal Milter cliff kind of ending.
Alec,
I guess over the last 2-3 years, would always kind of make its way back, probably more so towards mini Milter. It hasn't. Of course, it's not in. Phase 4 and onwards will pretty much all be about main Milter power. And as you said, yeah, there's not a lot of places that you can play. You can play the cliffs, but it's really hard to push off of these cliffs. And then you're quite vulnerable to these kind of flanks.
Matiin. Aduh, low banget. Push.
You're stuck in a little divot. You can't move out of it. If you try and push out, you go into this sort of open terrain. Everyone in Milter power can then shoot at you. So you do get kind of stuck. It's very claustrophobic if you do go for the cliffs, but where else can you really go? You don't probably want to be out in these open positions. Ogapop says,
okay, nice one. Gops. Tim Indo, aduh, dia nggak lihat ada satu lagi. Karena nggak semua player bisa face cam real bang. Ada yang buat cuma record atau cuma face pakai HP. Kita nggak mau ribet-ribet juga karena rule-nya itu nggak terlalu stres. Iya. Soal, wih, ini dia bro. Boom, pusing jadi tembak mana? Kok kelihatan gue ini? Aduh, kok gue kelihatan masih aduh. Bingung dia ditembak di mana adik-adik. Ya, soalnya dulu PCR berapa ya? Airdropnya jatuh. Oh enggak. Karena dulu kayak wajib harus facecam nggak sih? Beda. Oh beda ini IO ya. Oh berarti itu bukan rules langsung dari PUBG global harus facecam gitu semua kah bang? Habis mainnya enggak bang? Tidak main Bang Yud. Masih cadangan deh. Waduh. Ada Cicang Gaming. Di map Bang Benas. Aman Bang.
And Epic as well as the
Foxy can absolutely get it done. Down goes Roman kill, ripped apart by someone on high, and Luke 12 down a little bit lower. Not much that they could do. They were kind of pincered in between from the future. A good spray, and it is the defense from Cal tries to come out. This tree is incredibly thin, so maybe he can knock out.
Masih kah?
And Cal shoots his hit or something like that. Then they can go and save Luke. I think Luke's in a safe spot. The rest of Fury are now, they'll deal with him. Luke should be safe enough.
Tes. Aman.
Maybe he can see that, maybe he can't.
Aman kah?
And it's a good recovery from
aman kok YouTube gua, OBS gua aman.
Absolutely disastrous. This is from the future. Extending out as much as they can, really. Jo, well, he's not over on this side yet. They're absolutely aware of it, but they also know that he can't peek. It's one of those moments where it's so ingrained in you that you know high above me to the right, there's a threat, and I could get shot from there, but I just have to rely on the fact that he's not going to shoot me, because if he does, he would be making a mistake. So I'm just going to play as far out as I can and try and get as much space as I can for the team, not really think about the threat.
AOP's woes on Erangel somewhat continue, just the 3 points for them in this particular game. Of course, Fury knocking them out in ninth means that everyone else can get the placement points. Punyet also now knocked down at the hands of the almighty Jo, playing the highest of heights this game. He has been an absolute thorn in the side.
Udah aman, berarti YouTube-nya kayaknya deh, guys. Soalnya OBS sama ini gua aman.
Bandits are just open slather in that open area. Smokes will not be able to
nah
stop
gini
bullets.
baru iya cok, YouTube-nya yang broken. Biasalah. OBS sama YouTube gua nggak ada masalah soalnya nggak muncul apa-apa. Oh iya masih di atas cok. Aduh. Kayaknya kalau tour utama harus sih, tapi kalau ini karena online banyak pertimbangan karena nggak semua player punya net memadai. Biasa kalau tour utama udah tim gede semua. Oh iya. Oke Bang Han, thank you infonya. Ternyata nggak harus ya cam itu.
Whether or not they're actually going to go for the shots is a different story. From the future's also out. Pindados are the ones that have been occupying this main warehouse for quite some time.
Tabrak PE nggak sih? Dia tahu nggak PE knock 1 nih?
Inside main Milter. And it's
udah.
time they get a little bit of pressure from the teams around them. From the future moving in straight into the garage.
No, wih, netnya mantul. Mampus, wih, nggak mati, hoki banget, cok. Netnya padahal meledak di belakang dia tuh.
This hallway is a fantastic choke point for Pintados to defend from, but it's just Carbs here.
Yo Jeyo, kamu kemana Jeyo?
Carbs smoked off now. He throws a smoke in response to further just add.
Itu Jeyo, iya bang, Bang Benos pakai emen dia. Emen Gensong. Itu harusnya 4-4-nya tadi mendarat, cuman dia yang berhasil. Parasut semua yang lain cacat, cuman Jeyo yang berhasil. Gitu Bit. Lu masih buffer nggak kan? Kalau yang nentuin player pakai cheat dari apa sih Bit? Kalau yang nentuin player pakai kalau yang nentuin player pakai cheat suges doang, mampus lu, mati lu Jeyo. Ini suges doang, kayak dia musuhnya belum ada, dia udah nge-prefire gitu. Kan kalau tour ini wajib record in-game-nya dan ada cam reel-nya. Ada admin yang cekin juga tiap voice channel. Oh. Iya. Oke Bang Han, thank you. Berarti mereka live semua ya, berarti ya private ya? Apa record? Yang penting kalau kena suges ada buktinya, itu nggak sih intinya Bang Han? Ya kan?
Speedy trying to get a bit of an angle, maybe in behind Fury, and he can certainly wrap in behind them if they don't clear that cliffside. The phase 7, if this goes to the north side, Fury are going to be in the best power position.
They've controlled it well so far, survived it well really.
Matiin nih Fury, cok. Gimana ya? Bunuh dia sulit. Udah mencar 2-2. Iya ada buktinya. Ada yang stream private, record atau facecam di Discord. Biasanya ada kan kelilingnya. Oh iya. Yang penting mah intinya ada bukti lah kalau kena sages sama orang. Anak suspek kok sages. Nomor bid dukung siapa Bang? ONC Bang. Karena mereka lolos PGC. Kita harus mendukung tim yang mau lolos global Bang. Lagi Indo Bang. Kapan lagi Indo lolos global? Belum pernah tim Indo lolos global Bang. Ini chance-nya. Paham nggak Bit? Lu paham nggak? Pasti nggak paham ya. Siapa Bang? Gua tebak, sabar, gua tebak. Cibirit, Trik, Nando, Cimoy. Biasanya Cibirit nih. Cibirit bukan Mangan. Kalau yang 3 lainnya pede lah gua Bang. Wah kan Cibirit betul gua. Woi, terima kasih 100 ribunya. Ngetek apa? Tes suara.
Speedy trying to keep an eye. Of course, they're aware that Fury have been up on their north side.
Belajar suara dulu. Terima kasih. Belajar notif, Cok. Makasih orang-orang baik. Dan ONC apalagi yang Indo Bit. Ketik aja Bang Indo. Tuh Aduh, sakit. Aduh, Fury dapat ini mah 2 kill, Cok. Ada net, pakai net. Lempar bareng. Sui. Nah, meteor. Buam. Itu Fury top 4, guys. 2 tim Indo. 1 tim Filipina, 1 tim Aussie. Terima kasih tanda seru klaim. Beda. Tapi boleh gift member sih boleh juga ya. Untuk menambah-nambah AdSense sih boleh juga sih gift member. Biar abu-abu ini namanya hijau. Biar nggak dikatai abu. Hap, ya guys. Training dulu, training. Training mana tahu kalian dapat kan. Udah nggak abu bentar lagi. Aduh Nando, serem banget lu ya.
Luke just trying to wrap on the fence line. Get some
Aduh,
information.
trik dibakar.
Goes out. Fury wanted
Kena
to
dong,
make sure
kena
that
dong,
one
kena dong.
call are not
Tunggu
going to get a
keluar.
free push out
Smoke.
of that warehouse.
Smoke.
2 more frag grenades available for Waiki Kamuka. That grows a retreat.
Top
Gotta
2
keep that in
Indo
mind.
please.
He's been able to put it to good use.
PE
This
ini
game,
rata.
it all goes well in hands for Dandu.
Diperangin ONC sama FTF
But I
kan.
think Cal's just trying to make sure
Kena
that
tarik
they
kaki
don't
sama
get
PE
any
abis itu.
closer. Trying to put
Bahaya
as
juga
much
nih
pressure
PE
as he
sendirian nih.
possibly can. Mark 12, Niku's also watching.
Karena
with a
seru
really
klaim
solid
mau
angle.
nonton replay.
Just
Abu
dealing
nggak
with
bisa
these two,
nonton
then you can kind of
replay.
turn your attention over to From the Future. Blues on Nate goes out, but it's also going to miss the mark. Fury not
Streamer
that close.
kapitalis butuh duit.
So,
Oke,
just
kita
reaching
lanjut.
the 29.5,
Balik
and
ke
still
in-game.
From the Future, not really
Parah banget
opting to
Comor.
push out of this
Weh,
building. They'll
pelan-pelan
play for as
Pak
long as
TD,
they possibly
pelurunya
can. Fury all the
300.
external
Siapa yang mau kau
position.
tembak?
Interior though for that warehouse fully controlled by FTF, and if that circle obviously is going to end where it is, they will have to eventually push out of it, and Fury are in the best position to capitalize.
Itu peluru 300 bisa nembakin itu. Oh, ini aman. Edo aman 165 pelurunya. TD cok, wah Pak TD ini. Tuh smoke, ambil smoke. Aduh, dok. Ih, zonanya di PE lagi tengah-tengah cok. Jexy ada main bit, tidak bang. Jexy cadangan. Waduh, trik. Oh no, trik. Iya. Ente Brunando. Nice try, one call. Bagus dapat 4 poin. Kill berapa tadi? Gitulah pokoknya. Ternyata FTF di sini, apakah FTF chicken? Berempat ini. Meninggal kau 4 lawan 4 di sini. Easy lawan Fury doang. Ah, gampil cok. Aduh. Nggak ada ini Fury, nggak ada ini. Skillnya kayak morbid Fury ini cok.
Certainly not ideal for one call or for panic. Daddy with a nade underarm, but what information does he have? I think just wants to clear maybe the backside.
Bingung Teddy, bingung. Net mana ya?
Doesn't use it just yet. Wants to maybe get a little bit more intel. But Fury have got this surrounded. Now, the one downside to this though, Russell, if FTF kind of snowball and push out as a unit, try and clear one side.
Tengah-tengahnya di mana? Aduh, ada di Fury cok tengah-tengahnya. Oh shit man. Here we go again.
Hikerman, he's in that spot, right? They can push out who KDR's side, get the knock onto Hiker, and then it just snowballs from there. You're spot on. But you're hoping the Fury have that lockdown. That nade's going to dissuade them from pushing out that way. And as this blue closes in, it removes options for From the Future. I'm worried that they're just going to be limited to pushing out these front doors, which is going to give Fury way too much time, way too much space. The only thing is the chaos that these smokes create. If FTF are able to use the edges of these smokes to get knocks, then maybe they can make something, but I think they've left it too late. There's no options left for them now. All they have left is to push outside.
Oh, sulit sih ini. Mereka harus keluar cok, dibombardir meninggal lah ini. Di flash. Ente bang, mati zone aja. Mati zone Edo.
Has been the reason why they're going to win this game to start night number 2. Certainly the best that we've seen from Fury, I think.
Nice. Mati zone. Let's go. GG. NT FTF.
They are a team that is certainly going to be threatening. They tried to die to blue. They certainly did. Fury
langsung rank 2 cok. Oh shit man.
Would have liked, but they get second place. And they are right behind Panic Esports after 7 games played. That was the best that we've seen from Fury.
Lagunya nggak kayak kemarin ini. Asik nih lagunya.
They probably won't be too disappointed with second place and a couple of kills getting towards the end, but the way that they obviously played and tried to push out the warehouse, far too defensive. It never really looked like they wanted to.
Indo. Nice try. Masih ada 5 game lagi. Kita lihat apa yang bisa kita tonton ini. Kalau PCR-nya lagi break, nggak ada. Karena kita bukan streamer official. Nonton CS gimana? Nonton CS dulu kita ini. Ya nggak? CS dulu nggak sih?
They look to
Paham kan
equalize.
kalian CS paham bit?
Not gonna be able to find Torji here.
Kita bukan streamer official
Yeah,
soalnya.
he's done well with
Nggak
that.
apa-apa.
Yeah, might be able to tuck in completely unnoted, but that, yeah, as you mentioned, all five
Ini
staying
online,
alive.
iya,
It couldn't
online.
have gone easier.
Lah,
Shot towards the top
online,
side,
Bang.
they waltz in, well-placed utility, removing a bunch of the key positions.
Kena sorakin, Cok.
to shoot
Saving
efficient
doang, kena
barrels, so
sorakin,
FaZe
Bang.
Level the playing field, 3-3. And by doing so, will break now.
Like-nya
So
mana, bro?
will
Iya,
just be
Cok.
this
Like dulu lah.
save from Torji carried through.
Bit, ONC nggak bawa cadangan. Bawa, Bang. JXZ, Bang. Wah. Legend itu, Bang. JXZ, Bang.
Residual cash for FaZe as well, so they have more than enough for a buy if they do lose the follow-up.
Please, Faze. Gua nge-pick lu, Faze. Jangan kalah, Cok.
But here they come, just brute force out the door. Twists. Up and over, Shui out, and yeah, absolutely no.
Jadi
hope
caster,
for
Bang.
the
Nggak dulu.
house.
Capek. Jadi caster.
Last time they were in this hole, they
Rick
had
biasanya
another
berapa ya?
life ball.
5 menit ya?
Just
5
Torji with
menit
the
ya?
save now, so would be a real fumble from FaZe.
Nih,
if
broki
they
gua.
let this
Brody.
one Go and down goes Torji first.
Gua
They're
pick
very
siapa ya?
stubborn about this
Brody.
door aggression, and Robs
Brody
continues
terus
to
Karigan
get the better of them.
sama tim Mouse-nya ini gua pick
Seeing a little stack
Sertion.
here. Let's see what they can find. Doesn't look like an
Oke,
awful lot.
bisa. Let's go.
Susceptible. But also
Aduh,
very diligent.
Brody
cautious
gua
of
lagi
any
buah,
aggression
Cok.
that may have manifested, and while he's worried about a yard push, his teammates have already completely infiltrated that
Lu
lower
ngerti, Bit?
side.
Ngerti lah, nembak-nembak
Bombs
dong mah
about to be
ngerti gua.
planted, full control taken.
Mati-matinya. Yang gak gua ngerti di game ini cuman ini. Apa util? Lempar utilnya yang
Nothing to be
paling gak
gained in a
paham
hunt,
gua.
right?
Just stats.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Little bit of money, but yeah, as mentioned, if they can keep all five alive again, you don't have anything. Well, Nexus is
Kok
now
save lagi,
rifle-
Cok?
Oh, that's a goosh.
Kok save lagi ya? Emang CS kalau
See Rain
nge-save
being quite
ada
restrained here,
duit
not
anjing.
overstepping the mark.
Jing,
have
tuh
a-
lihat larinya kencang banget.
Reason to go any further, and you can see backing off. Support network
Gak ngerti
available.
line
not
up.
giving
Nah,
anything
itu satu.
over. As you
Itu
mentioned,
lebih nggak
what's the
ngerti
point?
kalau itu.
FaZe have come to that same conclusion, and they lost it. They lost it to the bomb.
But yeah, the crowd's vendetta against saves is
Susah
making me
jadi
laugh.
admin
I'm
game
glad
ini
it's
anjir.
not just us.
Pakai konsol
No,
macam
You know,
jadi
there's a
programmer.
room full of people who
Apa,
feel that
CS, Bang?
sentiment.
Yeah, we need to start just
CS sulit ya?
trying to will these players into going for the clutch.
Ya Allah, kok masih kena ya?
Oh, Exertion got it back.
Ketawa, Cok, dia.
Frozen.
They're at the back of
I
warehouse.
think
Kok
we know
masih
how that
kena?
feels.
It's because they thought he was JKS.
Yeah, I think so.
Suuuuh.
Be nice to game a Legion.
Yeah,
Bit of Monty in the mix, some Young, bro.
yeah,
Kita
be
lihat
cool.
sabar. Guys, kabarin kalau PUBG udah mulai. Semenit. Bisa ini 2 ronde CS semenit.
Who's upset them now? I didn't quite
I
get
can't
that.
catch it. I'm trying.
Itu badannya ada
He
di
is a
coret-coret
father,
tai.
Rain. He is.
Dedi Rain.
There's a lot of love in this arena for one
mulai
side
belum?
of the stage.
Oh,
Baru kita buka.
The duo Shui's.
Huh.
I mean, how many times
Sama. Gue juga. Camp
do you
CS
get
nggak apa-apa,
that in
bodo
your
amat.
lifetime?
Udah
For
settingan
Carrigan,
PUBG banget.
More than most.
That's true. And he's won here before as well. Just in a bit of a technical timeout.
Damn.
Ya seru banget ya CS ya penontonnya ya.
Like a Spartan
Ai.
horde.
PUBG besok gimana di Thailand nih? Serami ini nggak ya? PUBG di Thailand yang nonton offline.
If it is a technical, we'll remind you the players.
Khususnya
unable
seseru
to
ini,
communicate,
rame
so
mungkin
this is
pasti
where they have
rame.
to try and
Thailand
keep
gede
that
komunitas
exact
PUBG-nya.
Vibration level.
Seru begini ya?
It's a skill set of its own.
Ya,
The mind game
take
coming, just give
pause,
yourself
Cok.
calm. Taking a deep breath.
Lihat
A lot
guys
of
nih,
players like to
bawa
put the chair back and
catatan.
meditate.
Lihat,
In through the nose, out through the mouth.
bawa catatan.
Fortunately, we have 10,000 people with the technical entertainment. I mean, seriously, harmonizing as well.
Beda one call, beda satu poin doang, aman. Beda berapa guys? 7, 9, beda 9 poin. FTF 22. Masih dekat lah, aman. Ini buang aja, ini 2 ini buang aja. Tinggal nggak dianggap, nggak usah dianggap itu. Dianggap nanti kayak kemarin nanti bahaya. Bisa lah ini one call rank 1, Cok. Belum, masih caster ngomong-ngomong. Rida ikut bang. Ini bang, dia bang.
Yeah, probably.
Shui yet to get on the board, 0 and 5 in that
Tuh,
regard.
Delta Mix, KDR, TXD, Maan.
Character development. He has always been seen as someone that is risk averse, and yet taking opening engagements quite frequently so far in this semi-final.
Smoke, bakar pintu.
Smokes have landed. Waterfall over the top of main.
Apa namanya, pilar dulu, baru semong pintu.
99 for Frozen there.
Okay.
You can see this new dynamic. Rain actually using this to sneak behind. Frozen unnoted for now, but they're popping out into towards the
It's Robs this time humbled. Solid start for Mouse, but look at that. Right straight into the site is Twists. Gets the trade necessary. Good nade. Right on top of him. Look at the damage. Leaves Twists with just 26, but he can still hit headies. Setting up for this retake, a 3-on-3. Do you give it a go? You certainly will.
Mati dong, bam!
Gone flash.
Seru banget tuh anjing, viewer CS anjing. Langsung rame.
Oh, that is beautiful.
PUBG udah mulai belum bang? Ntar gua lihat tim pick gua dulu nih. Gua pick Broky, Karigan sama Nexius. Kill berapa mereka? Tuh dibom 2 kali sih mati bang ya anak orang. Karigan gua kill kill 1 dan Brody. Cok, kemarin kalian jago loh. Nexius gua, digendong Nexius ngapa-ngapa aman. Ada Nexius gua, aman. Belum mulai. Mana PUBG-nya lagi masih break bang. Baru chicken. Fury yang chicken mas Pete.
Rain and Carragher attached to the hip.
Mampus lu di TO sama Kopet lunjing. Discord lah mas Pet, Cok. Counter Strike di sini weapon sama utility mahal jir. Kalau kalah save mesti sampai 2 kali. Iya, bener. Harus save 2 kali. Nggak peduli gua, lu nge-kill mau mati lu. Broky! Let's go, Brody. Brody gua nge-kill akhirnya.
Frozen
Aduh,
just seen him. Perfect from Frozen. Controls his spray.
Gua mati.
Keep Mouse in the lead of this round.
Let's go.
What's up, Ko?
On the door side.
Live-in dong.
Torchi goes looking for the incendiary.
Iya,
finds
sorry
it.
Ko.
Gimana nih kalau nggak di live-in nontonnya?
Iya, Ruli gimana sih Rul?
Both of the yard players, you can see the defense. They have left.
Nonton CS dulu kita, bro.
Unguarded.
Baru turun pesawat.
This is already
1 match. Half run gak sih? Ah,
Util basically non-existent here for FaZe to finish, so it's going to be about the trade.
Moderator siapa aja ya?
Support for Nexius now as well. Torchi's here.
He's looking for answers.
Yeah, they need
DC
info.
mah DC gua kok.
And he'll give it to them. More than an answer. Just 1.5.
Torchi's turn.
Timing of this is imperative for
Bro,
Torchi.
di gua
When
mati, Cok.
you swing that door open to disrupt the plan, he's timed it well. Here's the sound.
Emang gak
Doesn't
boleh
go
ditonton nih
immediately.
CS nih.
Covered by Rock. Bomb now down. These two sharp shooters.
Crosshair
Written out
CS,
of this one.
anak-anak CS begini semua ya.
Torchi on the jiggle. Wants to wait in unison. Good adjustment.
What?
Stunning pair of frags.
Apa
And it
itu,
falls now
anjing?
to Robs for the close as the door
Ya
is
ditutup
closed.
pintunya.
Quick on that one. Torchi asleep at the wheel. Doesn't react.
Cok,
Swings that one open.
gila. Twist, Cok. PUBG. Dah. Nanti CS lagi ya, bro.
happening early on.
Nah gini dong
Circle
PUBG.
has popped up to the
Nah,
second
ini
will
dia.
be
Be water, my friend.
The Aussie Pond, Saverni's still in as well.
Bang manajer, gimana itu player lu berak bang? Astaga.
Pretty tough game to come, and obviously
Tahu lah ada admin bro di sini
a
bro.
lot of things can
Ada admin di live gua lah. Gua orang dalam ya sebenarnya. Bang sekarang emot ini udah terkenal bahkan dipakai di orang luar. Emot apa? Tangan apa sih itu? Sungkem.
Aduh bit patah-patah bit.
Ya kah?
Iya.
Iya,
Nonton aja minta linknya dah.
Di Twitch langsung aja, langsung pasti muncul di beranda Twitch.
It's that gigantic 50-50 that they have to consider. And
Berapa?
Samain detik aja. 2 3 1 3 2 3 3 3 4 3 5.
Gua 37 38
40. Pas.
Udah lebih cepat sedetik semua lah.
Aman. Ih, nggak ada lawan bro, mereka di school bro. Ya, cabut kah mereka?
Pada cabut bro.
Emangnya tadi dilawan terus ada orangnya?
Emang gak ada orang sebenarnya Fit.
Sebenarnya mereka ada, jadi di Discord tuh kayak ada mereka turun sini tim-tim. Nah, ada tim lawan orang Filipin turun situ. Tapi nggak turun situ. Kabur mereka. Sempat baca-bacaan tuh. Sempat baca-bacaan anak one call sama mereka.
Sama siapa?
Nando lah. Ya kan? Sama siapa sih yang turun situ di school?
APH.
Iya.
Enggak,
Apa ya kan udah ngalor. Iya, maksud gue yang kemarin tuh sempat bacot-bacotan kan. Wajib kill 22 chicken sih seru. Anjing kill 22
Mereka
kemarin
pas sebelum main ngechat Birit.
Ah iya itu tuh.
Kalian nggak turun school kah? Kata mereka. Birit bilang, iya kita perang. Dia nggak turun school.
Halo Kopet yang udah saya email tapi nggak dibalas, parah banget memang. Memang astagfirullah Mas Pet.
Siapa yang udah email gua?
Emang streamer idaman susah Bang Han. Itu admin PUBG, admin EO PUBG. Wah,
Nggak ada.
Wah, nggak ada Bang, lu parah banget ya Bang Han ya. Lu parah Bang Han, salah email lu. Wah, Kopet mana lu?
Nggak ada, lu gua injak lu bit. Anjing lu.
Ya itu Bang Han yang bilang, Cok. Aduh, meter gua mati Bang, barbar Bang.
Nah, udah bukan Mas Gilang.
Mas Gilang admin PUBG Indo, ini admin IO.
Oh, bener kan itu. Sumpah nggak ada.
Itu TF yang bertiga. Iya kayaknya deh. Ih, tanya aja Bang Han, Bang Fajar. Jangan tanya gua. Pas tuh ada IO-nya. Batu, ruli Mas Pet, ruli ya. Aduh, monitor gua mati lagi.
Ruli mau ngomong yang benar nggak lu, jangan pakai bahasa binatang Ruli.
Iya cuman 3 nggak bisa masuk, jadi ditinggal, mampus, tinggal aja Bang. Ini juga bertiga nih mati 1. Ini dia yang kita bilang. Ini mungkin DP kali 4 bro. Apa dia? Aduh.
Apakah teman kita perang?
Aduh. No Cimoy. Wih, untung nggak mati.
Kok nggak dibom? Nice trick.
Mati kau.
Mati lu.
Meninggal kau.
Kena N.
Curang cor aja duluan. Pos. Belum kenok di gua, udah kenok di dia.
Mati lu diras. Jutaan orang.
Nice Birit.
Ya.
Aduh Cimoy. Jangan ke N please. Jangan ke N.
N deh, itu kayak udah voting.
Tidak.
Enggak. Mati kau. Mati tinggal 1 lu. Z lu PE lu kocak lu. Sabar, repair dulu, santai Bang, santai. Ada trik yang jagain, aman. Nice, N pala dia. Wow, ini dia.
Super Nair.
Ini dia. Super Nair.
That's a very ambitious nade from
Udah di email ke Fernandes Petra tapi pakai biasa sih, bukan pakai kantor. Kayaknya nggak kebaca di spam baru tuh masuknya Mas Pet tuh kayaknya. Wah,
Ada 1809-nya nggak?
itu Bang.
Nih, ya gua nggak bohong nih. Ada nih, Mang. Penawaran pembelian channel YouTube. Channel gua mau dibeli anjing sama orang. Sumpah.
Beda bang.
Bukan.
Ini restream ya Bang ya, beda, bukan pembelian channel Bang. Itu kayak gua beli.
Iya, habis
100.000.
itu diganti. Namanya pet gacor. Gue yang kena penjara ya kan.
I mean, it's a lobby that isn't familiar with themselves up until yesterday, so they'll still be
Biasanya
ironing
begitu tuh.
out some of those rotation paths, which ones
Bari salah Bang Han, emailnya Bang Han.
our other teams gonna be gunning for. Haven't
Salahnya.
fully figured it out yet. We end up with stuff like this, and I guess, yeah, I mean, I guess a circle like this can go two ways. You either fight for the priority
Wih,
position.
perang lagi bro, seru banget ini.
Langsung aja nih.
Diem reject.
Gua kasih nomornya Morbid kok nggak? Biar
Jing
Morbid
lu.
share nomor gua.
Gua dong yang bocor nih nomor gue. Gua bales tinggal. Kayaknya gua dapet database salah deh, ya udah dah. Salah kayaknya Bang.
Iya.
I guess they recognized that it was just one, and from
Masa
there, it was
main
pretty easy
PUBG
decision
7
to make.
partnernya dicabut Bang, parah banget.
I was not expecting of all teams
Bentar,
as
ambil
well.
minum dulu.
Titan Foxy to be the one to
Kan gua Bang, nggak ikut-ikut Bang
be
kali
the
itu Bang.
nuisance. Exo down to
Parah
the
sih
duo.
Mas Pet, orang Indo jual-jual akunya dicabut kan.
Just again sees them kind of fall behind the others. 32
Tapi
points
emang
away
untung
from
sih,
first
gimana nggak
place,
jual ya.
and a lot of their direct rivals in AAP and Fury of
Dijual
course,
nomor mid streamer terkenal.
just above them now. And for Exo, it's quite simple. They're the one that has it really the simplest, Russell. They finish first, they go to PGC.
Maaf
There's no
nanya
other
Indo,
ramifications.
ketik aja Indo Bang.
Doesn't matter who's second, third, whatever. So that's their target. That's their main.
Ngomong-ngomong soal hati-hati donat media share, tim gacor pakai audio bukan teks lagi. Oh, aman. Udah gua ini, udah gua filter kata-kata itu.
Apa tuh?
Kata Bang Meng, ngomong-ngomong soal gacor, hati-hati donet bukan media share lagi, pakai audio. Hati-hati donet media share, tim gacor pakai audio. Ah itu, berarti media
Itu loh
share.
kan Sosiabas kan ada beat.
Iya, pakai filter.
Enggak, maksudnya Sosiabas kan ada ini, ada voice, ya kan?
Oh iya, udah gua filter kata-kata itu. Tapi nggak tahu ya kalau voice. Tapi nggak mungkin juga deh masuk gua. Si mau dia penonton 30. Anjing katanya 30. Mana ada yang mau masuk web gua katanya. Dimaki iya sama 30 orang.
Halo, mati Jeff. Ayolah.
Gak mati, cok, lo banget. Dia ngincer yang best playernya. Waduh.
Mana nih?
Wah,
aman.
Zonanya, cok.
Tapi rumahnya keambil dari gara-gara tadi di push PE.
Tapi serem juga WNC.
Serem bro. Di gacor mereka. Lah, trik dituduh tit.
Masalahnya di sebelahnya itu semuanya malaikat pejabat yang semua tadi.
Trik dituduh cheat Mas Fer. Enggak tahu.
Sama siapa?
Bang Han bilang, Bang Han. Okto live nobar enggak tahu Mbak Alicia. Nyusul dia. Dia kondangan dulu.
Ada kondangan dia enggak live. Kayaknya malamnya doang dah.
Tapi enggak tahu ya. Soalnya dia bilang nyusul kemarin. Enggak tahu nyusulnya mungkin D3, Bang. Jaga-jaga mid, gue dapet info dari Ali Pikri kayaknya yang kena OP atau Al. Oh, oke. Terima kasih Bang Meng.
Dapat kill 2.
Dapat kill. Itu kenok masih ya.
Wah, VIP 88 cuy yang kena.
Topet live nobar gak?
Lagi makan. Berapa match lagi sih?
4. Si panjang bisa lah 2 jam Mas Pet. 3 jam lah 3 jam.
Di push weh sama trik. Ini dia.
Anjing lu. Di cover dari jauh sih. Mampus kabur lu kabur.
Nah, ini biasanya nih kalau yang
Matiin spray. Oke, 1 hit, 2 hit.
Weh, lah.
Nice.
mati.
Satu lagi. Dok, drive bind do. Dok, ganti DMR, Dok. Gua percaya DMR lu 1 hit, pop. Ih, 1 hit lagi.
Fury ini gue nih Bit. Tadi pas mau masuk mobil. Pas lagi udah dengan sorgan, Bit ayo Bit. Makanya nabrak mobil, Cok.
Iya.
Udah panik.
Rumah tenaksnya ditinggalin.
Iya kah?
Iya, gue lihat sambil buka map strip. Rumah tenas ditinggalin, rumah garasi ditinggalin.
Udah enak sih harusnya one call dapat.
Masalahnya tahu apa tidak kan mereka tadi fokusnya sama VIP tadi.
Iya, perang jembatan masalahnya enggak tahu.
Ada masih pakai UMP.
Ya, nggak ada kena Jeyo.
Kena nih shotgun. Ninja.
Dia lagi buta nggak sih Bit tadi pas shotgun kayak tangannya nggak naik.
Enggak buta.
Cuma budak doang deh.
Asal nembak dong itu dia.
Mas, kalau ada saran soal streamnya bisa kasih tahu ya biar dibagusin buat day-nya, day 3-nya. Kalau gua sih ini tulisan let's play ini mendingan taruh di atas sini, atas tulisan PS 2 kalau menurut gua. Jangan nutupin minimap, Bang. Apalagi ada saran nggak Mas Pet? Gambar sih kayaknya.
Udah lah ya kayak PUBG.
Iya, tapi ini tulisan let's play dong sih kalau gua. Minimapnya ketutup.
Biasanya sih di atas tulisan PS2 kalau misalnya sponsor apa-apa.
Di
atas
sini nih
minimap.
Sama terlalu gelap nggak sih? Kalau terlalu gelap kayaknya ini dah settingan in-game observernya. Kayaknya nggak gelap. Bang, lu dukung tim mana? Dukung one call bro untuk PGC.
Siap. Yang ngomong gelap siapa Bit? Ruli.
Bukan John Holeng.
Kok dapet FTF.
Okta lagi live TikTok main babaji, lagi ngulik gift to action di babaji. Oh iya. Jadi itu beneran apa tuh? Apa? Beneran apa?
Bukitnya guys.
Error ini naik bot gua. Itu beneran apa ya Bang? Saran sih buat Morbid jadi partner. Beda admin Bang. Ini admin event organizer, bukan admin PUBG Indo. Wih, pantatnya kena tembak. Iya, biasanya kontak-kontak kan kasih tahu nggak sih Bang? Butuh G-coin tuh gacha. Clear.
Gua nggak butuh G-coinnya tapi gua butuh powernya doang sih.
Untuk report.
Untuk report orang.
Itu kesenangan Mas Ted guys, salah satu. report anak orang.
Iya nih. 7 tahun Bit dicabut partnernya anjing.
Salahin player Indo Mas Pet, udah punya partner dijual-jual caranya parah banget emang cok.
Hah? Serius?
Emang harganya menggiurkan sih bro.
Capek banget.
Mantap bro harganya memang.
Ya kayak Cardu lah yang punya jaket kan ditawar juga tuh Bang. Ah kayak gitulah contohnya.
Gua nggak mau.
Itu
kalau sama partner yang sekarang.
Ari udah nggak cari naga kah? Enggak Bang, lagi fokus ya fokus. Ini Ari dibilangin langsung diganti sama Bang Han. Jadi bisa nih mini turnamen. Bisa Bang. Ini tergantung babangsat itu ya. Sama Okto. Gue nggak tahu kapan ya. Tergantung Okto kali itu.
Aljin bot di atas.
Oh iya Jumat depan ya jadinya ya Jumat depan. Mas Pet Jumat depan turnamen.
Ditembak semua umat, ditembak semua
Anjing.
umat.
Meninggal, Cok. Mending matiin tuh orang, matiin gak usah kasih main.
Damage-nya sih udah warna-warni ya, yang satu siapa, satu hitnya.
Lu kalau ngeliat di map strip,
Duh, lihat ini sama. Lihat, anjing ini 1 2 3 4 tim nembakin dia nggak mati, Cok.
Zonanya rusak.
Berapa bit harganya? Gua nggak tahu bang kalau harganya bang. Gua nggak paham kalau harga. Jadi tuh SSC bit. Jadi Jumat. Kalau kata Okto Jumat bang. Seminggu lagi tuh.
Ntar gua WhatsApp Mas Gilang. Mas partner gue cabut ya?
Iya, parah banget ya. Udah main lama, cabut bang. Astagfirullah bang.
Enggak. Gua nggak butuh G-coin, gue butuh powernya doang.
Itu cukup whitelist kok Mas Pet. Nah, kalau itu gua juga butuh Mas Pet. Cukup whitelist doang. Yang untuk power report, whitelist sudah bisa dapat.
Ditabrak Bidit.
Ya Allah, mampus lo EXO, nggak apa-apa. Tapi
Dia satu
apa yang
enak
dapat?
banget ngepron ya kan.
Ya apa ya bro yang dapat bro?
They'll be happy with that, running over one of their main competitors as well. Fury though, staring at AAP right now, knowing that they're a threat.
Bit berapa tim Indonesia yang main kini tuh? Cari aja ketik aja Indo. Ah, itulah muncul lah.
Mati di PNC.
So they need somewhere they can defend without cars, and in a zone like this, I just don't know what's available like that.
Temen kita bro rotasi ke tengah-tengah semua umat.
Obviously they kind of had to send this. They were far western side, basically in blue. When the emergency parachute pickup has kind of picked them up.
Cimoy.
Your guess would be as good as mine as to where they go.
Nando,
I
Cok.
think they can land Skyguard, and I think Fury will just shoot them out of the sky if they do go.
Nice. Nice, dapat satu birit. Ya. Trade satu lagi, Bang. Last satu lagi dong.
Dapat.
Aduh. Mati kau.
Nando yang
Nando.
Enak
semuanya di mana, Cok?
Nah ini nih yang mesti mati nih. Cerot.
Mati kau. Nok dua.
Lagi di spam lagi.
Tembusin lagi spam. Aduh,
itu mobil.
Tele, bro. Oh shit, man, tapi udah 7 kill sih. Lumayan tabungan.
Tapi enak dari kiri, bantuin dong, woi tenang.
Gak mau keluar,
mati. Dong.
Reja yang nge-lag ya? Reja nge-lag Mas Pet ya?
Iya, Cok.
Upload lu lagi down.
Enggak. Putus kayaknya gua ngomong.
Enggak, ini lebih ke jaringan. Suaranya soalnya robot.
Pondok lagi PNC. Ini
Masalahnya nonton kan.
Upload lu down ini.
Oh, ini lebih kematian bit.
Hewan poin tertinggi siapa bit? PNC bang. Aha dari mana Indo? ASHENG home.
Wah udah nggak selamat itu bit. Udah nggak ada first set ngepron.
Ini aduh.
Birit mati ya? Oh iya Birit mati.
Ini Indo lagi perang semua nih cok. Eksa aman Eksa. Oke aman Eksa.
Trying to get involved and do as much as they can. Now that they've knocked, I mean, they know AAP is here, so.
Gila ini Fury main berempat gini.
They kind of have to once they flip their back, which they've already done. The only
iya TF-nya tinggal satu ya aman ya. Dia nggak tahu ada TF nih. Ada Rian cok.
Lagi giveaway.
Tapi keren banget anjing sumpah. Pengen gua semuanya itu tiga-tiganya.
Ya Allah.
Ayolah bunuh paniknya. Yo.
Ya iyalah.
Ah ini tenang. Raja mekanik bro, Sans tenang bro. Sans ini bro. Aman nih. Ya, never mind.
Ya mati Sans ya. Ya. Mati kagak dapat kill ya, Cok.
Kebanyakan main ML, Cok. Suspeknya mati. Sisa satu. Dua lagi ya. Mati satu lagi. Aduh. Nice.
Nice, Pak. OEC nyusul nih bentar lagi nih.
Jangan. Ini FTF, Ari. Ya, buffering ah. Mas Pet, live gua buffering, Mas Pet. Ah, ini mah YouTube-nya, Cok, aneh ini. Buffering enggak?
Enggak.
Oh, YouTube. Refresh, guys. Refresh.
Wah, kentang coy internetnya.
Oh iya, Ruli.
Edo, dari kemarin gue liatin lagi pakai SKS mulu dah.
Dapatnya itu mungkin.
Hah,
Dia barrel kan?
Dia dari kemarin main Dragonov sih. Demen banget tuh Dragonov.
Wah, ditarik nih. Luke ditarik nih kakinya.
Oh, Inci sisa 2 masih aman.
Doing classic cow things, getting extended as much as he can, getting information, trying to find some sort of off angle, but it's too risky right now. Flow is way too wide.
Covernya yang penting tusun.
Zonanya harusnya narik lagi sih.
They're the ones they have to deal with before AAP. So right now AAP are given a golden ticket to survive.
Aduh, Indo lawan Indo nih perang. Mampus. Mati. Orang Malay. Tim Malay mati.
Aris sih udah gak ada boostingan sama sekali.
Knock 1. Waduh, panas. Pantatnya panas. Rules nggak pakai baju boleh ya? Sekarang ya?
Nggak ada rules baju, nggak ada rules.
Udah nggak ada rules lagi. Hanya dulu nggak boleh tuh lepas.
Nggak ada rules skin, nggak ada rules apa-apa. Penting main.
Nice, Ari. Rata 4 poin kill, lumayan. Panas. Kepanggang. Iya, mati dah. Tumben nih TD sekarang yang ngover nih. Kan dia. Ganti-gantian kali.
Ini si Rian selamat, Cok.
Enggak ketahuan kan.
Dipus.
Enggak, kita senang AP Tusun tapi Fury yang dapat kill itu masalahnya.
Selagi kita masih di atas Fury nggak apa-apa.
Rian, bunuh Rian, sumpah Rian. Ayolah Rian.
Lu pasti punya bom kan Rian? Nah, oke Rian. Gua tahu lu punya bom.
Kata Rian lumayan dapat mobil 1.
Ayo FTF bunuh Fury.
Lagi ada pertengkaran antara viewer saya sama OC di Twitch. Udah biasa itu Bang Han. Di PUBG sering terjadi.
Gak bakal dilihat. Udah gak aneh.
And that can be a difference maker in a fight with FTF. Man, prone. Smokes go out. Who KDR watching, of course, irrelevant. A little bit more towards the southwestern side of From the Future. So they've got a decision to make, Russell. Because they've spotted irrelevant. And they know Fury's on the other side of this ridge. KDR gets the knock onto Flex. So that's a fight that started with irrelevant. They have to make a decision here as to what they want to do. I think for now you kind of just have to play
last bullet, Cok. Wih, ada haba, bro. Assalamualaikum. Waalaikumsalam, Bang Twisty. Apa kabar, Pak?
Ya, baik ya. Ja, lu sombong sama lu, Ja.
Oh iya, Mas. Jadi
Tiba-tiba sombong.
FTF pulang, Dit.
Gimana tiba-tiba gue sombong coba?
Udahlah.
Tapi 11 kill Mas Pet, nggak apa-apa.
Aduh, gimana nih Mas Pet nih ah?
Apalagi?
Oh iya, sorry.
Si Twisty.
Matiin trik. Drive by Cimoy. Waduh, balik mobil dia.
Dadah, assalamualaikum.
Aduh, Cimoy over, Cimoy. Mati, nice, bisa di revive. Mati nih Fury. Nice.
Matikan dia.
Satu lagi di situ Nikos.
Habisin. Ya ilah, lurus habisin. Iya.
Waduh. Aduh, di cover, Cok. Aduh, hidup semua dong.
Fury in first place, and as it
stands,
they would be off to PGC. So
yang bener aja, weh.
Top spot for Piggies.
Kok kesono bomnya?
3 Piggies at the moment though, and maybe just a respite of Fury behind that rock spray with the 8K.
Kasihan
Bisa
SPEC
juga
harus
dia.
main 3 net, satu orang mati lampu. Shit. TD mati lampu, udah pasti TD coba mati lampu. Atau dia tokennya tuh aneh, kayak turun terus gitu dayanya.
Fury though is certainly capable of dealing with pretty much everyone remaining.
Kurang berarti
Especially since they've been
dayanya.
able to get
Katanya
all
udah
their
pas.
players back up.
Ah,
Everyone's
udah.
healing.
Kemarin
Ah,
dia bilang.
pas-pasan justru juga nggak boleh. Mesti lebih.
Harus lebih, Bit.
Harus
Enggak,
lebih.
soalnya dia punya listrik dia untuk diri sendiri, Mas Pet. Di rumah tuh 2 token dia untuk dia sendiri. Katanya begitu dia bilang kemarin. Aduh.
Ya dibantuin Fury-nya sama kita.
Iya.
Tapi dapat kill lah.
Masalahnya Fury bisa chicken. Lihat ya. Yang satu.
Ini ada yang satu.
Rank 2 WNC ini harus dapat kill 1.
But I think Fury's position is still a bit dodgy. You were saying it. I don't know.
Trick,
even though they have 4 up right now, it's
fine now.
It's still not the easiest to get out of it. I don't think. I feel like they push over to the right. One call's going to be able to see them for the most part. At least Trick will be able to.
Wah, diputerin lagi.
This left-hand side, and had they pushed up with the Fury at the same time,
Fury dapat setengah zona lagi.
they would have had to fight two
Gini
different
mah Fury,
fights, two
Cok.
different fronts, really well separated from each other. So they would have had to overcommit to at least one of them, but that's not the case anymore. With one call,
Nice Moy.
getting a kill onto 4 piggies, that's alleviated.
Nggak bisa ke instan masalahnya.
Though from Samoy, apparently out of nowhere.
Tapi bikin getar dikit.
High command is behind it, gets the knock.
Temennya nge-coverin tuh jauh tuh.
I don't think Hike is going to be resible here. And
Trick punya bom kayaknya nih.
Luke 12 for Nikos. What do? Do you overcommit? Do you come and deal with one call? Do you then allow 4 piggies to backfill in, take the north side, push in behind you? So you can clearly see they're thinking here, they're communicating what they want to do. Cow plays
Knock 1, nice Gops. Luluknya knock. Oke, Trick sabar. Jangan over PD, chill.
Bisa dibokong.
Aduh, dibokong 4 piggies, Cok.
Oh, Tricknya balik lagi kah?
2 fights on 2 fronts.
Oh my god, one caller going so aggressive. They don't care about 4 piggies. Just like 4 piggies didn't care about them. Same story here. 5 kills to Trick.
Oh, Flowy. Look at Flowy on the
Aduh,
south side.
mati nih Cimoy.
Wah.
4 piggies though. They've done what one call did, but
Enggak, belum kelihatan.
south. This is so good for Fury again that these guys.
Ini pasti banyak yang ngomong timing. Oh.
Backfill on each other, and Flowy's been able to get behind the spray though with the org. The 3
Untung kentang si Flowy.
fully connect, and now one called no. The Flowy is in behind them.
They should have teamed up, really. It should have been one call approaching from where they are, and then 4 piggies going on that northern
Gis
side.
lebih ya, Mas Depri lebih ya, Mas Depri. Lah, aimbot lah kan gua cadangan.
Goblok gua nonton makan bakso tahu gue lupa gua habisin.
Cimoy, iya betul, Cimoy victim. Iya, Bro.
What might be a free second place here, and
Apa dia jadi mati lagi?
a much better chance at the win. So I feel like they definitely should have combined to take Fury out, but instead it's gone this way, and
Untungnya Fury nggak punya itu.
Samoy up
Oh,
close.
ada ternyata.
Nggak ada semua.
Moving closer. Flowy again.
Nice, makasih Fury.
Trying to put that org to good use, but here come Fury, and now they can commit as 4. They push on to this position. They hear the shots, and I think they've finally been able to understand that a player
Mau
with
di-push
4
kah?
piggies has pushed in
Mau
behind these
push,
2
bro.
players of one call.
Aduh,
So they probably think though
Mobil Trick.
that all players
Berkah.
are basically on the side of
Aduh,
the
ente.
bug. Ops still has to be taken into account.
Anti one call. Kena lagi molinya.
Mobilnya Trick berkah banget tuh buat Fury.
Iya, dia.
Okay, Gops is trying to get back to his teammate. Maybe spots one here in the cow, but he falls back behind the ridge. It's a 2 versus 4. Fury are about to go for back-to-back Chickadillas.
Ayo, clutch. 4 piggies. Dolan 4 bisa
3
lah.
out of 4 Erangel games played. They've won 3 out of 4 Erangels played.
unreal. Up to first as well.
Ari mati lampu kayaknya.
Even if they come second here.
Ari nggak main deh.
Devastating second
Oh, Ari ya?
place for this
Oh,
would
Ari
be-
berarti. Ari iya, dari soalnya siang katanya mati lampu
They
mulu.
were a problem for them.
Ari nggak main.
5
Bisa
minutes
jadi
ago.
Apis
Apis
yang main.
berarti
And
men.
now they're the only problem Fury have left to deal with. Cow, I thought Cow was guaranteed to go down. He was blind pushing up with the hip fire spray. Looked certain that Flowy would get him, but he never did. And I feel like that could have been a big opening for 4 piggies. This ridge could be what secures it. This is one of the.
yang
If
kali
you're
dua
a player
ini
in a
dia.
late game, you look for a joker, like an ace like this. You look for something like this that gives you
Iya, Mak
an
ngambil
advantage when you're
pelor
taking
sempet-sempetnya.
multiple fights, because you're guaranteed you're going to have to take multiple fights. It's not
Hal
a
yang tidak
1v1,
penting.
it's not a 1v2, it's going to be a 1v4 with the help of Flowy in the background here. So a ridge like that is absolutely
Nice.
necessary.
Satu
Okay,
dapat.
Gops opens it up.
Aduh, jangan mati.
Wah.
Ente.
So the 1-for-1 trade. I mean, because Fury have the numbers, that will always benefit them the most. Okay, Gulps now as the solo.
Anjing itu udah kena berapa kali, Cok?
Dapat tuh.
Langsung dari suara, Cok, tembak balik. Back to back, langsung rank 1. Anak setan. Siapa Chicken? Back to back, bro. Cek saja CS dulu. Aduh. Siapa menang map 1? Ini sih skornya. Mana sih lihat skornya, guys? Ini ya. Azir. Azir 13-4, Cok. Nexus gue skill 9. Broki. Parigan gue kill 7, Cok. Shit.
Welcome to the update 26.1, where you'll experience a rejuvenated
Bang, di PUBG PC Indo pernah juara sesea nggak sih? Sesea. Belum ada kayaknya deh. Belum. Pernah nggak sih ya? Belum ya? Satu sea ya? Thailand Vietnam itu juara 1. Zaman Rian juara 2. Itu dunia malah. Pernah. Oh iya Predator ya E365. Oh iya benar. 43 di mana? Kirim gambar map
prestasinya.
Oh ini.
Iya, Cok.
Lupa, Bang.
Jesse Cup Kapun Cup.
Predator emang masuk. Ada Vietnam Thailand ya? Coba kita lihat.
Mandilah.
Oke, bro.
Birit mati lampu kah?
Liquidpedia gue ini bodoh, Cok. Oh iya, ada nih, ada Cerberus, ada Team No One. Berapa hari? 3 hari, Bang. E365 kan web gambler yang bikin tim e-sport ya. Maksudnya Bang kan web gambler yang bikin tim. E365 yang punya victim e-sport dulu, Bang. Terus bikin lagi adanya. Pokoknya satu keluarga itu yang punya e-sport Eagle 365 sama victim. Oh iya, apa benar. Iya, beda 9 poin. Harusnya Fury tusun habis ini.
He's done so much in this pistol. 3K already. Shui's indecision. Exertion the distraction. He's got Twist uncertain. They've even got a kit. Should that bomb go down? What? He lives!
Oof.
Exertion, however, catches Carrigan. Now it gets uncomfortable. Good hold from Twist. It's Robs for 4. He is in form.
Man.
Yeah, Sim and Twist were saving it for the big stage.
It's impressive spectacle to behold. Robs embracing the change.
Gila bro, teman gua masa berjaya-jayanya. Jaxi Hub.
Nexius was a dead man. Yeah, we did see that. Yeah. A jumping burst out of Torji, but it's not too much to be celebrated. And with no bomb plant either, second round feels imminent.
Yeah, and you can understand why FaZe want to harass as that bomb is attempting to go down. You don't want to give away that plant.
Tetap aja kayak dah.
Be brutal going up the
orang yang punya abang adik tetap satu keluarga.
Exertion's the only one who's invested. Love a classic bit of a milkman, just allow the util from FaZe to be filtered through. There's a little bit more of it as Rain starts to investigate.
He's got help as well. Should
udah mulai aja, belum kan? Kabarin kalau udah.
And the MP9 is the perfect weapon for the job. $600 dues. Per kill.
Broky. Aduh, Broky ngekill lah.
Broky's gone with empty-handed. It's Rain farming up the cash.
Gila Rain, bro.
I heard things are expensive in Norway. Makes sense. And just listen to that. Put yourself in Nexius' shoes. All of his Counter-Strike games from his bedroom, and now this.
Yeah,
first land.
An academy player getting the call up, replacing Jimmy, who had a fantastic performance over there at ESL Pro League when they lifted the trophy, mind you. Unfortunately, couldn't make it down under.
Okay, mate. Okay.
Brokey is, yeah. Call this aggression.
Yeah, there's some more aggression. Look at this. Carrigan stands.
TK
blocks. A team kill from Nexius. That's gotta hurt. Oh, he saw a glimpse of him. Just by firing a bullet, he saw the tip of the head. There's aggression everywhere.
Kocak nih Nexius nih. Temennya sendiri dibunuh nih. Minus poin gua.
It's a good find. That's the bomb on Torji. He's got so many players around him. Down, good find. Torji swivels around to find Carrigan. His exertion, he does oblige. A 2-on-2. This is a big one for Mouse if they can turn this around, considering a team kill. That's how it started. Nice, Torji having a game, having a round at least.
Brody. Aduh, AWP lagi dia, cok.
Potentially going to overlook Brokey.
Shit.
Frozen seems switched on.
No.
They're not in a hurry with 45 seconds and a must-win round. Just one kill away. Frozen. He spots him. Missed shot from Brokey short. But with his knife out, jumping into the side. Oh my God, another chance. Somebody kill him. Somebody. It's Torji in the end. Good grief. Good grief.
The wide eyes of Torji there, I think, says it all.
Udah mulai belum, bro? Belum.
Udah mereka yang main.
Kocak.
For Mouse here in map number 2. Keep racking him up. And Nexius, he has to shoot.
Yeah.
He has to try and take him down. Frustrated, sure. But they do get the job done. The aggression does come back to bite FaZe. So during the group stage when they were using their FaZe mid smoke. Well, hold up, we're already out mid.
Yeah, heard it. Robs got help from Twists.
Nice, Ertion.
Fifth frag found. Good smoke to peek over from this elevated angle. But he's going to swing into it, and he finds both.
Nice.
Exertion. Beautiful play with the AK spray. Torji sprinkles a cherry on top.
Karigan gua yang meninggal. Brody.
Yeah, loud on his
Dia lagi last man coba.
location. Perhaps Brokey has the jump on him. No, not at all.
Brokey's got a chance in this.
Especially if you get. Oh.
Ih.
Doesn't realize how close he was.
Yeah, I mean, so much. An AWP at the bomb, it would have completely destabilized the Mao's finish. Instead, it's going to really peter out into split and pick.
Yeah, but he's completely lost track of him. There's absolutely no idea where Mao's gotten off to, and the same to be said for Mao's with there's a chance back. Okay, one for Brokey. He is in the right position,
Nice,
still looking the
Brody.
wrong way.
Kill yang banyak, Brody.
Still hasn't
Bam,
seen him.
kena WP.
Still doesn't have a clue. What a foggiest idea as Torji collects.
Itu waktu tumben solo squad emang iya? Masih? Lah di mana dia? TikTok? Oke, udah mulai.
Juga deh.
Nih.
Itu yang nembak ya?
Maju, boosting, jongkok, tiarap, lepas pakainya. Jadi nggak nobar deh ya? Lah, buffer. Nggak nobar berarti dia?
Disampah sama Niki.
Pakai cara yang mana nih dia?
Niki Gaming.
Oh, pakai fake account guys, pakai fake account nggak bisa nih. Pakai fake account dia. Wah. Oke, fake account. Akun untuk khusus live TikTok.
Mulai bet. Pesawat.
Oke.
Bot nggak sih? Lah iya.
Delay hanya tembakannya.
Lah iya. Tembakannya kayak orang asli ya?
Soalnya tembak delay tadi. Pakai cara yang mana dia? Ada 2 char. Alhamdulillah.
Lagi live bet.
Oh. Iya lagi live.
Walau sekejap.
Nggak tahu pakai cara mana dia.
Apaan ini?
Ini mode farming dia, lagi mode farming TikTok.
Tuh mati gue guys kalau asli ya.
Lanjut, bro.
The biggest rotation to make for this sort of circle, but sometimes coming in super late.
Masih lanjut, Cok. Tenas sama VIP ini di sini.
Map like Tego, where you can do a lot of 4v4 fighting, you can sweep edge, you can play edge and get a lot of kills.
Haven't known Fury to take emergency pickup spot. This is one of the zones where they might actually consider it. Especially if it goes up to that northern hill on that northern island, then it's very... You can play it on foot, and so an emergency pickup is a lot easier to justify. Synax, they've got
F juga tuh masih bertiga.
Cherry extended on the north, Jeff extended on the south, but they're not close to VIP just yet. And there's a couple members of Synax a little bit off all the way to the west. It makes me think that, actually, well, I think I know what they're doing now. It looks like they're going to group up 2-2, extend on the north, extend on the south, and try and lock VIP in. They have to gather some info first before they can even think about doing that, because they don't want to step on anyone. So it might be a little bit delayed, might give VIP some time. But this is EXO, center of the zone right now, split up, getting some loot. It's not like they've got it for free. Red Sea Bandits are also on that northern island, along with a couple other teams, AAP being one of them. But right now, they have
muter-muter.
Yeah, and picking the litter early on doesn't always necessarily mean you're going to win the game, but you always want to be in the better position as early as you can for as long as you can. There's no necessary downside to that. You just can't get sort of overfilled with that confidence, and a lot of times, sometimes you kind of look at these teams and, they've got this amazing position. It's phase 1. Things can change. I mean, a good example probably goes back game 1 tonight.
Semua perang di sini.
Position for Bandits, amazing. Loved it. Phase 2, oh my god, it's the best position. Phase 3, they're in the worst position. So how quickly things can change in this game. So yeah, up towards Song, Northwest, good spot for Bandits here. Maybe Phase 2 pushes onto them and then it moves away. So typically it's why we always say Phase 4 is something like the God Circle. If you can get the Phase 4 shift and then 5 and 6 usually can kind of be in and around that, you're not going to get sort of the more massive shifts. Whereas Phase 2, Phase 3 can shift quite dramatically, and that's where you don't always then get the favor. So see what happens. We come kind of back to this hot drop towards Buksan, and it hasn't really eventuated into the sort of all-out frag power between VIP and Tenax. They've kind of just kept their distance, and it's actually Hachi that gets the initial knockdown of this particular game on Soihan. There has been at least one player lost from the future as well. I don't think Soihan will get brought back up. Irrelevant's still pretty much on the rotate. And Tago is one of those maps as well where you're just going to lose players on the rotate if you haven't quite got the more known rotation parts and where sort of teams are going to be set up and playing certain positions and setting up sort of little roadblocks as well. It is easy to kind of lose a player or two, kind of like the early days of Miramar. And even more trades here between Pendados and Irrelevant. While they did battle earlier tonight on the military base of Erangel back in game 1. I'll do battle here on Tago as well, and it's Irrelevant once again coming off second best.
Looks like Pindados wanted to cross the bridge, got scared away from it, or vice versa. Either way, Blessed got chased down and absolutely destroyed. You don't often see bridge camps. The only time you're going to see action towards the bridges is when, I mean, there's a couple bridges you can camp, but oftentimes it's just, okay, well, we've run into these guys as they're crossing this bridge at the same time as we are. Also, Fury have gotten involved in this. I don't think they've announced themselves just yet, otherwise Tenax would be backing off and dealing with them. So Tenax and VIP are wholly unaware until now. Nico announces his presence, Hiker gets the flush. This is looking beautiful for Fury. Now, instead of just VIP being trapped, there's 2 teams trapped inside Buksan side. And I think off the back of 2 wins, Fury are going to want to chill here for as long as they can.
Jeff, little creep up angle on tap. That's the spray initially. Good trigger discipline from Jeff.
Good spray.
Because if he sprays early there's a chance one tap gets behind the tree cover. Instead, he waits till he comes out of the tree cover and is running into a more open line of sight for a bit longer period. Gets the spray. Really, really well played by Jeff.
Nah itu Mas Depri yang dibilang Bang admin IO tadi.
Now down into second last along
dia nggak tahu lupa jadwal.
2 teams that, you know, historically have been good enough for that middle of the pack. Just haven't quite had the fortunes go their way in the first 8 and I guess now 9 games of this tournament. Rain knocked down for Tenax, and while they've kind of been somewhat decent in this fight, they're actually coming off second best now after losing Rain, despite that initial knock from Jeff on to one.
Tuh guys, yang kita bahas tadi malam.
To be expected, they got some really
Kopi
talented
baper.
players, but here come Fury. They're coming in to be the
Poin Kofi, bro.
and they actually
Coba
take
Fury
the
dapat
kills
kill
as well
lagi, bro.
onto Chef. Oh, I guess you could combine.
Bagaimana
it.
nih Mas Depri nih?
Good old cherry
Bagaimana Mas lihat Fury dapat kill lagi?
down, 10x out,
Ya
10th
gue liatnya
place for
Suri
them,
dikasih
and
makan terus nih.
Fury 4 kills, they crack 100, the first team to do so. And I don't know what the plan will be to deal with VIP. VIP still had 3 players up, and you know what it's going to be like clearing these kind of buildings, close angles. You've got to be so careful. If VIP can tuck into some sort of off meta angle positions, catch someone from Fury of God, it can hurt them for the long game.
Oh,
I don't
dingin
know if
nasi gue.
Fury are going to commit. They are still hanging around. No, they definitely shouldn't. Unless they have guaranteed info on where all of VIP are. I don't think it's worth it. 4 kills is great. Take it, move on. And the good thing for Fury as well is they don't care how late they are to this zone. They don't care. Either they have an emergency pickup or they're just going to come in late. Doesn't matter. So they can chill. They can sit around. They can just stare at VIP for as long as they want, really. Maybe even eat some blue if they really wanted the kills. They've got a 13-point lead and they want to extend that as much as they can. They know it doesn't really matter positioning in a zone like this, at least for now. So try bolster that lead with a few kills early on.
100 saja poinnya, Cok.
But looks like they are getting out of here.
Nah yang gue bingung PUBG ya kalau misalnya jam malam tuh dapetnya kenapa Taigo terus gitu. Tapi giliran Deston nggak Deston terus bit.
Bunuh. Oh shit. Main Fanny, kebanyakan main Fanny nih.
Wih.
Rata dah ini rak, ente rak ya.
He's got one more available. Doughty gets away from the close angle position and he just gets out.
Jadi ada kejar balik, Cok.
Belum pernah coba gue yang botolan. Wah, the best. Pokoknya lu harus beli tuh yang jadul. Tim ini siapa aja, Bang? Indo aja, Bang, ketiknya, Bang. Dia 18.000 harganya. Yang jadul. Tapi lu kalau lu suka gula aren atau karamel enak juga sih. Tapi gue lebih enak jadul.
Turnamen doang, coba kalau di rank.
The best.
Sisa 30 lah.
Nah, udah live Mas Pet.
It still doesn't quite have the same familiar sense as your Miramars and your Erangels, and it means that there's a lot more of this fighting that can commence really earlier than later.
Masih pagi udah dapat 5, nggak jelas kok.
Mana itu anak-anak kalau di Kangneng juga pasti ke situ, Bit. Kawah yang anak-anak.
Pasti ya, pasti dapat kill nanti.
Pasti ikutan kepusasan.
Iya, selalu perang soalnya.
People coming into the city as well. EXO with a 2-2 split inside the city and then off to the south as well. Titan Foxy.
Anak-anak nungguin Birit balik itu.
It starts to grow in the back of your mind that seed of
ada emergency nggak sih? Ada emergency nggak mereka?
No, I think the answer is no at the moment. City doesn't take up too much real estate in the
zone. Ini begal mulu, Cok. Paci dapat kill di mana nih? 3.
Get all the info you need. Take some fights as well.
Although I'm almost certain we'll see
ini bunuh Ele.
that they had with the south and committing into the city. I don't mind it because they were there to begin with and they had
Ele 2.
which means it's easier for them to
perang sama Ele ya. Ele-nya 2. Satunya enggak tahu.
Where else do they go? Because you can't really push up the hills now. Then they're all occupied and you don't want to ever be pushing up a hill. And I think at this point the circle is so centered in on the main city that you kind of have to just probably play the close quarter fight.
Bang Gila ngantuk nih Mas Pet. Masih baru live dia. PUBG Indo.
Siapa?
PUBG Indo, YouTube PUBG Indo baru live.
Wah.
Ada berapa match? Aduh, Rido. Dede. Oh. Oke, ngelihat tahu dia ada orang. Shit.
Now we're actually 20 seconds away from that blue moving once again, and still teams on the main island that have got some distance to get to.
AAP were the ones to backfill EXO. Happily take this compound on the south.
Kasihan pada orang crafternya udah dikasih tahu dari jam 3. Sibuk dah. Biar Sabtu.
Circle hasn't been kind to these players tonight. Or at least in
Justru Sabtu keluar mungkin kan.
Iya
bener
aja. Yuh. Bang jangan please lihat orang. Bang
ngasih kill dong.
Allah ngasih kill, Cok. Ente dah. 4 kill free, Cok.
Iya. Mana nukik lagi? Ya, iyalah.
2 kills go their way and the rest of them scram. That's 3. Can they get the 4th? The sprays have to come in. Don't expose yourself to the other teams though. I know you want to get the kill.
Minimal lihat dulu nape langsung nukik kok. Ih.
Tapi nggak kelihatan juga sih Mas Pet, dia mobilnya nggak ada ini. Disimpan. Dia sembunyi semua. Tetep aja langsung nukik
aja. Lu ke tengah zona.
Iya, siapa sih nggak orang di tengah zona langsung?
Ngide aja dong.
Dapat kill, Cok, pensi.
To be fair, there wasn't really too many
halo.
you can go to. If you go to the
kayaknya ada yang janji semalam mau live nih kok Komando tuh dimarahin balo lu.
Oh, dapat.
I mean, you probably could have maybe dropped main city, but there's so many teams in there as well that you're also going to get lit up.
Gue lihat upstream dapat kill.
At the end of the day, as good as it is to that long distance travel, it's the landing aspect that can sometimes be the downfall. There is that risk that comes with the reward of utilizing it.
Makasih Birit DC-nya.
Once bisa nggak ngejar poin Fury? Bisa lah bang. Selagi masih kurang-kurang 10-20 masih bisa dikejar. Chicken kill 30 nih kayak kemarin 20 kan. Ini 30 hari ini.
They can continue to scout these locations. So yeah, another good game for Fury. 4 kills for Panic. Obviously courtesy to 4 piggies for the majority of those has them now tied with 1 call, and they do get that southern shift.
Dapat dong di once ini Zon.
And Fury, that circle helps them a lot more than had they.
Nggak jauh banget dia rotasi.
Again for Bandits, it's another game where I think they're on the opposite. When it's not Unite, it's not Unite. Well, when it's not your tournament.
Habis PCR kemana bit nextnya? PASC. PUBG Asia. Nggak tahu SC-nya apa. Super Cup.
Yeah, they can group up in the city, and it's definitely not a bad choice. But what if they had kept that southern compound? They're going to be kicking themselves.
Sebelum match berakhir apapun
right now.
PCR 1 ke PGC, 3 ke 4. Kagak semuanya bisa ke PGC, cuman 4 tim doang yang bisa.
I think for the teams like Bandits, like Fury, they still, I mean, Fury don't have to move, but if it did go north, then they'd have options east and west. And now for Bandits,
1 sampai 4-nya tetap dapat slot PASC.
They can wide wrap, they can take fights on these hills. It is getting kind of dangerously open on the outskirts of these cities. It looks like there's a little bit more field to play in. So maybe it's not going to be as easy as if there were more hills around the city, but either way, they'll make it work.
Ini berapa hari bit turnya? 3 bang.
Panic even leaving their compound. They have to leave now as well. They got to find something in front of them. They're going to come up against Flowy.
Tuh, langsung aja bang viewer langsung tanya ke ada IO-nya sekalian nih bang admin, langsung aja tanya. Pada nanya ke streamer gua kurang paham, langsung aja bang. Lagi ada bang adminnya, kapan lagi live kita ada admin? Tanda seru Obit, nggak jelas kamu Caca ya. Apalagi tanda seru Obit. Bisa lah WNC ke PGS, PGC.
They're not in such a great spot. A couple of these teams have wide wrap options, but Irrelevant's maybe one of those teams that don't. They might have to send it through the centers. If they go to the east, which I think is probably what they're going to do, there's a couple teams holding that edge already. So as a duo, it's going to be quite hard to crack this egg.
Tuh, ada Mas Depri juga, dia udah pasti tahu tentang PUBG, tanya jangan tanya streamernya. Streamernya kurang paham tentang gitu-gitu. Tidak terlalu mengikuti soalnya. Tahu dikit dong. Boleh minta 2 juta nggak Bang Adwin? Masa seorang Mbak Alicia minta 2 juta sih? Astagfirullah, bismillah 100.000.
Dan mau live apa bit?
It's not quite as much of an option here in Tega, so you just go in towards the main city here on a circle like this. 40 seconds to phase 4. You could have maybe bought a little more time and just see what phase 4 does bring to the table, but Irrelevant, Savvy and Flex have just made their way in towards Go Doc. Actually, just towards the outskirts of it, and actually kind of like this even more than just full committing.
Langsung ditodong. Iya cok, langsung di ini gua ditodong dalam mobil nih. Angkat tangan ya, kata Mas Pet anjing.
Enggak, kalau gua kan nanya. Kalau nggak ada ya gua live yang lain.
Bunuh dia.
EXO ini tuh kadang-kadang gua suka mikirnya ini tahu. X.
Iya cok. Mas Devri. Jing lu Mas Devri.
Ya bener aja lu udah ditembakin masih ngeperan situ.
Apa malam mau PUBG kita bro?
PUBG boleh, mau CS boleh.
Duh nggak dulu dah kalau itu dah. Capek. Capek cuy sama game itu anjing.
Valorant capek man.
CS2.
Kenapa bit capek bit?
Gua capek sama utilnya anjing.
Kan lebih simple util deh.
Kagak lah. Kayak harus diem banget ngelempar bom kayak gitu, harus ada punya line up.
Oh iya, lu mesti nggak boleh ada strafe juga lah buat di bom juga gitu lah.
Iya, mager. Tapi kalau untuk main rank kecil sih mau aja gua. Kalau udah MMR 10.000 mager anjing.
Enggak.
Temu cheat.
Gua juga belum buka, bit.
Sama, enggak maksud gua kayak Party 5 CS2 sekarang lagi banyak cheat juga Mas Pet. Jadi makin mager gua. Udah main CS2-nya susah gua main. Temu cheater. Kemarin temu cheater gua main. Main sama Jexy, Rich.
Banyak sih gua ngeliat. Katanya sih Faceit paling enak enggak ada cheater.
Bunuh Fury. Oh ya bunuh Fury.
Wop, ini dia Bang TikTok. Halo. Pargoy. Katanya kabur anjing.
Oh ya bunuh Puri, bunuh panik.
Katanya lu Pargoy tadi.
Nggak ada lu bit, gue liat.
Apa?
Lu jam 3 nggak ada tadi.
Nggak ada. Oh di Discord one call. Nyeting PC Nando.
Udah sisa 2.
Sisa 1.
Sisa 1 anjing kalau ngomong kena kedua maksudnya.
Matiin. Nice. Woohoo. Mati kau. Guys, Valo. Tanya Bang Okto nih, Bang Okto malam mau main apa Bang Okto?
Main voting lah.
Oh iya, Cok.
Tapi lu gas apa aja, Bro? Valo gas juga.
CS pertimbangannya 30% lah. Ini Kope juga ngajak.
CS 2 lah kalau mau. Kalau kepilih itu juga sih.
Kalau gua mah nanya cuma kalau nggak PUBG, CS. Kalau lu misalnya nggak main, ya gue main game lain.
Oke, berarti boleh ikut gua berarti malam ini. Apa kita PUBG dulu? Berarti kita PUBG dulu nggak sih? Tunggu Okto voting, tergantung dia menang apa?
Menang.
Kayak kemarin, kayak malam minggu kemarin Mas Pet.
Oh ini Bit, udah paling enak ini Bit.
Apa?
PUBG. Udah kita main PUBG dulu.
Kan itu yang baru gua bilang. Gua lempar nih. Gua lempar nih.
Kalau menurut gue PT lu PUBG dulu nggak sih? Ya nggak sih?
Gua lempar nih. Bantal. Barusan ngomong itu gua. Ayo.
Udah
Two man squad dulu kita.
Lagi si bangsat nih.
Dota sih. Nah, kalau itu kemungkinan main gua 0,0000%. Enggak berarti.
Enggak dulu ya.
Gua gimana beli Star Trek nih.
Aduh, Bang Sans kasih tahu mekanik Mobile Legend, Bang Sans kasih tahu. Nando nggak ngaruh ya, elah. Ya Allah.
Ya elah. Ocean.
Salah, Bang.
Itu ternyata gue punya kotak banyak banget yang 80.000, 50.000.
Gas gacha. Gua mimpi.
Baik gua bilang jual ya.
Gua mimpi. Ya kan Ja, mimpi enggak sih Ja tadi malam Ja?
Kalau dapat pisau cuannya lebih oke ya, men. Oh,
Ada penjudi,
Kalau judi mending gue langsung judi di tempat Igo itu. Jangan setengah-setengah ya kan kalau mau gacha.
Gacha sekalian lebih murah lagi ya.
Enggak Mas Pet. Ya kan gua tadi malam tidur tuh. Terus live Discord CS2. Oh, Bit gua mau buka CS2 nih. Terus lu dapat pisau gitu, Bro.
Dapat
mimpi gua tadi.
pisau yang putih kan.
Enggak, Bro. Pisau tetap aja harganya mahal, Bro.
Yang bawaan kan.
Iya, pisau bawaan kan yang lu mimpin kan.
Tuh, Timur juga mimpi tuh katanya tuh. Lu buka box dapat pisau.
Tapi sih terakhir kali ya gue lihat temen gue mimpi ya yang namanya S Magic warna abu semua sih yang gue lihat.
70 lagi dia
juga
buka.
mimpi itu.
Pet lihat HP lagi crossing.
Woi, kok konser gitu?
Observer.
Iya, lucu banget anjing.
Lu tahu nggak? Jot tadi pagi ngitung semua gacha dia. Total 90 juta, dapatnya 30.
90 juta.
Iya. 90 juta dia total gacha. Dapatnya 30 40 gitu. Pas itu? Pas nggak sih?
Pas.
Boom! Wah, ada mortar lewat, Cok. Itu. Boom, kena tuh. Satu hit. Kena itu Mas Pet.
Siapa Ape?
Iya. Kena hit doang tapi
Kekenok.
ada mortar lewat. Mortar siapa ya mortar ya? Itu ya BE ya?
Batunya zona tapi ya.
Oh iya.
I'm going to extend as much as I can. You got to be careful though. I was just getting to my point, Teddy.
Gue lihat ada cara khusus Bang tadi Bang untuk TT Bang.
Takut Bang. Kan gue pakai Tikfinity itu. Dia kudu install desktop kan. Sebelumnya kan website.
Kayak gue nanti ya.
Yang ini real kebenet karena apa? Karena TikTok beneran nih kalau yang gini. Cing. Gue takut jadi gue pakai cari iseng aja.
STF kok cuma 3 si Ari mati lampu.
I don't know if we're going to get any deaths here. One call is the only team caught incredibly.
Nah, satu lagi siapa?
Apis
ada.
ntar main.
Dalman.
Apis ntar main.
Apis.
Udah didaftarin berarti Apis.
Apis sudah di
Udah
sana.
lama.
Iya, emang subnya Apis.
Just the 2 players alive. They've been able to hold that position, but this
Mas Depri EXO.
Three kills for them. Is this the kind of game that EXO clan can build some confidence from?
Masih beda 11 lah ini sama Furiram.
Furiram. Nice.
Insight's gonna send it over towards the crates north side where Panic are. Panic actually
Bob, meletus.
Waduh, dapat batu lagi dia.
Balik lagi, putar balik.
Jangan kasih panik, woi.
Udah panik lagi. Oh, aman-aman bisa di-revive.
Udah batu aman-aman.
Iya, sumpah yang top
dia.
top 5 dari tadi killnya di atas 5 mulu, Cok. Birit, aduh. Aduh. PE-nya keluar dari rumah, bro. Ah, ke encok Cibirit. Astagfirullah, trik.
Nice. Ke bawah. Biasa, kan habis main.
Aduh, kenok juga dia. Sisa Cimoy.
3.
Rido juga mati. Wah, bukan lobby Indo banget nih. Lobby siapa nih paling banyak nih? Aussie ya. Nendu. Look at Panic.
Kita nggak mau ngelebar sih. Buat sama.
Wah, AP-nya enak banget anjing. FTF kagak bisa ngelawan AP, jadi jagain dari rumah.
TO nggak sih Mas Depri iwut? Mas Depri TO nggak sih iwut? Mas Depri batu banget sumpah. Apa gua harus yang
nih?
tangan?
AP.
Gua TO dari HP 2000 jam.
Tuh batu ada pentilnya, Cok.
Saya AFK dulu deh.
Oke, Bang. HP jadi malah aman ya. Tadi open banget ya. STF mati nih, harusnya open banget itu keluar dari situ. EXO nggak ada mobil mati. Sisa PE PNC.
sih dapat rumah ya.
Yoshi punya mortar.
Itu tadi dia yang mortar AP di batu tuh, kena hit dong. Ente Kalps. Mati kok.
Sama di Kalps. Ini satu rumah
9 gila. Sampah. FTF itu ada rip kenok depanmu. FTF.
Woi,
aduh.
Kenapa itu?
Aduh. Ini lewat kayaknya TD nih. Rido lagi nembak tar lewat TD. Ente FTF. Masa menang ini AP nggak mungkin dong.
Si Kalpnya nggak sabar banget padahal kelihatan dari rumah anjir.
Orang dia nggak zona aja ke push bisa. Penasaran pengen pick kayak gua. Wih, bomnya pas tuh. Wah, enggak, Cok. Enggak langsung meledak. Mati nih PE nih. Kena prank nih Hachi nih. Real nih PE. Hachi
ya malah panik yang chicken.
Aduh, ring satu lagi dong dia, Cok.
Belum. Mungkin ketarik sama EXO kakinya ya kan. 4 orang.
Hai Kakak Bella. Kakak Bella siapa nih? Sih konsisten dari map 1.
Ini rumah kenok 1 kayak dikejar lebih sama Panik.
Yalah udah tahu.
Udah tahu
si
dia
sisa
mati 2.
have his eyes fixated on those stairs.
Nah, kita tuh mati tuh kalau ketahuan. Kalau nggak ketahuan masih bisa
You
nyelip.
gotta remember, sometimes no information is
Apa
information.
itu halsa ya?
Jared on
Seberang
that
deh.
roof being able to scan a lot of the
Selamat
areas
Nunggu
around.
boosting.
If there's and
Nunggu
they know
boosting
there's a
kayaknya.
whole full squad up
Yang
and they
kena.
can't really see them,
Oh,
they
nggak ada
gotta
kayaknya.
have the whereabouts of mind that they're close.
Bisa jadi.
Like, and then
Udah nyampe
to do
rumah
it
itu.
for AAP,
Oh, nyampe
and
tuh
if
udah
you
ada
do
di
it
fight
for
tuh,
the
lagi
full
pegang
kills,
tuh.
you'll take it with the way that this tournament's
Oh,
been
dia nggak
going
bocor
on
ya?
for them. It's been a bit up and down.
Sebelum ngesot.
Sekali.
Kenok sekali
I
aman.
know it's not a sort of barnstorming performance, but 3 kills top 4 just keeps them
Sayang cok
chugging
Alek pakai
along.
perset
But
cuma
chugging
1.
along doesn't get you top spot, doesn't
Nunggu
get you
darah
top 3,
boosting.
might not even get you top 5. So they're going to have a breakout performance, I think, to close the night out. I mean, we're kind of halfway through night 2 now,
Scalp
right? We've got 2 more
hari-hari
games after
loh.
this. I think we're going to need to
Harusnya
at least
bisa
see
chicken
one
loh.
game. Disagree with me if you want, Russ, but at least one game from EXO where they really pop off, because we haven't really seen it. The only team inside the top 6 on the leaderboard that have not
Sekarang
found a
nggak
win.
ada poin PLN
I
kah?
agree with you.
Apa PLC bang?
I agree with you as well. They need it. They absolutely need it. Right now,
Satu
the
painkiller
game is
bisa fullin
focused on
darah
this
yang
compound
setengah
and
kan?
what occurs
Dua
inside these
painkiller.
walls. Because it really dictates what AAP do. I don't think Akita is going to be allowed the freedom of
Aduh,
choice
satu masih
to
ngadep ke
decide
si
what
EXO
he
lagi
wants
tuh,
to do
tahu
when
deh
stuff
masih ada
pops
EXO.
off
Satu
in this
satu
compound.
painkiller
He's gonna
ngefullin
die
darah
before
first aid
he's
75.
able to make that decision. Yeah, so
Nggak
open
ketahuan
just to
Akita.
treat to
Udah ada mati-mati
help
ini
him
Akita.
defend himself. Headshots, but they are exchanged. He's now 1 HP outside the blue. Yeah, down to the teams in the
Wih,
compound.
zonnya di
and
HP sih.
AAP.
Panik PE perang
Now
dulu
they
nih.
just gotta wait.
Tuh kan
Wait
HP-nya
to see
santai
what
kan.
happens inside the compound. The problem is there's 3 on Pindados and 4 on
Bisa
Panic,
AP
which
juga
means I
sih
think
Chicken,
both
anjing
teams
nih.
are probably gonna have just 1, maybe even 2.
Oh,
Nggak punya pom
namanya
kah?
di
Mati
HP.
kau.
God has shown itself, but so has
Mati
Jules on
kau.
top of the roof.
Hachi.
This is fantastic. If he gets the knock
Wih,
here onto Archie,
bang.
he could make this so much easier for Panic.
AAP can win this game.
Oh,
It's actually a
anjing
very
kagak.
real
Mati
possibility.
zone dong lu.
They are closest to center, and the fact that Pindados and Panic are
Nggak
playing,
yuk.
fighting against each other. The biggest thing is though how easy have Panic been able to get this double kill. So that's a 4 versus 1. Only Jay on left lands the headshot, gets the knockdown.
HP ini
Salah
kayak
orang
Chicken
orang
cok.
orang P ini nggak punya bom kah?
Nice little jump shot.
Aduh PE AP cok Chicken masa. Nggak apa-apa sih. Nggak apa-apa sih kalau AP yang Chicken. Dia poinnya nggak makin jauh nih. Panik.
Unfortunately, though, 2 versus 4, Panic up to 15 kills, and they can make it a 17-kill win. Back into top spot, and with a massive performance here on Tago. Aaron Gull has not been kind to them.
Oh placement ada. Poin placement sampai rank 6 68. 1 1 2 3 4 5 6 10. Hitung sendiri 1 sampai 8-nya berapa tuh? Alek. Panik yang Chicken cok.
Bang mati zonanya. Ya.
Aduh, makin jauh cok.
17 kill.
Tuh, ini ularnya lagi berbisa banget bro. Bahaya bro. Shit man. Wih, Faze gue menang nih. Let's go, Faze.
Frozen, Molotov dart forced away. One of his own, 2 delay.
Really, parah.
While that
Rulinya
barrage
Luteo.
ensues, space to be taken, this head-to-head. Torji felled by Robs in the previous.
Iya, tapi sombong banget sih
Tetap
Rul
time.
dipanggil sama
Panik
cewek
juara
loh,
satu
sama
pun
Mbak Alicia.
Kalau lolos bang, kalau Furinya juara 2.
Seru banget ya CS ya.
Contend with
Viewer offline nih.
as his teammates look to test the sub again.
Tadi lagi tim Iko mas Pet, ada yang Iko disorakin.
Needs to hit shots here. And he sees one.
Nggak tahu ya gitu ya, gue kalau CS
Somehow only the legs
masih bisa
spam
main
through the
gitu.
smoke. A good
Cuma
find. Fresh
ya udah
mag
gitu
needs
bersama-sama
more.
main.
Nice
Nggak
from
tahu kenapa
Nexius.
kalau Valo tuh
And
Valo
Swift
masih.
holds on for
Tahu gue
face.
mendingan Valo ya.
2 versus 3.
Karena mungkin gue nggak punya basic CS awal tuh.
gila menurut lu gue punya FPS pertama kali gue PUBG.
Puts exertion in an early grave.
Shadow Hell.
CS yang awal-awal banget CS satu pokoknya apa yang 0-0 itu nggak main gue.
It's occupied. It just has to be the perfect retake from these two.
Kenapa gue
Shilly
lebih
and Frozen.
bisa nembak
You
Valo
got
pada CS?
timed to perfection.
Untuk kalau CS di rank-rank kecil bisa nembak gue pasti gendong-gendong mas Pet. Kalau udah rank tinggi tuh udah pusing gue pala gue. Itu udah pasti kill gue di bawah 10. Udah pasti itu, udah pasti kan. Kalau rank-rank yang kayak gue tuh yang kalau MMR sekarang 5.000 ke bawah tuh, nah pasti gue bisa gendong-gendong tuh masih tuh.
Mr. Jackman's in the building, but this is just beautiful. Tap, tap, tap it in, rain, ripping heads, and the timing of a god omnipresent on the stage. And the money not here, Mouse conceding 12.
Pulang aja, Mos. Biar face gua nggak keganti nih playernya.
Makes light work of the eco. Carrigan will grab himself a couple as well.
Nice Carrigan.
Back firmly against the ropes here now for Mouse. 5 alive.
You mentioned back, Carrigan.
Bah, final bro, face lawan Complexity.
One more round necessary. The master on the stage, the ultimate showman. This is the most pressure this young Mouse roster has ever felt. Just making it here to the arena. Blew away expectations, sure, the ESL Pro League win, but with a stand-in, things were always going to be much more difficult.
Itu beat main. Kalau CS gua iyain. Nexius nice, dapat kill. Nexius gua kill 11 mati 17. Banyak juga minusnya 8, Cok.
Menang, Cok.
Ini tapi di qualifier kemarin hampir kena bantai Fazu, Mas Bet. Makanya banyak orang milih Mouse. Lawan Mouse dia. Itu orang.
Tuh, semok kayak gitu, masa semok bulat, Bin?
Anjing.
Exertion. He had no idea. Bomb retrieved.
And he's been juked.
Nice net drops. Nice net.
So well, 3 versus 5.
Nah, itu tuh sama kayak gua.
Twist and robs to close it.
Sertion, ayo. Kill 1 minimal lah.
Complexity's opponent in that grand final. It will be FaZe. Another grand final in Sydney.
Let's go grand final, nggak apa-apa. Yang penting face gua aman 2 player. Kill berapa ya?
Lu masang di mana, Bit?
Masang ada Twire Fantasi gitu, Mas Pet nih. Nonton streaming. Gua live di Discord apa? Live Discord.
Coba Orbit judi, guys.
Enggak anjing. Enggak ngeluarin duit. Ini dapat duitnya dari webnya. Tuh, gua pick tuh Broky, Carrigan, Nexius yang baru main. 3-3 tapi lagi under, Cok. Under perform.
Dapat apa itu?
Nanti dia dapat poin gitu, Mas Pet. Poinnya belanja di web ini. Belinya nih. Beli G-Coin. Navi nggak lolos, Cok. Dibantai deh. Berapa hadiahnya? Hadiahnya 3.000 kalau rank 1. Eh 5.000. CS lebih gede CS pada PUBG. Rob Seren, Broky. Shit. Nexius skill 20 31 minus 15 kok. Ash. 15 minus 15 40 poin. Broky sama Carrigan gua anjing. Empat 8. $5.000 juara 1. Bukan, kalau hadiah turnamennya gede lah. Mana ya? Hadiah turnamennya Lihatnya di mana, Cok? Gua nggak tahu kalau hadiah turnamennya gede. Pokoknya CS mah nggak mungkin kecil, bro, hadiah turnamennya. Tuh, 250.000. Tuh, $250.000 total. Oh, ini nih. Juara 1 100.000. Rank berapa gua? Oh, belum update. Berarti gua besok ganti Monesi lah. Biar gua ganti udah mulai belum? Belum. Biar besok gua ganti, kalau Monesi gua ganti dia 30.000 harganya 30.000. Ganti floppy harganya 16.000. Floppy atau twist ya? Siapa sih tadi? Yang gacor tadi siapa? Face. Robs harganya 20.500. Robs tadi killnya adalah 38. Kalau floppy 30. Oh, floppy 40. Floppy malah gacor sih. Floppy berapa harganya? Floppy tadi berapa? 16.000. Robs ganti player gua nih nanti malam. Monesi karena Jitu udah kalah kita ganti. Cuma satu player sih bisa ganti, anjing. Terus gue ganti kaptennya ke floppy atau robs. Gacoran floppy, ya floppy. Nah, tapi masalahnya harusnya sih kompleks ya menang ya lawan Faze mah. Faze lagi underperform dari kemarin qualifier, tapi dia bisa ngalahin Mos 2-0 anjing. Sama Complexity juga ngalahinnya 2-0 juga. Bergabungnya dibantai 2-0. Gitu juga. Yang juara Complexity ya, menurut gue ya. Tapi gue pick floppy. Nanti malam gue ganti player. Floppy, Broky, Grim, Karigan. Nexus nggak bisa diganti, cuman satu soalnya. Ini yang rank 1 nih. Rank 1 pick siapa ya? Monesi udah nggak ada. Halzerk, floppy. Oh sama, dia 2 player juga, cuman bisa satu player yang diganti sama dia. Dia pick floppy ya. Oh, dia ngepicknya floppy lagi gacor banget. Pantesan stay dia ini di rank 1. Rank 2 dia ngepick Hunter udah pulang. Robs, iyalah Robs, anjing, Robs sama floppy bro. Anjing, ini sih rank 1 dia abis ini ya harusnya. Robs sama floppy. Robs saya barusan bantai. Oh, gue udah update nih 288 gue. Complexity sih yang menang ini, bit kata Bandar. Asli bro. Tuh 288 gue. Ya tetap nggak dapet dah gue. Ngejar 1 sampai 100 doang. Oh enggak ding. Oh ada 290, 30 doang. Cuma 30 cok. Oh udah bisa cok, edit. Belum main kan? Kita edit dulu. Floppy. Ah, next use please lah, bisa cok. Kapten gua taruh di Floppy nggak sih? Floppy apa Brocky? Floppy lah. Tuh lihat, gue ganti player udah berapa kali. Oke, Floppy, aku berharap denganmu ya besok ya. Personal kau sama kayak hari ini mainnya, oke? Awas aja besok lawan Faza nggak gacor lo. Gue udah pick kasih kapten lo. Oke, kita lanjut ke PUBG adik-adik. Masih ngelut-ngelut santuy mereka di sini, baru turun parasut. Ada yang perang awal? Aman, nggak ada. ONC, DK Mesto, nih Indo ya, gue sebutin ya, FTF di kota apa tuh? Nggak tahu gue kota apa itu. Terus for Pigis di kota nggak tahu. Nggak tahu for Pigis di kota apa. Nggak kelihatan tadi.
Dean is landing in a field. Oh, he's got a car. Never mind. He's got a snowmobile. Perfect. These things go wicked fast, by the way. When they were first introduced, I was incredibly surprised at how fast they reversed. It's like they actually go backwards faster than they go forwards. Either way, anyway, it doesn't matter. Tangent, Red Sea will group up, get all the loot they need, then make their way into the zone, which is a very, very northern zone. Fury at the center of it right
Mas
now.
ini, oh iya, gue mau lihat Jexy ya. Nih, katanya dia mampus makan tuh rank 800. Dia perlu ganti perlu ganti 3 G2 sama BB. Dia ganti cuma 1 player doang, berharap dari 3 poin. 3 orang doang.
Okay, what do we actually take? What's the priority here? What do we split? If we split, how much do we split? Do we go 3-1, 2-2? Do we go even more than that? And they're going to have to wrestle with that and find something and just settle down. So, interesting to see what them, Tanax, and like those guys in the dead center of the circle do.
Pekalongan, apalagi Pekalongan.
At that point yet.
Cheater loh.
Yeah, Northern Circle here, always nice to see something a little bit different. Yesterday was a bit more center-south, so this one definitely shapes up to be quite a bit different. Also, this very northern side of Vikendi has a lot more...
Bang Han mendengar guys, lihat let's play live-nya, langsung dipindahin. Marbit efek bang, marbit efek gak sih? Gila. Dipindahin, langsung dipindahin. Malum live gak bang? Live bang?
Belum mulai bit.
Udah. Mas Pep, gila langsung dipindahin tulisan let's play live-nya. Gila emang Bang Han langsung mendengarkan kata streamer. Langsung di match ini juga dipindahin. Kan udah dibilang emang next map bukannya next day, dia bilang tadi next day. Oh ada ya tadi bilangnya next map, nggak lihat banget. Woi, mati di basoka Mas Pep. Fury. Jika kamu ciumnya di basoka bro. Yo, molinya ketembak. Fury dapat kill lagi, cok.
Suapin gini Fury.
Memang influenza emang ada. Sabar gue share dulu ya. Bang Han.
Basically just completely surprised by it, but still a very good defense from the man who seems to be the guy you just put in that spot and he'll deal with the 4 people that are approaching. Doesn't matter who it is, he'll deal with more than one. And he did it that time round as well. Very calm, remained calm as well. No overextension from him, didn't really need to. Sit in that top window and get it done. And that's good for Fury as well. Tanax were one of the teams around them that might have taken spots that they wanted, but no longer.
Oh iya, nggak kebaca bro. Sarannya udah dilakuin buat next map mas, makasih. Oh iya, maaf Bang Han ya, biasa ketimpa, live chatnya kecil, jadi nggak kebaca. Awalnya besok ternyata bisa diubah tanpa end stream. Bisa Bang, kali. Terima kasih Bang Han ya sudah mendengarkan streamer idaman ini, asik banget cok. Akhirnya dari bocah, iya tadi game sebelumnya di Taigo dapat dari situ juga, jadi juga Sumbit next day bacot lu ya. Theo nggak, kenapa kata gua diam lu. Tim Indo apa aja Bit, ketik aja Indo Bang, nanti Bang Bot muncul.
Panic they've gone really far north though, so they're not even playing center. Now the further north you go, obviously eventually
udah sih Bang, nggak ada lagi saran. Aman udah.
No one can kind of push in from behind, so you then can kind of push in with the circle and have good information that you're not going to get backfilled on. No one's going to pinch you. No one's going to third party you, especially at least from behind. So you got a little bit more of that power pushing forward, and having that knowledge that you're going to be safe behind. So playing the north side here, I think it's pretty smart for Panic.
Apa?
Lu tau nggak apa sih yang namanya yang pelurunya ada laser-lasernya itu? Apa namanya? Itu hidup nggak? Nggak ada kan hidup kan? Ada nggak sih hidup? Sama kalau lagi lempar util itu ada garis-garisnya.
Iya, garis-garisnya ya nggak ada.
Nggak ada kan? Nah,
ya,
itu Bang Han, itu satu Bang Han. Itu seru Bang Han kalau dimunculin itu. Apa namanya ya? Gue lupa pencetannya tuh apa gitu di keyboard. Hidupin itu Bang Han. Jadi misalnya ada peluru lewat, nanti kayak laser swing. Terus kalau ada orang lempar util nanti ada garis-garisnya. Jadi kalau di viewer, nah itu. Tapi gue nggak tahu tombolnya apa. Mungkin observer yang lain tahu. Namanya apa di English? Gue mesti jelasin. Nah itu tadi bullet tracer. Nah itu Bang. Tapi gue nggak tahu tombolnya Bang. Mungkin observer Aussie
aja di setting kan ada tuh spectate.
Oh iya benar.
Setting PUBG.
Nah itu biasanya kalau PUBG dunia atau turnamen ngidupin itu tuh, karena untuk di viewer seru ngelihatnya, ada laser kalau tembakan, kalau util ada garis-garisnya. Ini apa ya, nggak tahu, kayak dikasih makan hanya sama Tenax. 2 match nih udah nih.
Kawan Bang, tiap kawan ya.
Jelas cok. Nah, panik bunuh. Aduh, Forpigis, Fury, Forpigis lagi tadi dia makasih panik. Wah mana sih di repep. Menang ini Fury. Fury. Apa? Forpigis, ya Allah dibantu EXO cok.
I can only imagine that Haika survived by the skin of his teeth. Like
Fury berdua doang ini. Oh nge-split anjing. Gila splitnya jauh juga. 15 menit lagi kemudian hidup ini Bang. Guys hidup ini bullet tracernya.
Potentially going to be a key position if this circle goes to the north. It will become quite central. It's close by to where Panic.
Bentar lagi bakal muncul 15 menit lagi bakal muncul bullet tracer.
Itu kan yang kalau lo lempar granat kadang-kadang suka ada laser-lasernya juga kan.
Ah, ya.
Bullet tracer.
Nggak tahu ya ini soalnya dari OBS tahu, harusnya tahu sih Funky ini. Funky soalnya sering observer, harusnya tahu sih dia. Jangan sampai gue login PUBG nih Bang, gue lihat tombolnya apa. Terus Bang Han bilang, hey bro Funky, can you turn on bullet tracer on observer, press alt 4. Oh enggak deh, ini banyak ya observernya ya? Berapa nih? Funky AU 1. Tadi akun PCR. Nih, tes PCR 3201. Oke Bang Han, sama-sama Bang Han, aman-aman. Thank you sudah mendengar masukan. Aduh, habis baru main Peace, astaga. Aduh, perang saudara bro. Shit, man. Iya Man, ini mati lampu Man. Sendiri mati lampu bro.
Try for it at least. With how valuable a spot like this is. But nope. Decides to back off, and it could cost FTF more than just one player. Positioning, you've got to consider that.
Iya kali dapat kan Bang Fury, nggak mungkin.
So this is the original 2-2 spot that they were holding, and the rest of them have gone towards the south. They aren't going to give up space that easily. 4 Piggies pressured them early on, but it doesn't matter. They'll try pull off a 2-2 at any point they can. AAP looking for as many kills as they can.
Diturun di bukit gitu tuh.
Knock 2. Exposing themselves in the open. The 8x on the Mark 12. You're hoping that this works out.
Nice, Drur.
Get cheeky here.
Wah.
Onto this fight. This fight is so open for AAP.
Bang Observer, boleh kali diganti sama orang perang?
And go for some third party, but I don't think it would
Delaynya lama banget tuh.
Iya.
Masa
dia nontonnya Nan yang lagi nembakin dari jauh?
4 kills for Titan Fox again, considering at 1.2 players were knocked down. They've done a good job to just again grind out.
Lu nggak mau Bit jadi observer Bit?
Nggak dulu. Tapi gua punya rencana
apa?
Rencana kayak kerja gue itu dulu Mas.
Lu tau nggak observer internasional?
Karena itu jurusan gue. Iya, karena itu jurusan gue Mas Pep.
Enggak, pro observer nih di luar ya, tapi gue ngomong ya bayarannya mahal banget.
Weh, sumpah Mas Pep. Tapi gue pengen besok semester 5 gue ngambil itu, fokus di jurusan itu.
Karena mereka harus,
karena anjing gue ngelihat ada muncul kemarin di YouTube mereka PGI apa PGC ya muncul di YouTube. Anjing itu wah gila kata gue. Gue pengen sih nantilah semester 5 gue fokus ke sana.
Jadi PUBG ditinggalin di YouTube parah banget.
Kalau sudah ada pekerjaan itu lebih didukung keluarga Bang ya.
Gua harus merapikan desktop gua nih. Kalau udah rasa tai nih desktop gue.
Gua aja jadi admin di luar ini berkali-kali gaji di Indo asli Bang Han, kayak gua sempet juga mikir begitu tuh. Yalah, nih gua kemarin ngeliat ada klip di YouTube broadcaster di luar tuh PGC. Ini kata gua tempatnya keren banget, dah kapan ya
itu namanya professional observer.
Keren banget Cok. Ada klipnya nanti gue tunjukin, kita cari ya klipnya ya.
Gue tahu deh yang lu maksud. Yang pada lagi di interview kan tuh yang observer dari
luar itu
observer dari
global lah pokoknya. Iya
PUBG udah gitu.
Iya anjing kata gue.
Tahu gue pernah nonton. Professional
kan?
Observer.
Jurusan gue ilmu komunikasi, ada pula itu nanti fokus apa namanya, fokus pelajarannya ke situ tuh, broadcaster. Keren banget.
Taking the high risk, high reward option of going for that 2-2 split. Phase 3, it's still early. You can typically hold these splits.
Tuh PNC lama-lama kenceng juga naik kayak gue liat-liat.
Chicken tadi Bang dia.
Iya
Chicken
dikasih
kill 18 ya. Iya,
17.
Oh 17 ya.
Wah ketemu Fury.
Do ada orang Do. Gue bilang Do ada orang deh ya. Oke. Nandu.
Dia karena O-nya 2 bit.
Iya.
Ya iyalah.
Aduh PNC lagi yang dapet Bang. Bang udah Bang. Ratain. 2 lawan 2 bisa lah ini bro. Patrick sama Alec nih. Duo gacor. Suspek sama Dusky. Kurang. Ayo Patrick dan Alec. Ini ada MVP-nya nggak, Bit? Kayaknya ada nggak Bang Han? Itu ada Bang Admin, tanya aja. Gua nggak tahu. Jadi lu fokus jurusan semester 5, Bit? Iya, semester 5.
Could turn into a never mind. I was going to say could turn into a 3v2, but yeah. Crawling in the
bahasa Inggris gua kurang banget masalahnya itu dia. Harus belajar.
Yang penting mah ngerti standarnya aja, Bit, basicnya.
Basic mah agak-agak tahu. Pokoknya yang gua nggak tahu tuh kalau sambung kata, Mas Fet. Nah, itu udah PR tuh. Kata-kata yang panjang disambung tuh.
Wah,
ini just chill, masih paham just chill.
granat sih. Ya, granatnya lama banget keluarin.
Ini tuh, dor.
Kelamaan
Mati
bisa
satu
tuh pada ngehil.
Tuh Zetsu, kenanya segitu doang.
Nah, nggak ada yang
Ya
kena.
Allah, nggak ada yang kena. Ada tadi Zetsuan.
Oh, gue kayak telat dah.
Telat kah? 12, 13, 14,
15.
15,
Lah.
16 sama.
Gue duluan, Manan.
Enggak, tadi lu nggak sadar darahnya kurang dikit aja. Cuman berapa tadi? 2.
Dia tahu nih kenok 1, mati 1. Alek, kita lihat di sini Alek.
Langsung lu Bang Aldi ya, boleh. Mantau ada lowongan Bang Han, ya kan? Langsung ya nggak aja.
Lah nggak kebakar. Oh, di atas ya si Alek ya.
Sepertinya bisa dilihat after game done. Nggak bisa sekarang karena datanya minta dari karakter dulu. Saya
Ratas, Bang.
juga, tapi yang penting ngerti dia ngomong apa, jadi skill listening lebih penting sih. Oh, gue sih paham ya kalau mereka ngomong apa ya.
Kalah nabrak ini. PC, tapi udah dapat kill 2 dia.
Oh, sama berarti kita Bang ya. Tapi kayaknya
Nandu.
jadi kayak orang India deh, Nandu.
Iya, karena O-nya 2 aja makanya jadi Nandu deh. Nyaman banget itu pelan.
DC, Cok. DC, Mas Pet. Mati sama orang lain. Itu sih bete banget, Cok. Lagi nembakin orang DC, iya. Push lu niat jahat lu. Nembakin orang DC. Lah, aduh. Ada rumput. Yan. No. Ya, welcome Rian katanya. Halo.
Rian.
Halo.
Apa
kabar? Kayaks.
Kickers was smoking Ryan right then. 4 piggies losing players left and right. One tap again in the kill feed with that orb.
Karena mereka ngomong nggak kayak orang saya natif, beda ngomongnya setengah kumur-kumur. Karena ini apa logat. Misalnya kita main di game apa Valo lah. Kita ngomong Inggris tuh udah pasti tahu nih. Ah, ini orang Indo nih. Ini orang itu Thailand nih.
Yang gue sukanya orang luar ya. Biar kata Inggris lu ngomong nih ada yang salah sama dia tuh bukan jadi bahan ceng-cengan. Kalau dia kan jadi bahan ceng-cengan.
Iya. Tahu lah SDM Indo.
Lu mesti
bukannya dibenerin ya. Iya. Kadang udah biasanya orang sempurna disalah-salahin sama mereka. Mending jadi observer Valo nggak sih? Lo event organizer itu apa aja, game apa aja yang di email pasti langsung. Nggak harus PUBG doang.
Beda kerja sama bayarannya dan lain-lain.
Aduh.
FTP. Wah,
nggak harus Valo doang.
Anjing si Alek. Oh enggak ya, mati si Patricknya ya. Yang
Bang Han ini sama kayak Berpi.
Kenapa Berpi?
Berpi kan ini event organizer juga.
Di mana?
Admin juga. Yes, apa? Apa aja?
ESL.
Ya. MPL kan dia tuh. Kemarin sempat dia.
Yang LAN kemarin di mana tuh?
Nggak tahu, pokoknya di situ dah. Peace. Dari nomor 3.
Main sekali untuk mati, Cok. Harinya udah balik.
And it gets you back into a position where you can build off that going
Granat
into
lah.
the Omar. That's the way I kind of view it for Exo Clan. Holding that
I am
compound,
under the
see if any
water,
pushes if they
I am
come
bot.
through, but otherwise play the long
Boom.
haul. Don't worry too
Anjing.
much about the kills. As
Nice
UK
do.
now finds a couple for FTX,
Pelan-pelan
getting
masih
rid of
Rido.
Mark and Killaroo,
Wih,
and Bandit
Kimoy
stay
dapat
in
Jayo.
last place.
Matiin tuh Hickerman tuh
So,
instan.
incredibly important.
Bang tembak insanin.
Aduh,
Wah,
Antep.
aduh.
The car has been parked to stop the Orm from doing any more damage to the DMRs as
Temennya
well.
mana sih yang pakai DMR?
Inevitably, it looks like the car for now is enough, and they might even save tires on that
Wah,
car.
ketemu
Rest of the
ONC
IP
nih.
are gonna go pop the tires on that one, so they'll be able to keep it and leave that smoke.
Gue liat-liat tuh badai nggak hilang-hilang di situ.
Badai lagi.
Iya, badainya awet
Nah,
banget.
ini bete banget kalau beginian nih. Lagi perang. Beku.
Ele masuk.
Ini mau hoki. Nah, apalagi buat nge-push rumah. Hoki kali nih jadinya.
Ini tadi ONC kok friendly fire. Emang iya? Oh nggak lihat gua. Gua ada material pengembangan masyarakat ngomongnya menjelasin bahasa Inggris tapi bagus.
Granat teman, Cok.
Penjelasan. Nah itu dia. Terkadang dari biasa baca-baca atau main game itu malah lebih paham bahasa Inggrisnya daripada langsung les, tapi les lebih bagus kan. Terkadang kalau main game atau
Nek ke gentengnya dia.
ngelihat bahasa Inggris gitu kayak apa ya? Lebih paham daripada kalau langsung belajar gitu sama orang. Oh, match sebelumnya ketabrak.
Lu udah tahu Padil yang mana kan? Bit?
Hah? Tahu.
Padil.
Tadi kan dikasih tahu, kalian kasih tahu.
Oh iya juga.
Enak banget tuh orang jongkok.
Gabah.
Wah, Fury dapat kill lagi, Bit.
Cok, nggak paham kan? Tuh kan? Lihat, top 5 pokoknya killnya itu atas 5 dah.
Red kill.
Aduh, FTF Onyx, Cok. Sabun, yes. Aduh.
Birit 1 lawan 1. Siapa yang menang?
Wih, sama-sama low, Cok.
Nah, Cimoynya masih.
Nice try FTF. Nice one ONC. Kill
Wah, di sini.
Cok,
Pas
Fury,
lagi
Cok.
begini Cimoy
Datengin.
kena badai nih. Kena badai.
Puri datang.
Aduh, ada Yuki kamu, Cok.
Pergi kau Puri. Pergi dari sini.
FTF. Emang FTF? Oh, nembak TD itu ya? Ketembak kayaknya. Rido lagi nembak, TD-nya lewat ya.
Guys, gue tahu siapa yang jika nih guys.
Les buat grammar. Kalau game praktek sih benar. Kayak les, lu ngomongnya, cara ngomongnya begini, beda sama ini. Walaupun katanya sama.
Biar kabur dulu ke rumah kah?
Yang begitu-begitu tuh. Nah, itu sulit tuh. Misalnya kayak katanya nyebutnya sama, harusnya beda. Ah, paham gak sih? Itu dah pokoknya.
Oh, dapat. Ah, gua kira Cimoy dapat, Cok. Lu menang.
Oh, dibantu. Nice.
Yo,
Allah.
Makasih Birit.
Makasih Birit ya.
Knock 2 lagi.
Thank you Birit.
Aman-aman di revive. Nice, Fury mati. ONC naik terus, let's go. Rank 2.
Exo nih.
Gila, rank 1-2 sama tuh poinnya. Beda placement tuh anjing. Tuh yang darahnya berkurang, Ja. Yang darahnya berkurang banyak. Ya kan?
Siapa?
Yang tadi kita bahas barusan.
Aduh, Exo. Exo nempelin. Dah ada ketahuan dah. Bang, Exo bang, ini mah gak ada habisnya dah. War never end ini.
Bang PE.
Sumpah kalau di dalam rumah.
Bang PE. Kayak Kerekso lah.
Iya, bantulah ONC.
Bang PE nih.
Birit udah ngebet banget tuh. Cimoy dapat nih. Cimoy dapat nih harusnya nih. Cimoy dapat fix. Udah di bait sama Birit. Aduh, bontinya denger.
Cimoynya ada pada depan.
Montia denger. Beku.
Kan nggak badai ya, kok beku sih?
Abis kena badai berarti Mas Pet.
Tadi dia pakai pas badai.
Kalau dipakai pas badai emang nge-save kayak nge-save gitu.
Ya.
Ya ente.
Nice. Nggak pernah strike sempat. Stabil.
Ini kan PEL perang nih, EXO diam doang nih, bisa chicken dia naik ke 4 bisa, oh enggak, ke 5. 4
jauh sama 4.
4 jauh 5 dia.
Kalau dari sini langsung jauh ke apa? 4 jauh banget.
Ya ini killer dapat sama 8
nggak tembus itu, nggak ada hit. Oh, ngancurin pintu. Ih, tangannya.
Setut.
Jarinya putus, Bang.
Gak kena urat nadi, kalau kena urat nadi mati lah.
Nice. Beneran cok, kalpnya dapat sama insight tuh. Push, kenok 2. Push.
EXO doang yang di zona. Udahlah EXO ini mah.
Iya. Udah mati zone, gak usah kasih kill.
Wah.
Nice hit Haji.
Ih, gak kena nih. Itu jump shoot. Ya Allah, insight yang dapat cok.
Tolonglah.
Oh, udah itu.
Jangan naik EXO-nya.
Iya, ini shot FTF udah PASC. Bang EXO.
Udah mati zona kau Pe.
Udah nggak bisa kemana-mana. Ngetry banget. Kena 1 hit nih Jeyo nih. Mati dong lu, turun di kanan pula. Dapat celah ini Pe. Ayo Pe, chicken Pe. Bisa Pe. Ence gimana nih Bet, ada harapan buat bertahan sampai dia terakhir kagak? Bertahan lah Bang. Lihat aja konsisten mereka di 2 hari nih. Lihat poinnya tuh. Konsisten banget mereka. Gede dong kemungkinannya. Bedanya masih 15 poin doang.
Intinya kita tuh harus di atas semua orang.
Iya, harus rank 1 pokoknya.
Di atas Fury pun juga harus rank 1.
Bangsat nih Nox ya. Manfaatin orang-orang yang jarang baca nih. Uninstall yes. Berikutnya ada pilihan lagi yes atau no. Ternyata ngedownload antivirus. Untung gua baca dulu.
Dapet nih Akita nih 2 nih.
Akita lama banget lu ya.
Dia pengen ngenokin dapat 2 gitu langsung ya.
Iya.
Kalau 1 kayak nggak berimpact gitu. Cuman 1 dapat.
Masalahnya orangnya harusnya aware gak sih?
Oh,
yang nembak dari tadi cuma 2.
Crazy Nan udah pasti mati nih. Kanan terus. Oh, nggak balik dia. Ini offside dikit kanan pasti udah ditembak nih.
Mereka expect sih 1 orang
jadi
hilang.
Nah, kitanya pengen dapetin 2 ini. Udah kita masuk. Astagfirullahalazim. Nice. Chicken Pe. 2 lawan 1. Mampus lu Akita.
Mon reload dulu Mon.
Monyet ya. Mau kalah aja lama.
Udah akrab anjing.
Mampus lu, kepedean lu EXO
naik
lu.
mobil. Jadi dia kematian Hachi.
Mampus belum reload lu Mon. Belum reload. Yes, dia lupa.
Mon udah dibilang Mon reload.
Mon. Waduh, lu dua-duanya? Shit man. Aduh.
First aid kit. Monty's gonna get it off. He's trying to peek for information. Crazy
60.
Nine's close and he can just run at him.
Lagi buta.
Aduh, buta,
Spots
Cok.
him. Another flash. Little tap.
Astaga.
Massive win for EXO. 1v2.
Util yang gak dipakai, Dek.
Challenges it, wins it, and clutches up a
Cok,
huge
Cok.
chicken dinner, and just at the time that
Kocak
they
nih
needed
PE
it
nih,
the
kocak
most.
nih nama
When
ini.
it seemed like this tournament was
Cak.
maybe fading away from EXO, they make a big statement
Ini
on
camat
weekend.
ONC malah
13
nobar,
kills,
mana ada.
6 from Monty, 5 from
Ini
inside.
manajer, Bang.
Getting it done.
Oh my god, Akita, he timed it perfectly and we just had to have him hit the
Astaga.
shots and he didn't.
Kenapa EXO yang chicken, Cok? Wih, leaderboardnya beda nih tiba-tiba nih. Bagus nih Bang Han, leaderboardnya. Oh ini leaderboard dari Twire ya? Ya kan Bang Han, itu leaderboard dari Twire? Iya baru diupdate lagi ya. Gila, tahu banget gua.
Paling tahu deh lu.
Ini kalah anjing. Soalnya gue pernah pengen mau minta itu Mas Pet, izin dari Twire untuk besok kita. Ya ribet, mager gue nggak jadi. Minta izinnya. Vietnam apakah bisa main? Wop, sudah bro, saatnya kita nonton Vietnam. Banyak turnamen, tenang aja. Kalau break masih banyak. Hah? Turnamen Vietnam? PUBG. Tuh, Song Klu.
Anjing, Ding Chiling, Cok.
Tunggu loh. Iya, koordinasi sama Twire dan Crafton itu bikin agak ribet. Minta izinnya mager.
Ini, wait, turnamen, CS turnamen.
Oh, PUBG bro, Vietnam bro.
CS lah nih, The Bangkok turnamen, Cok.
Anjing.
Vâng, họ quyết định đó là dùng gói cứu trợ của mình để bay tiếp
Trời
cận
ơi.
kho từ đường hàng không và để xem rằng là có gặp phải bác thợ săn bắn chim nào hay không đây.
UNC đi đến tận khu vực cuối cùng của bản đồ nữa cơ.
Vâng, quyết định nhảy rồi
Paraiso.
cạnh Puerto Paraiso. Sẽ là những căn nhà nhỏ bên cạnh thôi, chứ bay thẳng vào thành phố khi mà mù thông tin thì cũng rất mạo hiểm. Còn đây thì đang có pha dịch dập đến từ Glory, bắt đầu đứng lên rồi, Dazia bị nhắm vào. Hơn nửa cây máu mất đi và giờ thì có quả đất để bồi nhưng đối phương đã xùi và đổi vị trí rất nhanh. Đến từ Dazia. Nhưng chắc chắn Glory sẽ không buông tha pha thiếu ở đâu, anh ta đang có cơ hội ghi điểm và đang tìm kiếm đi cái tên Dazia.
Anjing, gocekan dari Deziel di
tạm
sini.
thời thoát khỏi vùng nguy hiểm đến từ Dazia và có một chút khoảng không, hồi lại là đã mất. Nhưng Glory nói là không, Glory chơi rất cục nhưng đồng đội Dazia đã nổ
Mas
súng
Pet suruh translate itu. Mas Pet
Pet
katanya orang Vietnam kata
Tuấn
viewer.
bé cũng đã phát hiện ra vị đứng của mình mà cũng để cho đội hình bên phía team Genius Esports
Om
có
Jing nggak
trong
main
cầu
bit.
máu.
Kagak.
Nhưng quan trọng là Daziel đã an toàn và anh có thể lùi về được với những đồng đội của mình. Rất
Yet
nhanh
mate,
chóng vị trí của
Thailand
Singapore
bang.
cũng đã di chuyển tới đây. Vậy là cả 4 tuyển thủ bên phía team Daxton Esports cũng đã xuất hiện rồi. Còn với cái tên bên phía team Genius Esports mới chỉ
Pick
có
siapa
2
ya
mà thôi.
Vietnam ya? Sabar.
Vị trí của Utah đang hơi xa bộ đội còn lại. Và Genius Esports họ sẽ không tiếp tục cuộc giao tranh này nữa.
Demon
Và sẽ có tiếng lùi lại dành cho mình.
Vâng, không ăn được thì Glory đạp đổ rồi. Phá những cái phương di chuyển đối phương nhưng mà Tuấn bé cũng rất bướng bỉnh ở đây. Cũng quay ngược lại bắn phá vào vị trí Glory. Nhưng thực sự ở
Vietnam game
này
PC
thì
rame-rame ya
có lẽ
padahal
là hơi
negara
khó để
kecil.
đội tuyển có thể trực tiếp đe dọa đến tính mạng của nhau.
Kenapa tuh Mas Pet?
Vẫn đang tap sang với khẩu MK12 mình.
Ekonominya
Cốp
mungkin
là khó chịu Glory nhá, liên tục rỉa được lượng máu Tuấn
lebih
bé, Tuấn
ini
bé thì phải như cốp nhỏ thì phải.
gajinya mungkin orangnya.
Cao từ nãy giờ cứ đúng một hit từ Tuấn bé là chính xác người Glory thôi.
Gue bukan bilang Indo negara miskin, bukan, tapi standar gajinya gitu loh. Sama aja kayak misalnya
Nó Glory
bule
nhà với khẩu MK12 này
beli
trông rất là
VGA
dẻo.
nó murah.
Súng của nó cũng sướng nữa cơ. Khi mà có
Karena
trong cái ống
gaji
giảm
dia
thanh,
per
bắn cảm giác
jam
mọi thứ nó cũng đầm hơn, nó cũng
itu
dễ
udah berapa
trúng mục tiêu
duit?
hơn. Và với đội hình bên phía
Contohnya
Genius
Tom-
Esports ở trong game
contohnya Tommy deh.
mình khá là nhiều điểm kill.
Soti muốn va
sejam
này.
itu $30.
Móc thẳng vào khu nhà của
Udah nggak
phía
masuk
team
dong di
Dark
kita
Southern.
jauh.
Và giờ thì biết đối phương đang lên xe rồi, một quả đất
Bener
trả
nggak?
ra
Sejam dia
khó lòng mà
$30.
với tới được. Bên kia đã nổ máy và sủi. Dark Southern
Dia mau
một
beli
lặng
game
rồi,
yang harga
Genius
$60,
Esports
dia
không
kerja 2 jam doang.
truy lùng đến từ vị trí của Soti.
Istilahnya mah kayak gitu.
Hết
Apa ya
đạn
itu ya
rồi.
sebutannya
Có
ya,
lẽ
gue
là
nggak tahu
chỉ
dah.
tới đây thôi.
Mungkin orang yang ekonomi paham dah.
Chúng ta thấy rằng chúng ta chỉ có nhạc phẩm truy lùng.
Tapi
nó
lebih
chưa đến
ke
mức truy lùng được
banyak
với đội hình bên team
sponsornya nggak
Genius
sih?
Esports. Nhưng hãy nhìn xem
Yang
vòng
nge-support.
ball phase đầu tiên chuẩn bị kết thúc.
karena sponsornya rame, gamenya tetap pemainnya tetap rame.
Salah dong. Komunitasnya hidup, sponsor jalan. Itu udah paling benar. Sekarang kalau komunitasnya mati,
komunitas Indo juga masih jalan, Mas Pet.
sejalan-jalannya apa serame dia?
Kalau itu nggak bisa, Discord-nya aja 200 tuh anjing.
Nah, kedua, itu baru dari segi Discord-nya. Dari segi feedback untuk sponsornya Indo gimana? Istilahnya begitu
có lẽ
gitu.
sẽ là firm luôn bạn của Tuấn bé thôi. Siêu phi ở đây bị
Iya
tốn
dong.
rất nhiều lượng máu với tình huống
Mereka otomatis carinya exposure-nya gede.
ở một góc khác thì đó là TE bất ngờ xuất hiện nhưng cũng nằm
Bener
Tahu
nggak?
Indo
Mobile-
kebanyakan main judi anjing, slot mulu.
cùng một lúc với nhau.
Mobile Legends exposure-nya gede, bro. Makanya judi aja donetnya yang main mole juga kan.
Iya. Mobile.
Karena exposure.
Simple
gitu.
thật sự bốc là người đo về chiếc của mèo ú và cơ hội phải nói rằng là quá thấp đến từ đội hình bên phía team Destiny Sport.
Dulu Tokopedia
họ chỉ còn lại trong mình là hai
Garuda
người
kan,
thôi.
Cok.
Dazio
Garuda
Siêu Phi vẫn đang cố gắng hội
Orang
điểm
kantor
máu.
gua nonton CS langsung beli Mercedes UMR Jakarta. Memang mata uangnya sih.
Nhưng đối phương đã đến rất nhanh chóng và liệu rằng đội
Memang
bên phía team
mata uang.
Dustin có thể thoát ra khỏi cái tình huống giao tranh này nữa hay không đây?
Hai
Gua nggak
vs
paham
hai,
deh kalau
mọi
itu.
thứ là còn nguyên. Và đặc biệt là
Okto
với
ini
sân
langsung
thì
Okto nge-mute
những
lagi.
đội có
Toto
trận
ekonomi
đấu
ah.
Giờ thì có
Cái
một quả
mana
đạn
ini?
blue zone trả ra khó dành cho mèo ú rồi và mèo ú sẽ nằm thôi. Cái lượng sát thương đốt
Sợ
là
ta
quá
ơi.
Siêu phi
Giặc
bất
cây.
kỳ đội bị ngã xuống ngay
Giặc
trong
lười.
vòng tay. Còn bây giờ thì
Mulai nih,
Siêu
mulai.
Phi đang muốn báo thù nằm xuống
Oh,
bên
iya.
mid rồi và bên phía Qbox họ vừa cứu nhau
Nggak
lên
tahu
thành
tadi
công.
dia baru ngomong
Vẫn tiếp tục
Miramar.
là
Makasih
di
masih
sini.
caster,
nhưng
masih
liệu rằng
caster
có được hay
aman.
không đây? Siêu phi đã có một vị trí đứng là bao quát toàn bộ căn nhà dài này rồi.
Bisa kecilin nggak beat? Ini suara casternya sebel gua. Kalau bisa gua mute suara casternya gua mute. Kalau dikecilin suara in-game juga kecil. Cengklek guys. Tenang guys, habis ini Thailand kita nonton. Aman. Nah, nanti malam kita nobar Europe, paginya nonton Amerika. Pas. Emang full jam itu ada. 24 jam turnamen PUBG lagi ada.
Atau
Europe
kenapa
malam.
ya? PUBG itu masih salah satu battle royale yang seru dimainin gitu. Tapi ya di Indo komunitasnya tidak jalan.
Kurang. Tuan B. Ah, lu mati X92, gua pick lu padahal. Monyet lu. Oh, dia sub deng. Oh, dia main.
cũng như là mèo ú đã chính thức ra đi trong game đấu này.
Chính xác thôi, bây giờ ta mới bắt đầu được nhìn thấy đội hình bên phía team Server Esports. Và pha này PU ở đây là một góc thi đấu PU
Toto jelasin tuh anak Ilkom ini.
và ngay lập tức Low Pi phải lên xem
Okto AFK coy.
không thể nào giữ vững
Nggak usah jelasin, itu udah sewajarnya gitu. Anjing, kita ngomong kasarnya gini ya. Harga PS5 buat orang
luar
mahal banget. Anjing, 7 juta sampai 9 juta. Di luar harganya $600. $600. Beda dikit tuh sama Nintendo Switch. Gitu. Hitungannya murah buat mereka. Karena gajinya UMR mereka tuh beda.
Karena gajinya gede.
Còn quay trở lại câu chuyện vòng bo thì như đề cập rồi, Garden thực sự đang có một cái vị trí quá đắc địa trong cái
Anggap dah 15.
xung quanh là đồng trồng khớp và họ có
Anggap sejam $30.
ở giữa tâm bo. Nhưng biết
Sama biaya makan dah sehari-hari. Seharian dah kita ngomong biaya makan mungkin $30 lah. Mungkin lebih lah. Biaya makan $40. Tommy sih cerita sama gue biaya makan dia irit-irit.
Gede.
Ya.
Tapi gede kan biaya makannya. Kalau dibandingin
Enggak.
biaya makan.
Dia mengirit-irit gitu.
Oh ya. Pilih makan.
Iya. Jadi dia bisa nabung banyak banget gitu.
Và trong pha này thì New Esports, vâng, một tình huống
Neo
sủi
tí
rồi,
cẩn
hay
thận
đâm
nha,
vào
Neo
sâu
tí
hơn
ơi.
đây.
Trông
Và
rất
Neo
Neo
tí,
tí.
ôi, đây là một tình huống đã có tình huống ghê trước đến từ bên phía UNC. UNC
Di
bắt
Indo
đầu
kan
của mình.
ya,
Và ngay
per
lập tức
jam.
Neo tí chỉ duy
Gaji
đều
per
phải
jam
bye
nggak
bye.
ada. Cuma ngelonte doang ada gaji per jam.
Ẩn nấp rình rập đến từ anh chàng quỷ và anh chàng TTT. Không một ai của New Hao ngờ
Ceng,
tới rằng là ở
ceng,
đây đã
ceng.
có sẵn
Ada
những
caster
địch thủ ẩn
caster
nấp rồi. Và đó
hadiah
là một
kan
cái điểm hạ gục,
gaji per jam.
chỉ là 2 điểm hạ gục
Oh,
dễ dàng
enggak.
dành cho
Rata-rata per match bit.
T1706
Enggak Mas
đã
Pet.
bị knock.
Mereka
Chỉ duy
milih
confirm.
per jam.
Và
Kebanyakan
cái
ya,
hai gọi là hơi
yang
ít
gue
từ
tahu
khi
ya,
đã bị clear spot
Rere
luôn.
Bredel
Đến từ
gitu-gitu,
New Hao khi mà Long
mereka
Ca
ngambil
tận
per
đánh kèm
jam.
rồi. 12-4-9-1-4 làm gì đây? Không thể làm nổi khi đó là pha bắn rất
Soalnya
đẹp.
kemarin gue nonton mereka ngejelasin
Dành cho New Hao ở vị trí top 14 với không cái điểm hạ gục nào cả.
daripada per match ya, mereka nggak mau ambil kalau per match.
Long Ca
Apa mereka kalau per match sampai
Không
overtime.
cách nào đội hình bên phía team N New Esports họ vẫn đi vào
Mereka
khu vực nhà
pilih
có
per
bên
jam.
UNC
Và
đứng
đây
chờ
không
đợi
phải là đầu
sẵn.
tiên. Và đây không
Di Indo mah per hari 50 sampai 200 ribu, bener lagi.
Fake team, vâng, anh chàng Kenvi có cả B90.
Pas gue denger kerja
Rất vượng và biết luôn
temen
Văn Nghị
gue
ở trong
kerja
căn
di
nhà này
US
đang muốn
internet
cân.
1
Văn Nghị lộ
Gbps
ra,
cuma
bây giờ Văn
60
Nghị
dolar,
làm
pengen
thế nào
nangis
để thoát
dibandingin
đây? Một khẩu B90
Di
dành
Indo
cho
kalau
Văn Nghị.
internet
Kenvi
anjing.
vẫn đang cố gắng săn đuổi đối thủ.
Ada nge-lag pula, FUP.
Có vẻ như là không
Ah.
đã bị khai thác vào
Nih,
bởi anh chàng
Indo
Paul.
internet
Fake
maju
team đang là tuyển cố
itu
đội
baru
thành viên của New Generation.
3 tahun 4 tahun yang
Và
lalu
có lẽ
lah.
là chỉ vấn đề thời gian thôi trước khi Văn Nghị
Itu juga majunya provider luar loh, bukan provider BUMN.
BUMN.
muốn làm điều gì đó và để xem
Iya.
có
Kayaknya
sự làm được
nanti
điều
bakal
gì
ada
đó.
tracer. Ah, mantap bang, bentar gue FK dulu,
Tuyển
hidupin
viên
lampu.
nữ giới ngày hôm nay họ đã
Provider BUMN itu baru belakang-belakangan ini
có thể
kan
kể đến như đội hình
dapat 1-1. Itu juga rasanya rasa cobaan anjing.
thì vòng bom mới chúng ta sẽ như thế nào đây? Vâng, và chia hai người ra đến từ bên phía team
Mau
Ga
main
là
penuh rasa
một quyết định
cobaan
hợp
anjing.
lý.
Vô đối thực sự là cái căn nhà mà Kejun hay Eagle First chấn giữ vẫn đang là vô địch ở trong cái vòng bo thứ 4 của ván đấu này. Nhưng có lẽ đến thời điểm mà bo đầu co vào diện tích ít đi thì nên tụ quân thôi. Lấy đủ thông tin đến từ hai player ở phía cánh rồi và họ đang cố gắng lên xe quay trở về cái khu nhà đẹp mình kể trên. Nhưng Gentleman đang bắn sang nhà, liệu rằng có toàn mạng đi tiếp hay không đây? Còn quay trở lại thì chúng ta đang có Z, một pha sấy xe của phía Dexter nhưng chưa được. Và có lẽ là anh ta cũng phải thay đổi vị trí thôi khi đây đang là ở giữa đồng.
Vâng, chúng ta thấy rằng với cục đồng như thế này
Udah mulai
quá
belum?
trống trải và nó
Udah
khiến cho
harusnya.
chiếc xe của đội hình bên phía team Dark Satan Head
Where a lot of the
Gue gimana mau
spots
serantar.
are located, it is towards that kind of southeasterly direction. So kind of more
Lah, internet
northwestern
gua
circle has
bagus
betrayed a lot
kalau
of these
internet lu
teams, except
warnet lu
for
1-1.
getting to Opozo.
Ini dia zonanya.
Ini kebanyakan kan internet
So those three
internet
teams in
Indo begitu.
particular, I think
Nih,
will be
internet
getting
1 banding 1
pretty
itu
content
semenjak
start that they're
udah
gonna have
dari
here
7
for
tahun yang
what
lalu tuh
is
udah
a
ada
very important game.
Bisnet,
You want to close
MyRep,
tonight off in
berani
good
ngasih.
fashion, put yourself in the best
Kayaknya sampai
position
detik
tomorrow,
ini
so you're not
IndiHome
going
nggak ada
into
ya?
tonight thinking, how
Ada
are we
gua
gonna make up 40,
gua udah
50
baru
points?
masuk
Rather
tahun
than
Baru
ini.
ada,
10,
berarti ya
20
baru
Baru ada
tahun ini
tahun
ya.
ini.
more
Iya.
feasible. First kill of the
Telat
game,
berapa
it's gonna
tahun
be
tuh?
crazy tonight with the elimination onto one tap. So VIP down to 3 players
Makanya
for
gua
the
kemarin
remainder of
pilih
this game.
Iconet guys, karena
Cubs
Iconet
actually
itu
a crazy night for
non
the
FUP
Dance Esports, all kind of in the mix
sama
as
1-1.
pretty much in the
Hampir
middle
tumbur
of
sama
VIP,
Puri.
who went for a bit of a spread just
Kalau
outside Kintara
Indigo kan
and Minas Generalis, and it is indeed though one tap
apa?
who loses his life. So
Harus
down to 3 for them,
lebih 1
same with
juta
Time
tuh
Foxy.
baru bisa dapat untuk live streaming, paket streaming upload gede.
Off my mic's okay. Not an idea. Looting power grid. These warehouses are ripe for fantastic loot. And I always get jealous. Even though I'm not playing, I actually do get jealous when I see people loot warehouses like this because I know they're going to get those 8x's.
Hampir perang melawan Puri.
Attachments that they want. So
Tabrak lah.
maybe it's just a nostalgia thing.
Tadi
Kayaknya
rebutan.
gua telat
Should go
ya.
back to compete.
Berapa detik ya?
Enggak, gue liat map.
Oh, berapa detik?
Gak disiarin sama
Sure you know what they're doing. I do not.
4.
Nggak disiarin. Cok.
41, 42, telat.
Oh.
43,
Definitely going to go
44, 5.
towards one call. Get up
Gua
on
sama
top of
sama
these two fantastically playable.
Ini nih
Iya
tadi
sih,
look.
bener sih kata lu Bang Han,
Oke,
anjing warnet
upload
sih dari zaman
information.
dulu udah pasti ada tuh judi.
Yeah, higher ground
Lu
position
kesel
that you
banget.
can get earlier, always going to
Udah
be
main
Dulu
Kayak
dulu
ginian.
poker anjing.
where you can scout, get
Oh,
that
ini nih
intel,
cara
as
naiknya
you
nih.
said, and from that play off it.
Enggak,
Iya,
ini
guys.
dia
With this
bilang
kind of circle,
mungkin
you can
dipikir
kind of
internetnya
actually
cepet
spend the
buat
time to do it,
apa
right? You don't
kalau
have to
dipakai buat
over-rotate, you
judi
don't have to
doang.
go
Dulu
a
kan
long
itu tuh
distance to the other side of the map.
warnet.
You're already
Gua
in
kesel
that
banget.
phase one circle and
Apa sih nggak poker?
probably are not going to want to
Poker-poker
position
pokoknya
yourself too
kartu-kartu
much
kan
just to
itu
face one anyway.
merajalela
Sometimes
dulu
get
sebelum ada
position
slot nih.
for the sake of
Kalau
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 nggak,
sekarang kan slot
Enggak dong, Bit.
dulu, weh,
Enggak
yang
dong, Bit.
QQ gitu-gitu Mas Pet di warnet Mas Pet.
Dulu itu
Apa?
kartu itu masih singa poker, Bit.
Oh enggak Mas Pet, Singa Poker
Tapi
kan
itu
kayak nggak depo kan.
Tapi itu jatuhnya game, bukan judi.
Iya,
Menurut
nah
gua.
tapi ada game Mas Pet.
Tapi bisa RMT, Bit.
Nah iya itu tahu gua kalau RMT.
Sah dong kalau itu.
Nah sah karena kita nggak ngeluarkan duit.
Tapi yang beli kan ngeluarin duit. Tapi maksud gue
apa
gini,
ya?
coba. Tapi masih sah nggak menurut lu kalau RMT Singa Poker?
Kalau itu gue nggak tahu ya pemahaman itu gimana ya. Setahu gue judi itu kita mengeluarkan kayak turnamen. Turnamen ini termasuk judi Mas Pet.
Ya, gue tahu kan udah pernah
Karena
jelasin
ada
tuh.
pendaftaran. Nah karena ada pendaftaran, gue dulu soalnya nggak dibolehin sama abang gue. Karena kalau pokoknya kita mengeluarkan uang untuk pendaftaran, terus besoknya kita mendapatkan uang lebih itu, nah itu termasuk. Makanya gue dulu dilarang tuh nggak boleh turnamen. Itu gue udah diomelin banget dah. Tapi gue tetap batuan. Nah kalau RMT kayak nggak tahu deh gue, kalau pemahaman itu gue belum sampai ke situ. Nah tapi dulu ada poker gitu Mas Pet. Wah warnet pokoknya warnet kecil, bapak-bapak isinya udah itu udah pasti judi ya nih. Judi kartu
itu dari dulu tuh bakarat sampai itu udah ada dari dulu. Gue nggak tahu deh, mungkin nggak tahu ya, mungkin gue bukan orang Muslim kali gitu ya. Gue nggak tahu kenapa gue setuju banget judi itu dilegalin di Indo, tapi ada tempatnya.
Soal itu sah aja.
Nggak kayak genting.
Genting apaan?
Genting di Malai kan judi tuh dibolehkan, Bit. Tapi yang punya KTP Malaysia atau yang beragama Muslim, dia tidak boleh join. Maksud gue tuh digituin gitu loh.
Paham. Ya, makanya gue tadi bilang boleh-boleh aja.
Ya, nggak tahu karena kecil. Karena saat gue kecil, ya gue tahu lingkungan itu. Daripada duitnya dimakanin orang luar ya kan.
Lu lahir juga judi bang sebenarnya, hidup atau mati. Beda dong kalau itu.
Lu jangan makan, mati. Nah itu udah hukum pasti.
Masa lu samain sama hidup lu jadi untuk masuk judi?
First aid kit available for Fleaways, and of course no real knowledge that nade connected.
2014 web poker udah ada bang, dari gua tahun main warnet tuh 2008 udah ada orang main judi. Tapi dulu kan kebanyakan offline kayak judi QQ, kartu gitu.
Tapi gue setuju banget ya judi itu ada disahin di Indonesia. Jadi larinya tuh nggak ke duit orang, nggak ke orang luar gitu loh.
Nggak, pokoknya yang apa ya, offline lah. Kayak online gini kan, lu lihat duitnya nggak tahu tuh lari kemana, nggak ada perputaran ekonomi di Indo nggak sih?
Iya, karena gini, Wit. Websitenya katakan nih websitenya punya orang Singapura. Orang Singapura bikin. Kayak Sosiaba saja ada mata uang rupiahnya. Bisa depo rupiah. Gampang dong. Tapi kalau orang Indo kalah, duitnya masuknya kemana? Ke orang Singapura.
Iya.
Indonesia dapat pajaknya enggak?
Kayak apa ya? Zaman dulu mereka, 50.000 bisa beli rokok nih. Sekarang, 50.000 bisa nih kayaknya sejuta. Gas nggak sih?
Iya.
Gitu kan pemikiran mereka sekarang. Pada gua ngerokok mending gua puter, bisa nih beli satu slop begitu.
Enggak, kalau gua nggak mikir ke situnya sih. Masukan buat negaranya.
Dulu enggak, maksudnya kalau dulu 50.000 tuh bisa dia beli rokok, ada muter ekonomi Mas Pet, masuk ke warung, nanti muter lagi, muter-muter gitu maksud gua.
Sama hal yang gue jelasin tadi.
Nah, iya.
Yang gue jelasin tadi tuh ya itu. Website punya orang Singapura.
Mereka malah
deponya
berharap
ke sana.
dengan robot, Cok.
Ya. Terus
Yang
mereka
udah
kalah.
100%.
Duitnya masuk dong ke orang Singapura. Indonesia nggak dapet. Sama dengan halnya TikTok Shop.
ASHENG home have been a sort of quiet team, just the 27 points from 9 games played, or yeah, close to that. Now up to
Kalau
betul,
misalnya
iya betul begitu Bang.
kalau Tokped kan masih ada ininya, pajaknya ya, kan badannya Indonesia kan.
Oftenly, I think, on Miramar games, and there are actually a lot of options in terms of what you can hold. Firstly, the two cities, then you got the El Pozo fields. There's those double stack houses as well.
Siapa ya? Belum ada kayak belum.
A lot of terrain out towards the
Sadikin
western side
mantan
too. So there
gubernur
are still a lot of
Jakarta.
options of this kind of circle.
Jake, you're forgetting about the unplayables that are now playable as well. I mean, I think most teams would be thinking, okay, well, we can take an emergency parachute here, or at least a couple of us can, and go straight up to those unplayables that are so desirable in this zone specifically.
Dulu depo transfer mesti ke ATM dulu guys, belum ada.
Iya, belum ada M-banking tuh, belum ada. Lu harus ke ATM, Cok. Nah, kayak gini nih, kayak rak nih. Emergency. Lu lihat dari atas. Oh, ada orang. Jangan ke sini.
Ya, apalagi ada mobil yang ke sana no.
Iya.
Kelihatan kan.
Nah, bro, udah azan. Gila. Terik.
Di push kah? Tapi masalah di push kan nih. Satu orang masih ada di bukit atas salah.
Maybe just too exposed to that compound on that rotate, cost him his life. Or not cost him his life, sorry. Just a knock. They should be able to get that res, and they're kind of just hoping.
Bro, guys, sholat dulu, sholat.
Duh.
Nitip, bro.
Ya.
Just free shots.
Mampus. Kita bahas yang lain. Bokep.
Okay, Predator a little bit closer though.
Oke, memang tujuannya ke atas deh itu ya.
Bisa jadi.
Roman kill top of that little mountain. And they'll happily just sit there. Probably the kind of position though where you
ini let's play-nya ada 2.
I honestly think they're probably best to just
Iya makanya. Kok jadi tambah?
Iya.
Bisa jadi ini juga template kan.
Tapi dari OBS yang lainnya lupa. Baru OBS yang satu ini, OBS yang lainnya.
What's your overall safety net kind of like up top on that position? Do you have to go prone? There's got to make sure you understand your sort of whereabouts. So if you got numbers at least, and they do have all 4
Ini El Pozo tuh udah kota paling kematian dah sumpah. Mau jalan kemana aja takut ada yang muncul dari jendela.
I don't think I've ever seen a team win from taking that unplayable. That's the thing, is I think it's one of those situations, or one of those positions you just take, you know that it's going to give you value in the short term, and you're just hoping it provides value in the long term. But you can never be guaranteed, because you eventually have to parachute off. You have no cars.
Gue benci banget. Oh ini MK ya, bukan DG. Oh DG tuh kayak nembaknya.
Gak bisa di-spam.
Iya.
So they gotta be careful. They gotta be thinking about that. Thankfully, again, they have the parachutes in the backpack. They can just jump off and go wherever they want to. Power position for now as well. They're going to be able to keep so much.
Gue bangun jam 5, jam segini rada ngantuk nih. Ini yang bikin gua nggak live ini tiduran.
But I feel like that's rarely the case. They just kind of get ripped apart as soon as they leave that unplayable. So for their sake, and for my sake as well, I want to see what happens when the team's actually able to pull off a win or a good game coming off that unplayable.
See if that happens. So far, quite a game. 13.5 minutes, only 3 deaths, technically 2. Since Titan Foxy have just the trio. So a stark contrast, isn't it, Russ, when you go from Takeover Candy, then back to Miramar, where it all kind of slows down once again. Takeover Candy, you know, you got a little bit in these more unfamiliar routes and the way teams sort of rotate and move and the positions they want to hold. Miramar kind of goes back to that staple, similar to Erangel.
Ini
you
apa
know
sih?
These positions, you know kind of what you can hold, what you can't push. Even more when you add an El Pozo into the
organisasi
mix.
kah?
El Pozo's big enough that you can have 5, 6, 7 teams. So
ada WP juga salah.
Situation where because of the way the circle has gone to start here for game number 5
Let's
tonight,
play.live.
it's just going to be a little bit slow to get going, but that opens potential
Kenapa nggak pakai logonya ini?
That means there's more players alive. That means that if you're in a good position in the mid game,
Oh,
more
anjing.
chances to find kills rather than a lot of the kills happening early on the rotates. And even if you're in a good position, you can't quite make the most of it. And yeah, like even Patrick looks up and it's like, well, how do we push out now?
Yeah.
Bagus padahal logo hijau belakangnya
Thankfully for
hitam.
everyone that isn't Roman kill, this next circle should push them out. Unless there's other unplayables that have higher priority than the one that they're on. I'm not exactly sure what the priority in this area is like.
Wah anjir, Overwatch World Cup.
VIP
Game
coming straight onto
aneh.
Can they defend it? That's the question. That's aggressive from VIP.
Tapi gue mainin sampai kena karpal gue.
I'm hoping that, I mean, that's such a smart play. If you're assuming there's going to be a crash, what an angle from JO to play. Such a massive help from his team. It's going to give them time to get that res onto Hachi if they need it. It gives space for Crazy Nine to push out onto this balcony, get a little bit more aggressive, but it doesn't stop Tazzy from opening up onto Carbs. An opportunity has been gained, and a flush as well. This position from JO hasn't been the best.
Kenapa nggak pakai logonya bang? Bagus dah hijau, hitam hijau. Kalau hijau transparan, kayaknya kurang.
Tazzy feels the power of it. Jayo going back for that vehicle. Crazy Nine just falls off ever so slightly. Could go for a couple of revives here. Might just relieve the pressure with that knockdown. Rip though, well, pressure's certainly on him. Up close, Crazy Nine, never mind. What the flash timing, perfect from Crazy Nine. He can jump off, hip fire spray. Yeah, he gets the job done onto VIP. Crazy Nine with a couple of crazy kills, lives up to his name. Double kill in the end, deals with VIP, who remain in the bottom three. But Exo Clan have got some company. It's bandits inside of El Pozo, and this is what these kind of city fights can look like. You don't know what's safe or where's safe, and in the end, you kind of want to run out of this building, but then there's 3 or 4 teams that have got eyes on it. You can't really push out. Bandits, though, have kind of opted maybe away from getting too over-aggressive. They fall back. 4 piggies, though, kind of backfilled into this position ever so slightly, as Bandits did look to maybe kind of spread their wings a little bit inside of El Pozo. Circle shift coming, circle pops, and it goes north, and it does keep a lot of El Pozo in play. And look at the amount of team Russell, south side, playing terrain, playing those exterior buildings that are now all outside of the circle. Where do they even have space to go to? I mean, El Pozo itself is already jam-filled. Sands with a knockdown onto Fleaways, so finally Bandits have spotted that 4 piggies are pushed up close. Does get the initial knock, but he's inside of a building, can't really push it. And on top of that, you're only the duo as well, so you don't want to get too aggressive. Flowy, the vehicle, pickup truck gets away.
This is one of the roughest circles it could have been. There's so much open space in this zone. This might be the one shift that has the least amount of space for these guys to play. Not to mention they have to come from the south, make their way up to the north, even if they want a chance at playing inside the circle. Lots of barricades they've got to overcome before they can get to that point. And if you're inside El Pozo, well, it just gets that much more cozy. Going to be getting very close to your neighbors in a couple minutes' time.
Yeah,
very close to the road. If anyone wants to send it down here, which I wouldn't be surprised if a team wants to, AAP is ready to greet you. They'll happily take the points. They need the points. 71 is not enough right now. These last couple games have to be bangers from them. Is it going to be Fury to send it down the road? I think they're too smart to go down the road. They know that that's not a great option, so they're going to go over the hills instead, try get north like that. A couple of the teams going to make wide wraps as well. AH and Red Sea, on this western side. This was basically their only option. There's that massive unplayable stopping them from doing anything else. There's even Pindado's members up here. They're coming from the north, trying to come south. It's all chaos. It's just shambles as these guys try to find anything that they can play. But right now, all the playable space is almost devastating. That's not what you want to do on a road. That's crucial.
Yeah, it's not ideal, especially that kind of timely manner either. K-Mon's going to get finished off. Free kill for Tete. He'll happily take that. No complaints from him. Push up close by, man. Dealing with Red Sea, but these are the kind of fights that from the future need to win. No disrespect to Red Sea, but bottom 2, FTF with a lot more on their mind considering how close they are to the top 3. They need to get as many points as they possibly can from these scenarios. Delta mixing of spray of bullets as soon as he tries to push out of that shack from Crazy Nine. It's only Mr. Flank that's left alive standing for Red Sea, but he's getting the revive onto Apic. The smoke shielding a lot of the vision in towards that little garage. Punye, so is Sans. That's the end of the Bandits. Akita and Trick will split 1 for 1. So 2 of the bottom 3 teams eliminated. Unfortunately, the consistency at a rather poor level following these particular teams. And Red Sea, I mean, they're not in much of a better shape either.
Ada kill.
Panic in the center of Pozo. Opportunity for them to extend their lead. But they're going to have to be patient. All the action's going to happen around them. Kind of same with a couple other teams inside Pozo too. They're not going to have the sight lines that they want. They're just going to have to wait it out. Wait for these teams to finally get close to them. That zone pops. There's a little bit more to the west. A couple of teams going to be happy with that. Coming outside the building as well, Fury sent it straight into Pozo, and it's not easy to leave. This building specifically is a pain to leave. It seems like this one, there's just not much you can do. All the angles are exposed. Everyone around is going to be watching, and in a lobby this competitive, in a city this condensed, it's looking incredibly hard for Fury to get out, and now they have to deal with Irrelevant coming up behind them as well. Savvy, he's going to want to take care of this. Blood in the water. Can he actually capitalize on it, though? The thing is, he has to go out either side. He can't just look straight at Fury. He's got to make a push. He's got to get something done. And he's going to want to wait until his team's ready to wipe Fury, really, before he wants to make a push.
Well, the one good news for Fury, though, they at least dealt with Inside, who's kind of holding a little bit more of that sort of front position. Blasty, okay, never mind. As soon as they get out onto the road, that open space, clearly their downfall for Fury, trying to jump the window. Blasty closes the door, doesn't reload the orc, senses the pressure ever mounting from Luke 12. He gets on a good little flank. They get the kill, a good response at least for Fury, shuffles them back up into top spot by all tying up with Panic. They've got to go down to the blue for a Roman kill. If we think back to earlier in this game, they held that mounted position on the unplayable. Well, that is now playable, but also their downfall too. As soon as they start to parachute off, of course, they are easy pickings for Pandanos, who are up into 7th now. 9 kills. They've been able to get themselves out of that sort of bottom half of the leaderboard from a poor day one showing. Sohan gets the kill onto Hikerman. Where's Luke? Holds the angle. Very quick spray. That's an easy one for Luke. Kind of just running out. Gun not really in hand, and Savvy's not in a position. So Luke can get this revive. Fury will keep 2 up. Couple kills, but they've still got to push forward into the next circle. Savvy's spotted by Monty. And again, just not able to find an angle to get the flush onto Hikerman. And Luke, though, is he giving up on this?
He spotted him. Double barrel through the window. Oh, that's a risky molly. That could molly yourself. He has. That was inevitable. You could see that coming from a mile away, and Luke gets it anyway. No way he actually goes for that. And it doesn't work out. Meanwhile, down go Tanax, AAP making a name for themselves in this zone. They've taken, I mean, look at this. If this isn't a power position, then I don't know what is. How much vision do they have? How much info? How much opportunity for kills do they really have? I mean, people are going to be sitting inside buildings, so maybe that limits them a little bit, but still, what a power position for them to take.
So there goes Luke. Was never in a position to get that revive and Hiker. Out in 10th for Fury, just the 4 kills, 4 points. Panic. Opportunity again arises to take that top spot. Patrick will collect another kill for Archangel Predator. 4 for them this game. And the good news for pretty much everyone inside of this lobby, right? Again, that top team goes only grabbing the 4 points. Panic, yeah, they're still alive. They can further compound that sort of top position.
What is this?
From 2nd to 7, all still alive. Zone goes north again. Good for FTF. 4 piggies can rotate up north if they want. Warehouse is available. It's a good warehouse to hold because it is a slightly higher elevated position. FTF spot at the concrete building. You probably don't want to leave that either. Archangel Predator, where do they go? One call, where do they go? Difficult for them.
A zone like this?
I've seen it before where the warehouse that 4 piggies is rotating to, and then the sort of little crate, I don't even know what you would call it, a little crate yard just to the right-hand side of it. I've seen that finish before. So I have seen it close to being like
Ini
this.
match terakhir kan nih?
It's just very rare that that concrete building that FTF is in the center. And you have to make your way around it. It's just the terrain around that concrete building is so interesting to play. Haven't seen this in a long time, and I'm grateful that we do. That is a very exposed place to pull up, but where else are AH gonna go? Cars for cover. They have to use them, but it doesn't seem like that's enough. AshenBots opens it up onto Hexamuffin. I think that might be the signal for them to go. Now that they know they've weakened someone in front of them, they're going to go and find somewhere to play. Where do they play? I don't know. Looks like there's maybe some balls outside FTF's compound that they can go for. They could take advantage of the fact that they've knocked one of AH, or they could pull up halfway. Fantastically played. Don't need to send it right now. Just pull up in a spot that gives you the easy wipe onto AH and then make a move after that. This is heads up play. It's calm play from AAP.
Yeah.
This is what we haven't seen. but I'm loving that we're seeing it now.
So they pull up to that position because far out to the western side, Pendados Esports were kind of shooting at AAP, and they're like, okay, we know there's one team there, but if we pull up to this position, yeah, it's not in the circle, but it stops them from shooting at
Wah,
us.
Cibirit sih udah bawa
Move
Panzer ya.
out of that compound just ever so slightly, and then they can kind of play the terrain now as they push forward, deal with what's ahead of them, get a bit more information. So I like that move from AAP. Certainly one of the more smarter plays that they've kind of shown so far this PCR, although this time they just send it. Maybe they sensed that it was certainly available, and maybe it felt as if that position wasn't going to be good for the long run. That spin actually helps. That spin makes it really hard to spray the players down. It actually really helped AAP. They get the kill into Samoy. Panzer up close from Gibber, right in the face of Evil Patrick, sends him flying, and that's a Molotov as well at the feet of Gibber. He's dead, he's gone. It's going to be down to just 2 remaining for the side of OneCall. Dan and NIGHTBOT, though, also just the duo for AAP, so it's a mutual destruction moment here from these 2 competitors. Not sure who this will benefit in the long run. AOP has had a good game. Blue Zone Nate utilized, but going for the revive at that time. Not really the time to do it. And that will be the quick double for Nant. Only Trek remains for OneCall, holding upstairs. AOP have done well, considering they had to push into this location. It is only the duo that remains, but they've collected the
memang
kills.
kematian,
Some
Cok,
points from this game. Trick to stay alive. Can he hold the stairs here? He's got a flash, throws it early. FTF again with a hard feed in the concrete building.
Wah, FTF tengah John.
Fantastically done from AAP, but we move over to EXO, absolutely dominating the rest of the server. Back to OneCall. It's just Trick. He's got one. Only one more to find. It was a good aggression with that Panzer Faust before. He saw it for sure, but
I don't think he did. Smoke was up. I think it was just a pre-fire, but it almost hit him.
Potentially. Yeah, you're right, actually. Hard to justify committing to that when you don't know where he is. So back inside the building, recoup, rethink.
Oh, nice.
EXO 6
he got
kills. No way he got him.
Wins the
What a clutch
1v2.
from Trick. That's valuable as well. I was thinking going into this fight, look at OneCall's position on the leaderboard.
Birit kena bakar sama Trick,
They came into day 1, they had a decent performance, but now they need to actually get up there because, I mean, it has such a big impact if OneCall's up there.
Satu kena
If
Panzer.
that top 3 is pushed out of that top 3 from PGC points, and OneCall's up there, it has such a massive impact. So they need to be up there for themselves. And Trick is putting them up there right now as a solo. 9 kills on Pindados. Haven't really seen much of them, but they've been here. They've been on the edge, and they have space to play as well. FTF is so pinned inside this pyro building, inside this concrete building. It's hard for them to do anything. Who KDI? Is he in a reservoir spot? You got to imagine he is. Yeah, inside the building somewhere, no problem. But Pindados, it's given them the opportunity to encroach ever closer.
Panic and fury, they were tied going into this game. They remained tied at the conclusion of it, 120 apiece, and unfortunately though for OneCall, they've only got the 1 player alive, but top 5 they'll get some extra placement points, which keeps the gap close, especially between those top 3. And again, it doesn't really matter the order for those 3 teams in particular. If they remain as the top 3, it's just a matter of who finishes first gets PGC. Simple as that. Trick on the rotate, the doesn't make a that collects the free kill for EXO Clan, and their rise continues as they tie points with FTF. FTF though as the trio, but up close is Pandara Esports, 4 points to the north, the only team remaining with 4 players alive. EXO as the duo, but we know what Monty's capable of. As at least a pair, even as a solo, he's been able to clutch up already today, and a good time from Makita on to Teddy. And information there for EXO. They know there's a team.
Jadi TD masuk sih, sumpah gue ngilu banget. Ada EXO.
The north side. So good amount of information, at least for the duo, and they're inside of the circle here going into phase 8. So we'll see what can happen. But either way, good response from EXO, closing out day number 2 to keep in touch with that top 3.
I think EXO want to get some third party onto this Prio building, but I don't think they're going to
be
able
to. The
opportunity right now is, I think, going towards
300 berapa itu? 340.
They don't even want it. You can already see them wrapping as this FTF Pindados fight continues to pop off. Pindados, they tried to push inside, tried to get anything onto FTF. Not good enough though. Pindados down to 1 for Piggies. They're loving it right now. Their only contestant is EXO, and Monty's close. I think 4 Piggies have left 1 behind, but that's presence now known. That's, hey guys, I'm here. I'm on the fence. You got to be careful of me now. Akita, maybe this is too low. Although I guess he doesn't want them to wrap back, so he's watching for it. But now that 4 Piggies know EXO is here, it limits them so much more. If that surprise was a knock instead of just a spray, I think it changes things. Maybe it even allows Akita to get aggressive and go on that flank if they have to put resources towards that res, but they can do that no longer. So EXO potentially on the back foot now.
FTF have played this quiet, despite the fact they've basically been hard-fed this game. They have not branched out. Of course, being down a player makes it difficult to kind of spread out. So you do feel compelled to just kind of hold inside of the building. But what that does do is invite the pressure. Pressure, though, for now that they've been able to subside. 4Pig is more worried, I think, about the duo of ExoClan.
Yeah.
And knowing that they can't just rush full steam ahead towards the building. UKDR just playing a little bit outside here. Delta Mix and Teddy playing off each other. No movement from the solo yet of Pindados, and the duo of ExoClan continue to just kind of hold their positions, but moving ever closer towards 4Piggies, who still remain as 4. The only team, of course, that has all 4 players still alive. Round 5, our second last game of the night. 1 more to play after this. 6 games then tomorrow, and then that's it. Not many games remain for PCR2. Final circle, and Okigops gets caught by Monty up close. They weren't probably expecting that one. Good little spray with the AUG. Now, the problem is he's still only a duo. So you get the initial knock, but you can't go, okay, let's push on that, because he's still just the 2 players.
The blue as well. Blue stopped them from pushing any further. Phase 9's pop. They can't wrap around those rocks anymore. Those are out of zone. It would be too dangerous, too painful to do it. So they're limited now. They have to go.
Enak banget tap titik tengahnya ya.
Corrugated fence and fight them from this angle, and hopefully get away from it, because it doesn't look very favorable, does it? You're hoping that 4Pig, they go straight towards from the future and die in their line of sights, but Monty is too exposed. Well, he knock as well for 4Piggies. Maybe it gives a kid on everyone. Yeah, they survive a little bit longer. Jayo's the solo as well. Solo on the edge. Whether this has an impact on the game or not, I'm not sure, but it's absolutely crucial for Akita.
Because, I mean, this is extra points of Exo. If Akita can at least guarantee top 3 here, does he expect a close angle? Really good sweep across with the crosshair. 14 bullets still left in the AUG. He comes through flash. Doesn't have to reload. Pulls out a sword off shotgun. He's prone. Doesn't matter. Deals with him. So Pindados going 4th. Really good solo kill there from Akita. Gets them an extra kill, but more importantly, gets them top 3. Now, even better, he can play as the solo at the back of the building and hope that 4Piggies and FTF will do battle.
Silence from Akita for the next minute or so. It has to be.
Tadi Rido megang DBS kan nih?
He can pick his timing, but there's no angles for him to take inside these buildings. He's got to go wide if he wants to do something, or push up
Ini
close.
flash dilawan, yo.
Piggy's on the backside of the open part of the Prio. Wait, Akita's actually gotten quite close to this Prio. I didn't realize how close he was.
Exo ini bisa narik kaki di satu nih.
But he's able to do that because they have
Udah masuk lagi di dalam.
basically fighting for Piggies, and especially with UTIL, they're very much concerned with them
dalam
and
masih
looking
di
in
luar.
that direction. So Akita's been able to kind of just slip in.
Keluar tapi mojok aja.
Don't rule out Akita being able to win this game. So
Udah dalam kan tuh.
still 1 bullet left, I think, in the sawed-off shotgun. It might have been able to find some more ammunition. Not too sure. But he holds that up close. It's deadly.
Wah, ngadu sama Teddy.
Teddy, and he's got 1 too. Yeah, able to deal with the rat, deals with the solo Akita.
Boom, buta lagi. Anjing, mereka juga bingung nih. Si babi ini kok nggak habis-habis flashnya.
He went out far too wide. There was no immediate trade. Sort of shotgun comes into play, but
Wah, ya satu lodongnya pelurunya 2 nih. Ya satu pelurunya sih lumayan nih.
That was a fun one on Miramar. They get the win. Feels like they needed it to keep themselves in the conversation of hanging around that top 3.
Oh, don't count them out. It seems like when they get into the
Ini
center of the zone, they just
last
lost
match
it.
sih.
That was perfect aggression on
habis
that
ini.
DBS. Just confidence. PUBG's a confidence
Oh,
based game.
6 match ya?
When you got a DBS up that close and personal, you may as well go for it. We saw them messing with flashes, trying to get them off. We saw them pull them out, take them back in. Nah, forget all that. Just go with the DBS, run at them. They're blind. Just go for it. That was definitely entertaining. And yeah, you're right, Exo. They were able to overtake from the future for a moment, but I think from the future probably just snapped it right back with that win.
Yeah, certainly could have from the future with a big result. Needed that one to keep themselves again in that conversation. I mean, that pretty much has been the talking point, I think, for the likes of AAP, ExoClan, FTF. When we've got this kind of proverbial top 6, but there's a bit of a split to the top 3, they're the ones that are kind of fighting tooth and nail, needing to scrape together these points, get these games to go. Wasn't the most biggest win ever. They got a bit of a hard feat, concrete building outside of Alpozo, but they played it well, held their position. They were a 3-man for a lot of the end of that game too. They got the 7 kills, they got the win, job done in my book, and keeps them in that conversation heading into one final game to go tonight. Don't go too far. When we come back, it is game 6 for the night, and we reached game 12 of 18. Massive moment here. Who can take the lead going into the final day?
Welcome to the update 26.1, where you'll experience a rejuvenated Erangel, the return of tactical gear, the launch of a new rank season, and much more. Let's get straight to it. Time to play tourist again and re-explore Erangel, enhanced with new features and revamped landscapes. Gain new advantages by discovering secret rooms. Refine your tactics for the freshly redesigned ruins, Milta, and Stolber areas. And keep an eye out for our KFC collaboration that's finger-licking good. We are also reintroducing tactical gear after a brief hiatus, during which we fine-tuned and rebalanced it based on your crucial insights. Now re-established as a world spawn item, we've adjusted the performance of both the drone and spotter scope to better synchronize with the overall game balance. Check the patch notes for all the juicy details. Additionally, in an effort to elevate strategy and teamwork, each squad is now tagged with a unique number visible on the kill feed. Lastly, we've polished up the match report page to offer more precise, match-specific details. Consider it your personal analytics dashboard. There's plenty more packed into update 26.1, so make sure to dive into the patch notes to learn more. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Anjing, banyak yang aneh-aneh. Tiba-tiba komputer. Gue sampai lupa password lihat gue apa. Masih pegang password gue nggak Bit?
Kill 7. Masih. Kopetra.
ID gue lupa aja.
Tahu gue. Rank 2 adalah 4PG. Nih 4PG mulai naik.
Some stragglers that are still hanging behind, not too far behind, but unfortunately, as we continue to go through these games, the likes of EXO, AAP from the future, even despite the win, haven't
makin jauh nih perbedaannya nih sama 1-2. Kok mereka sama mulu ini sih poinnya? Ini 1-2 poinnya sama mulu nih.
Mana Bit anjing katanya tahu.
Ocak lu. Mikir.
Enggak kan terakhir kali sering gue kasih ini kan. Gue lupa apa? Game apa dia tahu. Oh, Riot. Sabar, gue harus tutup. Gue lihat di catatan gue. Oh, udah Bit.
Dah, 456 akhirnya.
Iya. 45.
It remains hard. I just don't know how else to put it. Yeah, I think that as we go into basically, we still got one more game to go tonight, but going into
tomorrow, pengen uninstall ini League of Legends.
Look at the gaps and the numbers. We talk about typically the likes of say 20 points. Is that really?
Vietnam dulu. Last game nih kan. Langsung main kah kita, bro?
Lah, mau langsung main?
Enggak, gue nanya. Jam berapa?
Bebas.
Lu ready jam?
Kalau mau langsung main gue ready.
Wih, gila Petra guys.
Ready
kita...
kita.
Main Cun.
Nggak tahu, tadi gue tanya ngilang nih Cun, Cok.
Kasihan. Udah ada kita tracernya. Tracer game ini ya.
Monyet ke close anjing.
Main CS kan? Lah malaman bro main CS bro. Fix itu Okto votingnya CS itu menang.
Malam minggu tuh paling enak basket.
Tuh, Kopet lagi pengen PUBG bro. Kalian gimana? Petra lagi pengen menggendong-gendong nih, ranked langsung master ya Mas Pet ya?
Gua aja main di kompetitif
Alah lu malaman tidur. Enggak bro, mana ada gua tidur. Gak pernah mau lebih tidur.
Malam minggu apa jam berapa nih kalau malam minggu?
Sampai subuh, sampai subuh.
Wajing kata nyeri juga bacot lu.
Tenang bro, abis apa? Abis disuruh Jumat, abis maghriban disuruh ke masjid. Gua ke masjid langsung. Harusnya dibolehin. Aman-aman.
Jadi gitu cara ngejualnya.
Iya bro. Daripada langsung diaduin ke abang gua, nanti takut gua.
Nyokap lu mainnya ngaduan.
Iyalah bang. Pasti orang-orang takut sama abang.
They need to start going massive. They need 20-point game catch-ups here. Can they?
Last match ya bit ya, last match panas.
I think might be too far behind the 8 ball at this point in the tournament.
Pakai gamis panas.
Certainly got enough to fight for.
Lu ke masjid kapan?
Going into this final game tonight to set
Maghrib dong.
themselves up for a big day tomorrow.
Oh,
Maghrib.
Gua kira tuh tadi lu tuh disuruh ke masjid doang, bukan sholat di masjid.
Sholat di masjid.
Anjay.
Domelin nanti.
Orbit ini. Oh iya, Origin kan udah nggak ada ya, Origin. Uninstall.
Aku lihat bukan semua tidur pagi lagi. Ngapa nggak marah deh? Mana dia?
Lihat guys.
Malam minggu nggak marah. Malam minggu.
Mulai kayak pejabat-pejabat dia menjual agama, cok.
Gila, kopet ya guys ya. Si tiba-tiba bawa pejabat.
Iya, cok.
One call perang bro. Diam. Lanjut ke game one call perang nih. Perang di Monte di Rak ini apa ya? Pengganggu. Kemarin lu nggak ada ya. Memang pengen ngerusakin one call aja, cok. Jelas banget nih orang-orang Aussie nih. Aduh, Nando mati dong bang. Lawannya ini senjata.
Ya, iyalah yang ke kelas ini gua.
TF main bertiga mulu. Aduh. Nando mati, Ndo. Nando. Kayak mana ya mau ngelawan senjata itu ya? Nando. Mati kau satu. Trade. Aduh. Aduh, Cimoy. Nice, Birit. Mati kau, Ganggu aja kau. Pengen nggak masuk top 3 ONC kan kau?
Iya, wah Nandu
kena basoka.
Si Nandu.
Sumpah. Aduh, ini kena prank.
Lagi sih, Bit.
Hah? Itu Zerur. Kena prank sama Titan Foxy. Ini Indo lawan perang Malai. Indo perang lama Malai nih. Murayama masa kalah. Nah. Astaga, ente. Bye. Mayatnya ditembak-tembak. Ditembak-tembak sama orang Malai deh.
Oh,
ini
dan
Tracer udah. Tracer mana? Tracer. Mayatnya ditembak-tembak, Cok.
Oh, gue udah siap banget.
Cocoknya jadi pendukung Ata aja ya. Itu mereka main pakai bandana kayaknya.
As unfortunate as it is, it's not a death sentence either. And you obviously sit there and say, oh, I wonder what it'd be like with fourth. I've also seen plenty of nights where the fourth comes in, last game of the night, finally shows up, and then they bow out straight away. And you think, oh, that whole night as a trio. And then you add that fourth in, and suddenly then it all just goes to shit. It's very, very easy to say, yeah, just add an extra and it's all well and good. But when you're sometimes playing as that trio, when you're playing as that 3-man,
ya Nando kun
fundamentals a little bit, right? You're a little bit safer. You try to get to the end
Nandu
game. You make
meninggal,
the most
guys.
of the fact that you're down to 3, so you don't always fully spread out, overplay your hand. So therefore, you're not making as much mistakes because you're not taking
Tuh, ada orang
risks
dalam
as
hut.
much as you would with a 4-man. So I'm not sitting here saying that 3-man is an advantage, Russell, but it's not a death sentence.
What do you have? What do they have to lose? That's the mindset that they have. That's what everyone as a 3-man is mostly going to be thinking, especially in a situation with where they are on the leaderboard. Just go for it, send it, hope for the best. Try get some practice in. Hopefully they have their 4th come back tomorrow, and they can go from there. But I mean, 11th is respectable, very, very, very respectable for the situation.
Mati kok, tembak-tembak kok, mati kok. Malay perang sama Malay nih.
Red Sea not making it easy for them to get out of this situation.
Gini Bit, gue mau nanya nih Bit. Kita mau gas. Main.
Perang sama Rak, diganggu Rak. Kita mau main, terus
mau mainnya jam berapa? Kalau
weh, gua
misalnya
pun sekarang ayo.
Misalnya masih ntar. Nah, gue mau nanya nih kalau sekarang, lalu sampai jam berapa?
Sampai subuh, serius?
Subuh. Enggak sih, gue juga nggak sampai subuh.
Iya, sampai jam 2, kayak biasa.
Meninggal kalau sampai subuh.
Gue mah sampai subuh, pasti.
Gue bangun jam 5 pagi nih soalnya.
Kemana lu? Bandung?
Hah? Enggak, gue hari ini jam 6 pagi bangun, Bit.
Oh, maksudnya lu hari ini
Iya.
Kira nanti jam 5 harus bangun lu.
Enggak, kalau lu mau tartar, gue ngaso dulu.
Nah, tergantung lu, kan lu nih. Kalau gua sekarang bisa, nanti bisa. Lu mau pengen istirahat dulu, langsung.
You know, there's no world in which, okay, well, if Panda finished first, Fury can't finish second. None of
Jam
that.
9 tank gimana?
Ayo, boleh. Ini jam berapa?
9 tank ya.
Ayo. 2 jam berarti istirahat, bisa.
Ya. Terus sambil lagi nggak bersih.
Spec sampai subuh balik ke kamarnya udah manggil Om.
Korok turun situ anjir.
Ganggu bro, Aussie bro, biasalah.
Pesawat mana anjing? Oh, dia turun Los Leones emang sih.
Monte.
Apa?
Kan Monte.
Enggak, iya, apa drop spotnya dia di Los LL. Jauh banget soalnya. Enggak, LL doang naruhnya dia.
Hapus lu, tusun juga lu kan, nembak-nembak mayat AHA lu.
I'll be happy with this position for now. Wonder where the 4th one is actually. All the way down south. Punye holding down that
Nando itu aja kalau gara-gara jatuh tolol.
Iya, Usoka bro. Tapi Nando duluan tadi nih, kalau shotgun menang Nando tuh.
This circle is also quite telegraphed in terms of positions.
WMP coy Nandonya.
A lot of the prio spots.
People are just gonna let you
take and not really fight for it just because there's so much.
Nah itu kalau dapat dua-duanya sih hidup sih Bit. Kan dempetan tuh dia kan tuh Bit.
Siapa sama temannya tadi?
Untungnya tadi temennya
enggak baru datang itu. Temannya baru datang.
Iya makanya untung temennya nggak ngedempet dia loh.
And then fight on the edge later on.
Nandu mati Nandu.
When it comes to phase 5, phase 6 if you need to, or you can just do this.
Rak kan Pinoy, emang Pinoy Rak do Endo.
Si trik mainnya pasti itu.
You kind of just want to close the night off.
Oh iya,
mainnya gelap-gelapan. Rak.
Merak.
Iya, Rak Pinoy.
Oh Pinoy, gue kira. Oh iya cok, sorry, gue kira itu Aussie.
Maafkan Aussie, emang nih morbid.
Nggak tahu bro, gue bilang, gue nggak tahu. Sebut Titan Foxy sering gue sebut Aussie tuh pada Malay.
You want every kind of advantage that you can get. Slow going over the last couple of minutes after some of those sort of mid-table teams take themselves out. The fact that we've lost 3 teams this early on does mean that the middle portion is going to slow down a little bit more. 20 seconds still till phase 2.
Gua lagi pakai G Pro wireless lagi.
Territory to really fight over. Pretty much everyone looks quite
304 gua mouse ngadet klik kirinya, Cok.
Also see some
members servis sama Mission Store.
also still in the blue as well. So both of those two not in great positions.
Kemarin gua lagi main ini, Bit. Main CS kan ya. Kagak mau nyepray anjing.
Enak nih one call nih, dapat bawah, Bro.
Iya, Mas Pet.
Tahu CS. Lu main pagi CS mulu tadi. Anjing kata gua nih. Tadi siang. So kompetitif solo. Dulu mulu si kawan.
Ya nggak punya temen, Bit, gimana?
Sama kayak gua dulu tuh pagi. Pagi.
Nih ya, pagi-pagi gua kalau nggak main Monster Hunter, main begituan aja udah. Sedih banget sekarang udah nggak punya teman.
Pagi sama, nggak ada temen gua juga. Nggak ada orang bangun pagi tuh. Gua tadi bangun jam 2, Cok. Terus dipanggil Nando langsung.
Itu
baru bangun banget
subuh, bukan pagi anjing.
Kemarin kan bangun pagi gua, Mas Pet.
Oh iya, maksudnya
nggak ada temen juga tuh.
Jam 2 tuh udah subuh.
Langsung dipanggil Nando. Ya, mobilnya nyangkut.
Tapi gue penasaran, Bit. Kalau main PUBG ya, Bit ya. Pagi-pagi begitu, Bit, jam 7.
Apa tuh?
Hanya itu lawannya ada nggak ya kayak NIGHTBOT?
Ini Mas Pet, kalau public nggak ada orang. Public jam 11. Kalau ranked orang-orang NIGHTBOT nggak ada, lebih nggak ada. Ada Mas Pet. Dia siapa ya kemarin ya? Gua ketemu ya Pro ya. Ada jam-jam 11 tuh udah ada tuh. Jam 10 ada yang main. Yang bangun pagi juga. Tapi lobbynya nggak seru, cepet habis.
Oh, enak dong buat naikin rank.
Iya. Cepet habis. Enak kalau pengen lebih lama malam udah jam 8 sampai jam 2 itu udah lebih lama, lebih tetap rame mulu.
Relevant just making their way up towards one call's position. UKDR trying to scout as much intel as he possibly can. Minutes till phase 3.
Ini udah makin Dragon up lagi, Dragon up.
Early team deaths, not a whole lot of action for P2 because there's just a lot of space and it's Miramar in a nutshell, especially with Minas in play.
Ada drop
good location for Panic to kind of just fall into and Graveyard available for Samoy really strong spray from Chipper and Samoy.
Aussie melawan Indo di sini, WATCHPARTY melawan irrelevant.
Who aren't actually just going for the beeline straight towards
Kena instan satu.
They go for the backline instead. So one call have got to be very careful to turn their attention around. They might think this is a bit more frontal facing.
Mampus lu. Enak.
He went for the high ground and he got the knockdown onto Flex. Really good smart positioning from
Enak HP kok lu lebih cepet, Bit.
Get high ground information on the fight.
01.
14, 15, 16.
Itu dia. Gua baru ngeliat nih yang kena spray nih yang lu ngomong enak.
Sohehan nyangkut mobilnya. Ayo, meninggoy. Dijepit 2 Indo, Cok.
Ya, di sampah dong.
Oh, di sampah Alek.
Iya.
Alek.
Gimana dia, Cok? Oh, jauh banget. Di Kantera tuh kanannya.
Udah nggak diambil dong.
Tabrak dulu nih.
Misal nih ya, lu punya cewek, terus cewek lu iseng hapus akun Steam lu, mana emang bisa akun Steam dihapus? Mungkin tuh nggak bisa.
Wah,
kecuali di uninstall, wah tinggal install lagi. Di uninstall doang.
Puri PNC nih, Bit.
Bisa ribet nggak mungkin. Dia bakal segitu ya. Pecah palanya.
Iya.
Dragon up di
And I tell you what, had he got the knock there, the intel of that being Panic.
Tapi greget pakai itu senjata, sumpah.
To Fury, and of course, well, vice versa. But I think Fury would have been able to make the most of it. I don't know.
Ini naik sepeda semua si PNC.
Having that intel as to where Panic are actually located, certainly.
Car Free Day apa gimana match terakhir?
You would like to have.
Yang bakal gue lakuin adalah gue marah ke dia. Kenapa gue marah? Karena lu masih cewek gue, nggak berhak kayak lu hapus akun Steam kan, akun Steam ngapain lu nggak ada masalah, nggak berhak lu. Karena lu masih cewek gue. Istri pun masa begitu, nggak mungkin cowok mikir gitu. Apa iya bro, ngeribut coy yang ada masih cewek. Itu kalau udah jadi istri sih parah banget ya, nggak ngehargain. Kecuali akun Steamnya dibiayain tuh dari nol sampai berapa.
But I don't know how much of a threat Red Sea really is to them. Jeff can just leave. They can go and hold that southwest side.
Eval dulu lah, awal-awal eval dulu bro. Lu kenapa lu? Eval dulu, eval gede dulu. Dia masih batu udah tinggalin.
Jeff gets knocked though. He's isolated. Do Red Sea know that he's all alone over there? Speedy's gonna go straight for that res. Before they get the info that Jeff is alone.
Gue capek-capek main PUBG berapa ribu, 6.000 jam di akun Steam yang ini, lu hapus lu ya. Ribut anjing eval.
I feel like would be a mistake. They're all committing inside graveyard, and all the space that they previously held is now fully available for anyone else to take. So right now it's not going to bite them, but it certainly could later on. Never mind. Circle shifts all the way over. Maybe now committing to Red Sea is the right play.
Ya. Tadi Raja udah nyatu. Ikut aja malam ya.
Tidak bro.
Nggak bisa tapi. Pergi.
Oke.
Pasar Senen. Pasar Senen ke itu loh. Pasar malam tuh yang jualan kue-kue.
Oh.
PUBG-nya partner lagi enggak kalau itu dong.
Besok Minggu.
Oh kalau Okto ya. Okto kan PUBG partner dihapus. Uninstall lah, tinggal install lagi cu.
Iya, ke pasar
bisa mungkin dia lagi kesel. Gua iseng ah. Gua uninstall. Ya tinggal install lagi mah. Steam dia uninstall, tinggal install lagi.
Hari Minggu juga.
Oh kalau udah hapus itu udah ribet niat banget tuh. Emang nggak suka sama lu dia. Mending yang berita viral dihapus akun Twitch anjir, ibarat mata penjara lu diikat abis. Emang iya, wah, gua nggak tahu tuh, nggak sampai situ. Oh PNC lawan AP bro, let's go, bunuh AP, bunuh panik, tusunin orang, nggak bisa ke atas soalnya iya.
Sekarang begini dia.
Yeah, they might be tight on points, but really feeling the pressure. They can't really make their way out, and the fact that other teams have pushed in to Kentara, not something that they would have been expecting.
Ex PUBG partner bakalan scam nggak Bit? Scam apaan? Dijual PC lo pas lagi
nahan-nahan lama
itu udah, wah.
Kecuali AP-nya ngalah duluan nih, cabut duluan.
Sih udah baku hantam ya, masih cewek udah berani dia jual PC, itu patut ya, patut itu. Oh nggak boleh main tangan, patut untuk diputusin terus tinggal pulangkan dia ke rumah. Nando udah emot sedih. Nando kena basoka. Enak kan ada basoka. Mampus lu ya. Woi, Yike Kemuko. Bang lihat Yike Kemuko bang, di mana itu yang kena bang? Bang. Ini cowok.
You get the double knock, can you get the kills from it though? That's the real question. That's the
lurus banget tuh. Ricu.
Dapat satu lumayan.
Dapat satu cok. Mukau.
Woi itu dia. New meta kali 6
tapi PC lu yang dijual surplus. Surplus apa surplus?
Oh dapat satu.
Surplus. Surplus apaan? Janganlah disingkat-singkat, Cok. Nggak paham gua. Ngantuk gua nih dan nonton nih.
Inside of Kintara to make their way out. It's going to be
Tidur
very
udah
difficult
lama
to see
perasaan.
Panic getting basically anything from this game now. Having to push through AAP, having to then get out of Kintara and get into the next circle with basically nowhere to really position yourself.
Surplus itu pengurangan
And
harga,
then
Bit.
you've also got 4
Ya
piggies
itu gua bilang.
pushing behind.
Yang tadi
Esports,
jual
and
PC
they've
udah
shown
aneh
this
tuh.
tournament, they've got the
Masih
capabilities
cewek ada jual
of
PC.
dealing with these kind of crunch time fights where they've got multiple teams
Bilang
pushing their
mau
location,
putusin.
but this one might be the toughest of them all.
Apalagi ya harganya kurang.
Maybe even a similar case for AAP. VIP is also getting involved. It's not just for piggies.
Tanggung jawab lah. Tak ganti rugi, Cok.
But right now, Monty, he's got to deal with RS. Red Sea trying to make the offensive here. Mr. Flank isolated from the rest of his team. This gives Monty an opportunity to peek over. You know he's incredibly good in a scenario like that.
Enggak, surplus itu lawan. Yang mana betul. Gue nggak pernah dengar kata itu.
Than Mr. Flank did. Little bit of a peek over that ridge and it should be free for
Ya
Monty.
pokoknya kalau dijual lebih murah nggak ada ganti rugi anjing.
Deciding that the southern rotate wasn't viable enough for them. Monty doesn't
Purin
actually go
bapak
down. He
emaknya.
does at least help his team claim Red Sea.
Nih anak lu nih kurang ajar.
Is what we need to be focusing on. So crucial for all the teams involved. EXO surviving well enough though on the edge.
3 juta angkut, hai 3 juta.
So it's just Akita alive.
PC yang ini 21 jual 3 juta. Wah. Itu sih wah. Perang dunia kelima, Cok. Itu perang dunia kelima. Gua capek-capek Subaton untuk beli PC ini dia jual 3 juta. Udah pasti ya. Udah pasti itu udah emosi betul gua.
Tricks being good as well, and suddenly Fury and Panic, they've had quiet games. To be fair, Fury haven't really had a whole lot to do, but one call with these kills have just closed the gap to 7. Fleaway's knocked down by NIGHTBOT. Chloe just trying to smoke on up. Fleaway's already down. Pack's gonna go down as well. This is strong from AAP. Gotta just deal with
Lah, pusing banget itu. Itu the real comms plus flash Mas Pet. Pusing banget itu pemainnya. Udah bedengin kena flash. Discord lagi. Oh sih, kanan lu. Depan. Bingung deh. Aduh, trik. Hampir mati, Cok. Banting. Low. No, jangan di instan. Ya Allah. Mati kau. Nice, Onik. Onik kayu NC.
Apa aja, Cok, ini 5 besarnya masih hidup semua anjing.
Parah sih itu bagusnya di giveaway aja. Nggak ada keuntungan buat gua giveaway. Giveaway sama dia apa? Feedback ke gua. Gak, tetap emosi itu. Gue capek-capek bang, Subaton 2 bulan. Berapa lebih kemarin guys? Untuk bisa PC baru ini. Capek-capek gue main game 24 jam.
Di kanan ada orang tenak kiri.
Jual PC lama biar bisa beli ke PC ini.
Rido kagak pakai
si anjing dijual. Wah.
Oke.
Bisa bertumbuk itu.
Kalau nggak kali 2.
Feedback pahala nggak ada. Feedback pahala.
Yang punya game anjing. Gak tau teren nih.
Hari ngamuk Cok di chat. Helen Kendari tolong udah 4 hari padam ini.
Lumayan sini kill banyak, 9 kill lumayan lah ya. Buat hari esok.
One good thing from the future is they've only got Akita to deal with.
Ya jatuh.
Alah mana capek, gila lu. Nggak capek. Otak lu. Kerjaan gua duduk 24 jam.
Anjing.
Natapin monitor 24 jam. Lu kira nggak capek? Kalian enak rebahan no. Nonton. Streamer duduk anjing.
Tapi masih
pantat lo sampai bolong no.
Iya maksud gua poin ini makanya yang chicken FTF aja.
Itu aja Mas mungkin mau
mati gitu loh.
Save Earth. Itu hari-hari lapor sama Bang Henry, dia admin LPL Ri.
in first place going into the final 6 games tomorrow.
Suruh laporin PLN Kendari.
All but confirmed. It's just a matter of by how many points will they be in
Cok,
first.
Fury makin jauh, bro.
Iya makanya ini jangan chicken bit.
Nah, itu dia.
Tolong FTF dibantu.
Biar minnya dikit aja tuh, min 7.
Besok harus keluarin kata-kata mutiara nih buat anak-anak.
Bacotin dulu manajer. Tolong.
Udah gue bacotin lah anjing. Ayo guys, doanya guys. Sebarkan ke grup keluargamu.
Kayak Nando sholat, Cok. Biar pas gitu. Cimoy sering sholat, Cibirit sering sholat.
Cok, Nandu.
Wah, mereka sering sholat masuk one call 3 orang ya kan. Cimoy, Cibirit, sama Trik sering. Nando kurang 1. Masa 75%? Pas setengahnya lagi Nando. Pengen spoiler rasanya tuh kan lu mah gitu Bang Han. Kocok tuh harus turun tangan anjing. Oh lagi mute pun kena ini.
There's a chance it probably goes back over 20 if they lose out.
Ya, sekarang Ubi lu gimana? Lah, udah CK Bang. Yang ngurus-ngurus Ubinya Bang.
The gap does extend. So it's really important if FTF can kind of actually win this game.
Amitabha katanya itu. Kata Nandu Amitabha.
Ya, jadi muda.
Wah, ditarik.
Depending on how many kills they can actually acquire. So this is actually absolutely massive.
Oh, masih ada gundukan anjing di sini. Wah.
Oh, FTF ini chicken bro, FTF ini chicken.
Just a regular finish. You are also being
able
to take out the team you are chasing down. Cherry with the
Awas jatuh.
Aduh,
Tenak sini mati sih.
Speedy still alongside him.
Tenak kasih
Kila kenokin nggak sih? Tenak kenokin 1 AP kan bisa dipush sama FTF.
Enggak deh mungkin nge-push FTF juga. Dapat zona enak.
Mobil Rido sih tai banget.
And Fury are keeping their eyes on 10x behind them.
FTF can chill. This should be easy for Fury.
Wah anjay.
The smokes are up, but
keras. Semoga sih keren juga dah.
Put it into a 4v4.
Rame, alhamdulillah rezeki Mbak Aule. Kok kamu nggak dukung aku, Mbak Aule? Punya mobil, Cok. Nice, FTF dapat kill. Aduh, reload.
And no one's knocked on the entry, so an opportunity given to Tanax earned really all the smokes that they set up. It was destined that they would probably get here, but now the mollies come out. Now all the space denial comes out from Fury, and as soon as these smokes dissipate, it allows Cal to peek right, peek outside these buildings. That blue zone grenade is fantastic from Hiker. Fantastically creative use of that. He knows he's going to hit them. If he throws that inside, it's going to affect them on the outside of that building.
Sampah.
Now I think it's just up to Hiker, up to Cal. They're all going to wrap around. It should be the easiest kill of their life.
Dapat FTF. Nice, Ari.
Man will help him out, and now we have our
Nice.
Yeah, man steals one though.
Oke, 4 lawan 4. Oke.
19 points the gap.
Santai.
So this is an opportunity.
Mesti panik, gak boleh tenang.
FTF, I think they can get it down to 11 if they can get all 4 kills plus the win.
Poinnya jadi dekatan semua tuh 1 2 3.
Amat apanya yang didukung tai.
Ayo bisa.
Basically puts them in a pretty similar
Wah,
position.
zonanya FTF sih tengahnya.
Player Indo paling jago sekarang siapa? Tuh Trik.
While I wouldn't put a line through EXO, I'm happy to probably put a line through AAP.
Sampai dituduh cheat tuh kata Bang Admin.
Come back tomorrow.
Ini kameranya aja tadi kan Trik kan suka main gelap-gelapan tuh.
Nah, itu
kalau kameranya suruh nyalain lampu.
Cheatnya itu lampu mati.
4 kills apiece. Close this one out. Phase 8. Center up in terms of the final circle will go the way of FTF. That's one thing to note here. Fury will eventually have to push out. So it's a matter of where and when is the question. Luke might just go a little early here with the vehicle, start getting it kind of in position.
Apa senjatanya?
And typically I think in this scenario, Russell, you kind of want that first knock. If you're a Fury and you get a knock,
itu RDK tuh gilinya.
The revive, that's 2 players effectively down. So you need to then push off of that. So scout, play the time that you've got, try and get that knock, see if you can get it, and then you can push off of that.
Problem is if they get a knock now, they're not really in positions to capitalize off of it. Like I'm feeling like Luke, Nico, they need to get on the opposite side of this ridge from the future, do nothing, hope that Cal or Hiker gets a knock with that Orm, which could absolutely do it, and then activate. then get that second knock even, or secure that flush and then get that second knock like you
Astaga.
just do that, get close enough to throw
No, TD.
it's go time now for Fury. They're not going to let this one slip. No way.
Shit, man.
Big nade from Luke gives them the entry. Cow's already up close.
Shit,
Smoke's
man.
not skewing a lot of it, but it's all just one-way traffic. Fury have pushed up. There is a player though holding out 2 KDR. He's got the flank position. He needs to get involved right now. Spray comes up with the org. Oh, they just make quick work.
38, cok. 18. Sipal.
Udah banyak banget itu.
18, bro. 6 game besok.
Bisa.
Bisa. 4 besar. FTF ONC harus 4 besar ya kalian ya. Slot PASC amanin. One core sering 1. Ya, NT guys. Nih siapa megang top kill? Kita lihat MVP. Oh tadi nanya MVP ya? MVP nggak ada. Nggak ada MVP bang. Ada MVP-nya nih, tak ada.
Damn, 3 out of 6 wins. That's
logo
something.
ini perdebatannya cukup panjang.
Kalian mau main jam berapa?
9. Tuh trik bang MVP gila, kill 33, Birit 26. Wih Indo nih top 3 nih. TD, Birit, trik, Gox.
Ya kan?
Iya. Tapi nggak tahu nih tadi match yang tadi belum masuk.
Birit nambah 5. Ya udah 12 anjir number of matches.
Ini masih 21-20 tuh.
Number of matches.
Kok ini nggak update tapi player tadi update.
No.
Tapi di sini player udah 12 ya. Tuh. Nggak tahu aneh. Duar kena selebe Ari cok. Ari. Player stats ini player stats. Mau lihat lagi.
Oh udah nih udah update poinnya.
Tuh.
Bisa.
Berharap parah nih, berharap bro. Nandu. Oh, jatuh udah bangun guys itu.
Berapa? Mari aku cek studio gak ya, teman-teman? Setelah aku cek sekarang 299.
Kena selebe cok Ari cok.
Jadi kurang
ada aja ya orang binatang ya.
Memang 300.000 baru kita.
Astagfirullah.
Anjing ya.
Karena bakal jadi
belum last day bang.
Jadi kita nggak bakal.
Bang player gua 600 nih bang.
Jadi make sure kalian subscribe.
Nandu.
Oke. Terima kasih semuanya yang sudah menemani nobar sepertinya. Oke. Bang Kiter parah banget ini trik. Kitnya itu di lampu mati kayaknya deh. Serem banget ya. Lampu mati. Oke semuanya terima kasih. Sampai jumpa di jam 9 nanti kita bermain lagi. Main PUBG sama Kopet. Sama Okto mungkin. Kalau votingnya menang tuh bareng Okto. Dia voting soalnya. Terima kasih semuanya sudah menonton. Jangan like. Sudah menemani. Thank you. Jangan lupa join member. Kalau kalian pengen lihat replay live yang kemarin-kemarin itu harus join member. Kalau tidak member tidak ada replay yang bisa kalian tonton, oke? I'm back lah, nanti jam 9 Mas Ji istirahat dulu. Jam 9 nanti main lagi. Lanjut main, nih jam 9 bro. Ini kan streamnya khusus nobar ya. Nanti jam 9 istirahat dulu. Gue perlu rebahan juga bang. Nih punggung gue rungkat nanti. Oke Mas Bit. Oke Mas Ji, terima kasih. Mas Ji datang malah off lah. Mas Ji gawe bro, baru sampai tempat kerja ini dia jam 7 no. Tapi ini nobar resmi lah, resmi. Tadi ada Bang Admin tuh, Bang Admin. Resmi. Udah di ACC sama IO tadi. Kemarin udah di ACC sama IO. Resmi Bang. Gua nggak pernah ilegal, cowok. Gua legal. Ada bahan apa mancing? Kagak, masjid. Gua buka nih game gua nih. Terakhir kali gua mainin. Tuh, last played September 30. Nggak ada gua main mancing-mancing lagi. Tuh, last play 30. 30. Iya betul 30. Berbalik saya Mas Beat masuk middle di saya. Oh. Lah udah ya emang gue nggak ada main game mancing lagi, bosen gue main game mancing. Ya udah, terima kasih semuanya sudah menonton. Bye bye, see you next stream semuanya. Terima kasih yang sudah nge-like, sudah menemani. Semoga kalian sehat-sehat selalu. Sampai jumpa nanti jam 9, oke? Thank you yang sudah menonton. Bye bye. Gua pindahin ke Bang Diki lah. Thank you semuanya. Saya pindahin ke Bang Diki. Sampai jumpa nanti jam 9.
Harus main kayak itu ngasih tiket Robi sekarang.
Thank you. Semoga kalian sehat selalu. Thank you. Bye bye.